Warning. You're now entering a stream that isn't suitable for everyone. Be warned that this channel will have swearing, singing, sexual innuendos and lots of jokes that could easily offend. It is advised that you must be a little bit weird yourself to enjoy this channel, as those that thrive and enjoy the stream are weird in their own little ways. The chat is called El Chatty and is a wonderful community. It really is. However, again, it might not be for everyone. We want to hear everyone's opinion, no matter what it is. We encourage debate as long as it's done respectfully. If you're easily offended or don't like differing views, then again, this channel is not for you. By entering this stream you do so at your own risk. If you want to try it out, that's absolutely fine, but if you don't like it, no need to announce your departure, you can just leave quietly, as this isn't an airport.
Not on the other side.
Right.
Derek says, me dog, Scooby, is barking again. Rot.
Right. I like that. That is good.
Oh, good boy, Scoob. Oh, Derek. I needed that. Thank you, Derek.
Right, Farris? Where are you, Farris?
Oh, fuck. Oh,
look at the kitty. Look at the kitty. Oh, God.
What the fuck is that?
Look at the kitty. Oh, my God. Forget about the bad guy. I don't care about our grade. Look at the kitties.
Oh.
My partners are saying, oh, my God, this is our future. Oh, God. Oh, well. Anyways.
Right, fuck. Right, stop. I've got to stop it. Leo, 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 Erin ha ha ha, ole, Erin ha ha ha, ole. Let's go, Erin ha ha ha, ole, Erin ha ha ha, ole.
Where is he? Where the hell did he go?
How you doing?
There we go.
Yeah, I'm right.
Buddy, you're coming in like Darth Vader. I don't know what the hell's happening. Are you in? Must be. Got some technical difficulties here, buddy.
Oh, that's good. You got that shot.
You're coming in like friggin' echoes everywhere. Hold on.
Wait a minute.
Larry, Jesus.
Wait a minute. How was that? Is that better?
Buddy, you sound like Barry White. Hold on. Talk to me, Larry. Larry, where are you? What the hell you doing?
This, Sean.
What?
You gotta fix.
The whole goddamn set is gone. But you sound like that. Give us a little baby, baby. Come on, Larry, give it up.
Baby, baby, baby.
Oh, Larry. What do you got? We'll try to get through this, Larry. What do you got for us, Larry?
No, I can't this way. You fix it.
Okay, listen. Let me try to work this out, my friend. I gotta try it. This foolish thing. I'm about to throw it through the window. All right. Lucky it even works. But Larry, hang in there. What are you got doing today? You got the oxygen tank all set up? I hope.
Listen, I have a new song I'm gonna teach.
Okay, buddy. I gotta fix this.
Listen, I got a message from women. They want me to teach a new song.
They want to do what?
The women want me to teach Dylan a new song to sing.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, listen, hold on now. That's going to be a little complicated since I'm only getting every other word. But listen, I'm going to try to fix this, Larry. Buddy, we're getting a little delirious over here. It's too early for this, but I'm going to call you back, all right? I'm going to make 1,000 phone calls. Are you like in a different area in your house? Because I'll tell you, I got to do another test call, okay? All right?
The same it was the other.
Buddy, okay, if you're in the same spot, then it's on my end. So let me fix this mofo, and I will call you back. All right, buddy? I'm sorry, my friend. Hang tight. Hang tight. All right, here we go. What the hell is going on?
I'm done.
All right.
Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you like and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go.
Lands of my father are heathen.
Hello. How are we, beautiful people? How are we? Hope you're all well there, beautiful people. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. Robin, she's not here, but she's always first here, but she's not here. Hello to you, my darling. I'll say hello to you properly when you come in again. Eric Cartman, hello Eric, how are you? First time here. I love the name. How are you? Eric Cartman, good morning. Hello, Disney Queen. How are you, my darling? Good morning, my lovelies. Good morning to you, Ruka. Ruka Sabrina, Ruka Shroom. How are you, my darling? Why do you do the accent? That's for Christine Fortunato. That is not for you. Hippie chick, good morning to you, my darling. How are you? Nice to see you in Indiana. Good morning, Viv. Prayers with everybody. I think it's tonight or tomorrow that I sit in big time. So prayers with all of them. Lady Di, good morning to you. Always late. Now, I would have sung to you, but your daughter hates me singing. But we love your daughter. We love you. Sherry Berry, hello. What a name that is. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. There you go. Danielle Alexander. Hello, Danielle. How are you, my darling? Whereabouts are you from, Danielle? I'm guessing the US somewhere, but whereabouts are you from? I'm wondering. I've seen you before, but not recently. But welcome, my darling. Nice to see you. Joe, good morning to you, Joe. I don't know. I think, Joe, you confused yourself yesterday. I don't know how you confused yourself. Highly intellectual, Joe is. I didn't even know he confused everybody. I don't know what's going on. Saw your messages like, Joe is fine, chill. Ruka, well, absolutely brilliant. My mother's doing okay. She's doing okay. She's got sciatica, but she's doing okay, my darling. Thank you for asking. Yo, Mark Cunningham in the house. How are you? And then here she is, a potty mouth herself. Heather Taylor, she was missing yesterday, so she's not been watching this trial with us, but she's back. Guess who's back? Heather's back. Tell a friend, Heather's here. So here she is. Hey, Sasmas, how are you doing, my darling? Nice to see you as always. And here she is. Yeah, I can do the accent now. Hello, everybody. It's Christine Fortunato. Hello, Christine. How are you, my darling? Are you streaming this? I know you were streaming something, my darling. I hope you are well. She's from Italiano. Christine is Italiano in New Jersey. Sorry if I butchered that, but that's close enough. I always do that, Christine. Christine's very loyal. She's been a member here for, I think, 13, 14 months. Christine's pretty much been with me from the start. So, and we were singing hymns and arias, land of my father, are he the noise. A little bit of a Welsh hymn there. Hey, Lady Di, that's the bloody thing for you. That's a Christian song for your daughter there. And we were singing hymns and arias, land of my father, are he the noise. There you go. I'm more zoomed in today than usual, or is it just because I'm overtired? No, I'm same as yesterday. So what I tried to do, I brought everything forward. So I brought everything forward to see. I'm too low down. I need to bring it down. Downtown. Da, 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 da. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm trying to get the right. I'm trying to get the right setup. I'm trying. I can't get the right setup because if I'm too back, people can't see me sleeping, which is good. But lots of people say, "I want to see your face, your handsome face." I'm like, "Don't make me puke." But that's fine. There you go. Lol, I broke the cardinal rule. Never assume. Come back from a work call. When the video has already started and assumed it was the Farris case without verifying. Don't worry, Joe. Joe, you never need to apologize in this stream. Never. We all love you, Joe. You bring a lot to this stream. To be honest, you balance this stream out. You actually bring a lot of intellectual knowledge to this stream. Balances a lot of the other riffraffs like myself out. Talking about riffraffs, the King of Canton. Hello to you, Dennis Sweeney. How are you, sir? I love this picture. I love this picture. I prefer this one, though. Just like that. I prefer that one, Dennis. How are you, sir? Much love to Brenda, as always, my kind king. Hope you're well. Dennis Sweeney, my chauffeur in Boston. People, do you know what? I'm looking forward so much to Boston people. Dennis Sweeney, Brenda Sweeney, the King and Queen of Canton. Woo! I'm excited. Yes, let's go. I need to get one of those Dylan Angel shirts as well, I think, now, for myself. Can you do a virtual holding of hands? Can we do? There you go. I say tomorrow, I think, is a big day for Milton. I think it's slowed down. I don't think it's quite reached there yet, but tomorrow definitely. T's and P's prayers for everybody that's going through with Sean. Is keeping me updated when he can. So I'm driving, but too bad she's with her dad. I would let her know. I'll have to replay it to her. There you go. If you said Christian, that is a Christian song. As in, that's a hymn. The Welsh hymn. Oh, jeepers. Hang on. Let me mute this for a second. This is Larry calling. Hang on. So everybody, I wanted to mute it before Larry came on, just in case, because he's a call-in. So you're live, Larry, yeah?
Yes, I do. Good morning, everyone.
So Larry, you were
and a special good morning to Dennis Sweeney.
Dennis Sweeney, there you go, Dennis.
Dennis, good job last night, yelling at that guy on the board. You let him have it. You did it like a soldier. God bless you. Don't let up on that guy. That guy is no good.
Well, I've not seen this then. I've not seen it.
Oh, you'll have to ask Dennis about it. He'll tell you.
Okay. We might call Dennis after this one now. Right. Last time you gave me a row. So if people don't know, last time Larry came on, we talked about strap-ons, right? But Larry, you're mad with me because you said I wasn't holding the phone right to the mic.
Correct.
So, chat, can you all hear Larry okay, chat? Before we go any further, can you all hear him okay? Because I don't want Larry to give me another row. So I will wait for chat to say, hello, Rebecca. Hello, everybody. Miss Gold, everybody. This is Larry, everybody. Hey, Robin G. Oh, we call him Riff Raff. Well, I mean, if the shoe fits, Miss Gold. Half Pint Viv says, we love you, Larry. Sherry Berry.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think I'm just going Standing Stones. Hello to you. Yes, perfect. Everyone says perfect. Larry's a living legend in my eyes, Heather says. I hear him perfectly. Everyone can hear you, Larry. So apologies for last time that I didn't hold it to the mic correctly, but you're now good. You're now good. So what's happening, Larry?
Good morning.
So
just another beautiful fall day here in Norwood, Massachusetts.
Yeah.
And I am currently rubbing Tyson's belly because if I don't rub his belly, he barks at me. So
okay,
I gotta rub his belly, but that's okay.
How is Tyson? All right?
Oh, Tyson is good.
What?
Tyson's already been for his walk. He's already been fed. He just finished his water in his water bowl, and he's a happy puppy. He's about to take his mid-morning nap.
Good. Like you have like a mid-morning nap as well, don't you?
Yeah, about 10 o'clock.
Okay. Well, I've got a bit of time. So, Larry, Half Pint Viv says, what funny story have you got for us today, Larry?
Funny story.
I dread to ask.
A funny story. Geez, you caught me off guard. Usually I don't plan on these. They just come as it happens. A funny story.
Have you got anything like? So obviously your last story was legendary. Now the whole strap on. I don't think you can top it.
Well, yeah, but I mean that was a very crazy situation.
Yes,
I went in all good faith and bought her a beautiful, which I thought was a beautiful, sexy lingerie, right?
Yes.
A little thing, a little pullover, right?
Yeah.
And no way I expected her to come out wearing that thing. It was unbelievable. It's quite frankly, it scared me. Like, I'm like, there's no way you're using that on me. Forget it.
Oh, Larry, don't get me started. Don't get me started on this one.
So, I mean, it doesn't get much crazier than that, other than, I don't know, maybe a while after that, I always, Jesus, what, let's just say her name is, I'm not going to give you her real name because that wouldn't be nice. Okay. But let's call her, Mary, okay?
Mary.
Well, when I started dating Mary, and I was, we really like hit it off like right away, and I thought Mary was everything and then some. Like, I like, wow, could this be the one that I marry? But boy, as time went on, I found out what horrible choice I made. I mean, this girl is absolutely crazy. After that little strap-on incident, I don't know, maybe 3-4 months down the road, she says, "Hey," she goes, why don't we do one of those group sex things?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" And she's like, "Well, you call up that they advertise on the internet, and then you all meet at like in a hotel room in one of the major cities around here, and they interview us, and you got to pay a fee to go towards the hotel room, and then everybody has a few drinks down in the lounge, and then we like 4 or 5 couples goes up to the hotel room, and everybody gets naked." So I'm like, "Do you really want to do something like that?" And she goes, "Well, I don't really know. I've often wondered about it." So I'm a little curious. So now I'm saying, now Dylan, I mean, come on. What guy doesn't want to do threesomes and foursomes, right? Well, let me tell you something about sweet little Susie. She's a 2-bit whore. Not only was she the first one in the bedroom, Dylan, she was the first one with her clothes off, and she had 2 guys on her before I could get my fucking sneakers off. I mean, she was constantly pounded the whole time we were there. I had a good time, but not like her. She was like a Timex watch. She kept kicking and pounding and kicking and pounding. Oh, God. On the ride home, and we got dressed, we left. I'm in shock. I'm like, there's no way I'm ever going to marry this pig. No way.
Oh, this is Mary, yeah?
Susie, Mary, whatever you want to call her.
Oh,
yeah.
Laurie.
Yeah, Mary, yep.
What happened to Mary?
What do you think happened after that? It was like, I couldn't even kiss her after that. Are you kidding me? Jesus Christ. I mean, you know, it's one thing to fool around a little bit, but she was like the star of the show. Like, what a whore. I mean, yeah.
Right,
yeah.
God. Oh, Laurie, you're a fucking boy, you are. You're a boy. I mean, I've just, my channel's just, the stream's just gone red. But, I mean, you are a legend, sir. I love your stories. I love them. I just don't know what you're going to say half the time. That's a problem with you.
But Dylan, think about it, right? I mean, every guy wants to have like another girl, right?
Yeah.
2 girls, you know, with him and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, maybe another couple. Okay, as long as you and the guy don't cross swords. I mean, you know, another couple, it's okay, right?
Yeah.
You get to play with his girl. He gets to play with yours a little bit. But this particular hotel, it was out of control.
Oh. Have you been back?
She was going for an Academy Award or something.
Did you win supporting actor or something? Or did you just...
Oh, my God. Shortly after that, I just stopped going over there. I'm like, yeah.
Done.
This ain't working out.
Done. Larry.
But, yeah, so that's my... that's to finish off the story that you never let me finish.
Oh, Larry, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Fucking hell.
Nowadays, I just sit back and talk to you, talk to Sean, and play with the dog and watch TV, and that's about it.
Well,
getting old, Dylan. I'm getting old. 66 years old. I'm getting old.
You are, sir. But I was just saying, I can't wait for Boston, and I can't wait to meet you, Larry, in person.
Yep.
Really can't.
It'll be May. It won't be long now. It'll be May.
It's going to come really quickly. I know it sounds like it's a long way away, but it's not. It's not. Because Thanksgiving's just around the corner, then Christmas, then before you know, we're in January. And if the Can retrial happens, then that's going to take us into March, and then all of a sudden, it's like, jeepers, let's go,
Yeah.
So, no. Well, there you go, Larry.
Yeah. All right, well, I'll let you have it. Anyways.
Thanks, mate.
God bless Dennis Sweeney. I love the energy. Keep giving them hell, Dennis.
Dennis Sweeney, shout out. I'm going to give him a ring now. Dennis, if you're listening, I'm going to give you a ring. Larry, take care, buddy, and I'll speak to you soon, all right?
Okay, bye-bye.
Thanks, buddy. Ta. Mary and Susie. Oh, hang on. Right, hang on. I got something here. Before I call Dennis Sweeney, hang on. I got something here from Dennis. Thank you, Dennis. Bear with me. Shit. Hang on. Larry. What a legend, Larry. I know lots of people don't like his stories like that, but I love them. So, tough titties. Larry, you are a legend. I love you, Larry. Right, hang on. I got this. Oh, here we go. Hang on. This is Big Den. Big Dennis Sweeney. Hang on, people. Big Dennis Sweeney from last night. Hey, Dana. How you doing, Speedo Man? This is from... Hang on, people. This is Dennis Sweeney from last night. This is what they're talking about. Here we go.
before the meeting, we have to make a plan, whether you have a Bob. I think you owe all these women here. That's why this place is packed. That's why you're probably out of here. These women are being sick of being treated like a second nation. Correct. Stop it. Why don't you admit and say all of these women and say you're sorry for the way you acted last week to all the citizens in the town. Let's see you now. Let's see how you can talk now, Bob. Talk to them now like you did last week, Bob.
I mean,
let's hear it, Bob. You gonna apologize to the people? I don't care. I want to hear you say you're sorry to the people.
You mean it.
Say it. No. Well, then you
because you're every 16 and 11.
Who do you think you are?
Who do you think you are?
Ruler. These people voted for an audit. We're going to get the audit. We're doing out your bullshit. You don't tell me to calm down.
You're done. Get out.
You're a fraud.
You don't represent the citizens.
You're a fraud. You're a goddamn disgrace.
Get out.
His face
Get out.
says
Retire. Get out.
Get off the goddamn committee so we get something done.
You're done.
You're a disgrace to the town of Canton. You're disgusting to women and children in this town, Bob.
Dennis Sweeney, right? Dan, if you're there, hang on. Let's fucking go, Dennis. People say, who's your hero? Fucking Dennis Sweeney. Hang on, Dennis. If you're hearing me, I'm ringing you. Hopefully, you can answer. Maybe you can't answer. Dennis.
Hello.
Hey, sir, how are you?
Good morning, man. How you doing, lad?
You good? I just played your video. Woo!
I saw it. I'm watching.
Oh, you're a legend. I love your passion. Love it.
Yeah. Fuck him.
Who is Bob? Who's Bob? I don't know who Bob is. Who is he? Explain to the people.
Bob McCarthy, he's the procurement officer for the town, and he's the one who's running the office. The other two asses on the board there.
Okay.
And everything they do is 3-2 against the girls. And the last meeting they had, he really kind of was real having, downgrading the girls. Really, he's a real fucking asshole, is what he is.
Well, fair play to you, man. You stood up to him and everybody. You're a legend. You know I love you anyway, but that was... Woo!
When he kept telling me the last year, she wouldn't let me go to meetings and this and that. She knows how I get. I get heated, And after the name she got called last week and stuff, I just lost it.
Did she? So, I didn't know that. I didn't know anything about that.
Yeah, well, that incident I had with that jerk that came to my house and threatened us.
Fuck.
That was last week.
I didn't know that, though. Fuck. You're such awesome people, Dennis. You don't deserve any of that crap. But to see you get that heated, that passionate, that's what they, you stood up. Oh, I loved it. And that's the first time I've seen it.
I did it for the woman. You know what I mean? And I had a lot of guys showed up last night. We couldn't even get in the building. We had so many freaking people, the whole Can't Read movement, kids came in. It was awesome,
Bloody hell. Well, fair play to standing up for what's right. Where are they now with the audit? Did they pick 2 audits or something?
The audits, they went through the bids. They'd open them, and the company that Kathy and David and Brenda and Rita and everybody wanted, they got the company they wanted. They got it for $198,000. They had $200,000 they could spend.
Okay.
And they were trying to stop it at $200,000, but this company came in underneath, so it doesn't matter. So.
Okay. So that's good then.
Great news. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, there you go. I just want to call you quickly to say well done, sir. I tip my hat.
Thank you. And tell Larry I can't wait to meet Larry. We're going to get along good.
Yeah. Have you not met Larry before?
No, I never met him before. No, I should. I'll find him in Norwood, though. I'm always in Norwood.
Oh, well, you'll be with me, so you'll be meeting Larry. Don't you worry.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't meet him beforehand, you definitely meet him when I'm with you. So that's good. And that's really good to see. Obviously, Brenda is a calm, collected talker, and you're the you're the heated, shouting guy when we need it. That's a great combination, Dennis. That is. It's like
Yeah.
tag team.
It is.
Tag team.
So proud of her. It's unbelievable.
Oh, Brenda's amazing. But
She is.
proud of you as well for that last night, Dennis. Not many men do that, what you just did there. So Enough's enough. You and Brenda have dealt with enough shit of these people. So, well, I just want to say I'm proud of you, Dennis, and obviously always proud of Brenda as well. That's why you got your screensaver. You know,
we love you, but we can't wait to get you over here.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm getting excited now, Dennis. I'm getting excited. I need to call with you. Start getting some plans in place and stuff. So I need to.
Yeah, once you find out what days are like, we have plenty of time. But you don't want to book duck tours and stuff like that now because if it rains out, it's you got a storm or something, then you're gonna be screwed.
Yeah. No, yeah.
But I mean, stuff like that, we can book a couple of days ahead. That's no big deal.
Yeah. That's why I'll speak to you. I'll speak to Dana as well. I need to speak to Dana. I want to do like a meet and greet with people and stuff like that as well.
Absolutely. Yep.
So we'll get it sorted. I'll speak to you before long about that anyway. So plans are in motion anyway. But yeah, right. I'll leave you go, mate.
Okay.
And I'll
speak
to
to
you
watch
soon.
your show.
Cheers, Dan. Take care,
buddy.
buddy. Ta-ra. Ta-ra. There you go. The Sweeneys. Whoa. Apparently they had a go with the women last week. So Lisa Reed, you're way behind. Hello to you, my darling. Good morning, chat. I will be listening. Allergies. Oh, hope you're feeling better, my darling. I know. Joe, Dana, all this moving forward. Dennis is a real man, standing up for what's right. I can't believe it. That was outstanding by Dennis. That's outstanding by Dennis. Sorry, Robin. Sorry, Robin. I must have missed that then. Sorry, my darling. Right. I need to get this trial up because Lady, hello. Hello, May of next year, my darling. May of next year. Look. No. So, just a reminder as well, once I've got them here, Dennis was wearing it. I've got it on. Resisting Silence, people. Resisting Silence are live tonight. Dana and the lovely Tracy are live tonight. Who they got on? They got somebody on. I don't remember who they got on. They'll tell me in chat now who they got on. Fuck, I don't remember. I don't remember who they got on. I forget her name. Thank you, Lady E. Thank you, darling. She's a character. I forget her name. She's an absolute character, absolute star. Kate. That's it, Kate. Thank you, Dana. At 7 o'clock tonight, I believe, they will be live, Resisting the Silence. Go listen to Kate. Apparently, she likes to sing as well, apparently. So yeah. I know, Viv, I'm sorry, but I don't think we can ship it to Australia, Medallion. I don't think so. I'll have another look with another provider and see. But I don't think we can, Medallion, unfortunately. We'll see now. I don't think it's Kate O'Neill, no. I think you're thinking of Colleen, maybe. Maybe you're right, maybe you're right. So anyway, Resist the Silence. Go and support the guys. I've got my top on here. Resistant to Silence. I love these tops. Dana, by the way, I love these tops. I need to get some serious tops as well. Because these are nice. If you've not had one, go and purchase one from Tracy and Dana. They are actually genuinely nice. And my ones are fucking got Dana and Dennis all over them, shit like that. But I need to do some tidy ones. Because these are really nice. Resisted the Silence. I know a girl, Kate O'Neill, and got them mixed up. There you go, Heather. Not a surprise from you, my darling. Not a surprise at all. So court is supposed to start now. 6:30 start. Sorry, Dana. 6:30 start. And then Kate comes on at 7. Colleen O'Neill is someone different. Yes. There you go. Heather doing that, confusing everybody, as usual, with Heather. Hope someone knows that Heimlich because you are going to be laughing so much if he goes. Robin G, what does... no, he can't. He can't. Larry can't, unfortunately. Just too many people for him, so... Good morning, KD. How are you doing? Dana, my pleasure. Anytime, my friend. I do need to... maybe this weekend now. I might give you a ring this weekend, Dana. Try to get some plans together with you. Good morning, AP. How are you? No worries. Oh, best of luck to you, my darling. Best of luck to you. Look after yourself. Everybody look after each other in Florida. I know it's on the way today or tomorrow. So I was thinking of Sarah Boone last night, not in a good way. Someone popping on to talk about their interaction with Bukaki and the Pats game the other day. Oh, okay. That'd be good because I saw that with Eden. I saw that. That's good. I think that Sarah Boone turned down, and this is just speculation from me, I think she turned down the offer of 15 years because it would not surprise me, right, if the state put in a stipulation for the 15 years to say that she can no longer speak or make any money out of the case. So she couldn't write a book from it. She couldn't do interviews. She couldn't do all that stuff. That I bet you there was a clause like that in it, and she was like, "No chance. I'm going to make my millions from this." And I think that's maybe why she turned it down. Because who in their right minds would turn that down unless there's some clause in there to say that she can't do certain things? I know she's a narcissist, but even for her, would have to think about it. So I'm thinking there's some sort of clause with Sarah Boone. That's why she didn't take it. I know that maybe she didn't take it because she wants to go to trial, but she's got more common sense. She knows she's going to lose this trial. I mean, 99.9% of the world knows she's going to lose the trial. That 0.01% is her himself. If I was an attorney, I'd be going, look, but again, she wants to make money off this case. That's all she cares about now is this fame and fortune. So basically, when she comes out, then she's going to make a lot of money. So, she'll make a lot of money while she's in prison. Right. Where are we at here? The court is still not there yet. Well, because Viv, she's only got 8 years left in prison and she's took the deal. She'd be out in 8 years. If she took the deal and was able to make millions, she'd be out in 8 years. 8 years is not, she's already been there for nearly 5 years. 8 years is nothing. If you think about it, 8 years she would be what, 50? Still in the 50s? She's still young. Now she's going to be in there minimum of 22 and a half years, but that's still going to be 16 years. So she's still going to come out relatively young lady. Do you know what I mean? Young woman. So that's why she wants the millions. What's up? Hey, Greg, how you do, fella? How you doing, little G? Hope you're well. Do they have a law for not profit? I don't think that's... Maybe, but I don't think so, because everyone does it. Do you know what I mean? A lot of people do it. But you might be right with something, Carol. You might be right with something. But I think I think they can make money off of it, because Wade Wilson's making money off of it. Or he will be. Do you know what I mean? There you go, Greg. There you go, Mark. There you go. I missed her doing the plea deal. Yeah, she declined it, but she's still got time. And even if she doesn't take a plea deal, she'll be out in, what, about 14, 16 years? Probably. I imagine she'll get the lowest part of it.
All right, let me see, dude.
Hey, Bev. I missed you. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well.
enjoying being a hashtag, Mr. Fogus?
It is what it is.
All right. Anything we need to take up before we bring the jurors out?
No, Doug, but typically I don't know if you mentioned this to the jurors, typically you do instruct them about if they see us out in public, not to speak to us and all of that. I don't know if that was communicated this time.
I told y'all ran into someone in the elevator. All right. Yeah, I'll tell them. All right. Anything, Mr. Ray?
Just one thing, Judge. We have Nicole Nicholson. She's an employee with our office. We're asking that she be excluded from your sequestration order to assist us. She's on the witness list. She could possibly testify.
We happily consider.
The state doesn't object.
Okay. All right. No problem. All right. Do we need to wait on Mr. Weaver to bring them out, or you're good? All right. Go ahead and bring our jurors out. I got a couple things to talk to them about as well. So. All right, my two jurors on the end there. Let the bailiffs get the chair for you because, I don't want you. We had an issue, I think, yesterday where one of y'all just tried to get in the camera line by reaching over and grabbing your chair. So if y'all will stay out of that. Y'all shuffled up a little bit, didn't you? All right. So y'all we're going to tick that box on our grand social experiment in which we see who stays in their seats or not. All right. A couple of things to discuss with y'all. I told y'all again, wear your badges and everything. If you happen to, we don't have secure elevators from the rest of the building. So there's a chance you may share an elevator with one of the lawyers. If that happens, that's okay. They want to make sure that you don't hold it against them if they cower away from you and don't say good morning, and vice versa. So I think that may have happened with one of the prosecutors. Again, that's not an issue. Just make sure that y'all don't talk about anything but usually the lawyers don't want y'all to hold it against them if there aren't, your normal pleasantries exchange when you bump into somebody in the hallway. Also, I've talked to Miss Baker and the court administrator about getting lunch for y'all. My plan at the moment is for us to do that maybe every other day, starting tomorrow and Friday. And y'all do lunch on your own today and Thursday. And then we can kind of chat about it on Friday and whether y'all want to eat in every day or not. My thought, if we do it on Friday, that we might maybe break a little early instead of going till 5:30. Again, that'll just depend on the witnesses, but we'll kind of see what y'all think about that as we go. All right. Anything else we need to take up before we get started, Mr. Fogus?
I'm about to say, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead and bring in your next witness.
Police and Court Counsel, this time the state calls Lee Stewart, Lieutenant Stewart.
Hello, Lucky Luke.
Raise your right hand if you would, please. Do you solemnly swear affirm the evidence you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Put your hand down, go ahead and have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. You're gonna be there for a while. No, Judge,
We were talking about moving it to the hallway yesterday, but we can do that later, but just move it out of the way for now and put it up against the wall. And we'll have a bailiff move it later.
Please state your full name for the record, if you would.
Lieutenant Lee Stewart,
Where do you work?
currently employed with the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office.
And currently, what are your main duties that you do?
So currently, I'm one of the assistant division commanders in the court services division. I'm assigned as a crime scene technician on the crime scene response unit, and I'm also in charge of our motor unit for the sheriff's office.
How long have you been policing?
Since March 23rd of 1998, so roughly 26 and a half years.
You started in 1998?
Yes, sir.
Did you come out of high school, or how'd you get involved? Where'd you go? Was it high school into law enforcement, college, or something like that?
No, sir. High school directly into the Marine Corps, and then I enlisted in the Marine Corps Reserves, and then I started law enforcement because I needed a job. So, and been here ever since.
What attracted you to be a law enforcement officer?
A family friend of ours who was the sheriff down in Alachua County, Florida years ago, I really looked up to, and I thought that listening to his stories, that this would be a fun job to get into.
Where'd you go to police academy at?
I went to back when I went, it was just behind Kennesaw Mountain. It was in Georgia.
Was that where you drove every day, or did y'all spend the night and stay over?
No, we drove. I mean, we drove every day. The only time that we stayed anywhere was when we had to go down to the training center down in Forsyth for firearms qualifications or like EVOT for driving instructor, stuff like that. But other than that, we drove back and forth every day.
And how long was the training that you did for that?
I don't remember what it was back then. It was like 11 or 12 weeks.
And when did you do any type of specialized training in the academy, or was it just the basic training?
The academy was just basic training.
All right, were you pepper sprayed in the academy?
We were I think we were pepper sprayed at the sheriff's office before we actually went to the academy.
Been tased too?
I didn't get tased until probably 7-8 years ago. But
would you rather be pepper sprayed or tased?
Tased.
Always interested in that question with officers. When you're in the academy, you just get basic information. Once you get out, explain to the jury, if you would, what FTO is, or how do you get on the job training?
So with policing, how you get on the job training is at each division that you go to, you get assigned a training officer. So I started in the jail, so I was assigned to a detention training officer for I don't remember how many weeks that was, but it was probably 6-8 weeks. And I went to several different ones and learned the different shifts and what happened on different shifts. And then you work that position, and then there's continuing on the job training that, the state requires. We get so many hours a year of training. And then when I moved from patrol or the jail to patrol, then I had to go through a 12-week, FTO training process. And then there's still once you get done, the state requires other training that you're required to take every year on top of it. And so there's an FTO process for everything that you go through on top of, like, there's specialized training classes you can take and whatnot, depending on how you want to gear your career.
So you started in the jail, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then from that, did you go to, is it uniform patrol? Is that what we call it?
Yeah, I spent roughly 23 months in the jail and then about 20 and a half years on patrol before being assigned here.
In the jail, do you get used to talking with people, meeting with people, seeing people with different worldviews and cultures?
Yes.
Then when you get out on the road and you're on patrol, how is that assigned? Are you assigned to a certain area or what do you do?
So back when I came to the road years ago, there was only 3 precincts. I think we have 6 total now. So they're doing it a little differently now, but so basically when I came to the road, you train, like I trained at several different precincts with several different FTOs. Now they try to keep people with the same 26 and a half.
How has the county changed in those years?
I mean, the population is growing leaps and bounds from, I grew up here. So from when I was a kid to now, the population has just grown leaps and bounds from what it used to be.
How's the sheriff's office changed when it comes to the size? How many officers did you have when you began and what do we have now?
I mean, I can give you a guess. I can't give you an accurate number, but
that'll work. Let's go.
I would say when I got hired in 98, there was probably 100 total employees. And I think now we're allotted for roughly 400 plus officers now sworn.
The sheriff here is Sheriff Reynolds, a full service sheriff's office, does everything.
Yes, sir, we are.
Are there standards that the sheriff imposes on his officers?
Yes.
Is it a professional organization? In professional sense that there's always ongoing training and
Yes.
people or accountability, things like that.
Yes, absolutely.
If you would, after you get done doing patrol, at some point, did you get involved in doing investigations or get a desire to do anything else?
Yeah. So I've always kind of had an interest in investigations, but I also love being in patrol. So while I was on patrol, there was a posting that came available for the crime scene unit, being on the crime scene response unit. And I applied for that position. It was an extra duty. I applied for that position, went through the interview process for it. Kind of a practical, and was one of the ones that got selected. And then obviously just being selected alone to become a crime scene tech, I want to say it's like 240 hours of thereabouts of required classes you have to take through the state to become a certified crime scene technician.
I want to talk to you a little bit about training. And I'm going to ask you about specialized training for what I call the CSI.
Okay.
Every year, again, if you're an officer and you work for the sheriff, how many hours does the state require training, and how many hours do y'all actually get training?
So the state requires, all the state requires is 20 hours, and then there's certain classes that the state requires you to take. The sheriff's office that obviously wants more hours than that.
But how many do you get a year, do you think?
It depends on the year. When I was going to school working on my master's degree, part of that applied towards post-training. So that in those years, I got several hundred hours of training on top of my departmental training and stuff. So, I mean, it could be anywhere from, it ranges year to year, 50, 60 hours to 200 hours. It just varies.
And what kind of education degrees do you have now?
I hold a bachelor's degree and a master's degree.
Okay, what are those in?
The bachelor's degree is in organizational management and leadership, and the master's degree is in public administration. So basically government management.
Explain to the jurors, if you would, the difference between just an investigator like in CID that's actually a detective, if you would, and then how that is different from someone that does crime scene response or CSI, as I call it.
Okay. So on smaller cases, detectives they'll do the evidence collection and the interviews and stuff like that. On larger scale cases, especially when there's a lot of evidence collection and processing that needs to be involved, they get us involved. And basically that allows them time to focus on chasing leads, interviewing suspects, of stuff of that nature, while we're there they tell us, hey, I want you to process this area over here, whatever. And then we go back and we do it. And we look for whatever evidence that is available to be found.
Kind of distinguish between a lead detective or just a detective or investigator in a case and crime scene. So you're not involved in kind of interviewing people and just talking to them?
No.
Your focus is more on the actual physical place or
the
evidence?
The place, the persons, crime scenes can be persons, places, things, whatever. So you're focused on the crime scene and the evidence collection aspect of it, not, interviewing suspects or talking to people outside of like the case detective, stuff like that.
Oftentimes we talk about crime scene in our line of work. We talk about it's more than just one thing. It could be a place, it could be the victim, it could be the defendant, it could be a certain area that's
correct.
About. And when you are, can anybody just today in the sheriff's office say, hey, I want to be a crime scene response or CSI investigator? Can they do that, or how does that work?
They can, obviously. As anything, we need to grow accordingly with this, as the county grows. But so when people become new crime scene investigators, there's a process that they have to go through. So there's 240 hours of, I think it's 240, don't quote me, but it's mid 200s of training. There's 7 classes that you're required to take. And then also there's a OJT process that you have to go through as well. That's required by the state. So
you have to tell us what OJT is.
On the job training. Sorry. Gotcha. So, for example, when I came onto the unit, I was selected for the unit before I had finished all my crime scene classes. So I was not an actual crime scene technician. But I was assigned to somebody who was a certified crime scene technician. So when I first got on the unit, I was assigned to, he's now not longer with our agency with school police, but he was a Sergeant Chris Shaw. And so anytime Chris got called out, I got called out. So basically Chris was showing me how the processes work, showing me how to do things, showing me how to properly collect evidence as a crime scene. We call it holding the dummy end of the tape measure. I got to hold the non-smart end of the tape measure so I could learn how things would. And I'd be scribing and taking notes and that kind of stuff and learning the process. So basically training on the job. And I think the state requires actually 40 hours of on-the-job training before you can actually get your certificate, even if you've taken all your classes.
As a crime scene technician, what are the basic things in your toolbox that separates you from other people? When you get in this job and you're, as in this case, what are some of the things that you have in your toolbox that you use on a scene?
So certain classes, you mean talk about like the required classes that are taken
that you're looking for to do
to get the certification?
Or what I'm interested in is when you go to a scene and you're like, okay, I have to process the scene, and toolbox is metaphorical. What things do you actually start doing? And as a crime scene, what are the basic things you're going to like taking photographs?
Okay, I got you now. Sorry. Like so the first thing that you do when you go to a scene is, as a crime scene investigator, you meet with the lead detective, right? So, and I say that because we want to know what kind of evidence we're looking for. So, if I'm gonna, if I don't know, am I going to process a car for, is it a stolen car? Am I going to look for a gun? Am I looking for a knife? Am I looking for a baseball bat? I need to know what I'm looking for. I can't just go at it blind. So first thing I do is I meet with the case detective and say, hey, what you got? What's going on? I'll make some general notes. And then before I do anything, after that, I'll walk through the scene, sometimes by myself, sometimes with the case detective, depending on how complex the scene is, and get kind of an idea of what I'm doing. Because after that, the first thing you do is you take photographs, because you want to properly document the scene as you found it, right? And I don't want to be stepping in the middle of evidence that I should be collecting or kicking stuff out of the way that I didn't see originally. So I want to try to get a basis of what I'm looking at before I start doing anything. And then sometimes before I take pictures, let's say that I look up and it's going to rain, and there's evidence like outside that could deteriorate based off weather, like blood or DNA or whatever. I might kind of go out of sequence and grab that first and put it away so that I can protect the evidence accordingly. But typically the first thing you do is photograph. And then once you photograph, then you start collecting your evidence. It depends on circumstances of what you collect first, whether it's your biological evidence or other things, because you have to have a kind of a process where you systematically go through the house or the outside or wherever you're going, because otherwise stuff gets missed.
How many at the time, so turn your attention back to the case in July 2018, how many officers, whether it's certified, have arrest powers, or people that just work in CSI, how many did we have in the sheriff's office at that time that were kind of involved in this case?
I couldn't even give you an answer. I would say most of our criminal investigations division was out there. I think most, if not all of the crime scene technicians were out there.
Was this a all hands on deck call at some point?
Pretty much.
I remember talking to you about this case. You remember how tired you were working that scene?
It was a long time we were out there.
Tell the jury about how many hours y'all were putting in, what y'all were doing.
So for me, I know that I'd worked the day of on patrol, because when I was on patrol, I was also a crime scene technician as well. So I was carrying double duty. And as soon as I was called by our Chris Shaw, and he said, hey, I'm going to need you when you get done with work. So when I get done with work, I change clothes, because this is not something that you want to, walk around a crime scene, and it's not easy to move around. Went out there and I helped. We worked most of the night, collecting evidence, taking pictures. And then obviously there comes a point where you've got to take a break. So we took a break, we went home for several hours, and then the scene was held. And then we came back the following day and continued on. So we were out there a long time. I can't give you an exact number of hours, but we were out there.
That's fair.
Quite a while.
You said this scene was contained. Talk to the jury about when law enforcement first comes to a scene. At some point when they realize they're investigating, do they do anything to maintain the scene or secure it?
Yeah. So, depends on the scene. So, if the scene is per se in this room and I can see everything and there's nothing real big, we may not crime scene tape it off. Right. But we're going to have somebody in the room with a crime scene log. So at that point, once we realize it's become a crime scene, everybody that comes in and out of that scene is logged on a log. So like if say that I'm in charge of the crime scene log, I would be like, Lee Stewart in 7 o'clock, reason in crime scene processing, out at 3 o'clock, back in at 2 o'clock, out at whatever. So that keeps a registered log of who's in and out of the scene. Also, technology wise, we do have a CAD system through the sheriff's office that, like, for instance, if I call out on a scene, it logs me in the computer. So it says that I was out there at X time, or I was out there at Y time. I left at Y time. But the crime scene log is really your most accurate representation of when people are in and out.
So, Lieutenant, are you a country boy or a city boy?
I'm from the country.
All right. Know things about tractors and farm work and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
Do you use your common sense and things like that in your job too?
I try to.
And when you, how would you describe this farm, 2511 Purcell Lane? How would you describe it in your own terms? What kind of property is it? What's it like?
It was an extremely nice home and small farm. It was a nice. Obviously it was set up for equestrian stuff because there was a barn, there was chicken houses, and it was just a small kind of do-it-yourself type farm.
Kind of a blue-collar farm or more of a hobby farm?
I guess that.
A little combination?
A little combination of both, probably.
When you were at the scene and you arrived, I guess Chris Shaw, was he the lead CSI person?
I would assume. So,
and you had other people, Melanie Thrasher, William Ballard.
Yeah, we were all out there.
Tell the jury when you got there, was there delegation of duties or assignments or tasks for your response team?
Yeah, so typically, on a scene like we're talking about right now, it can be large because you don't know what you're looking for. So basically, it's a lot for one person. So it might be you go over here, you go over here, you go over here, you go over here. This is the kind of stuff I want you to do. This is the kind of stuff I want you to do. Because if not, one person can get overwhelmed. So it's easy if you break it up into individual. It's like anything, you break it up into individual duties, and it makes it everybody's more mission focused instead of all over the place. If that makes sense.
When you arrived, so I want to turn your attention now to July 5th, 2018. Okay. It was a Thursday. Do you remember about what time you got there?
I don't. I know it was after I got off work. So typically on a patrol, our shifts were 5:30 to 6, so it was sometime in the afternoon.
And when you arrived, just about how many people do you remember seeing there when it comes to emergency personnel or law enforcement? The number I was not going to give you is going to be accurate, but I would say there was at least 20, 25 people there at a minimum. And when you came to the property, where did you go to first? What were you doing?
I don't remember exactly where I met, but I remember I went up and I met with the other crime scene personnel on scene and was directed to. I was given my initial task of what they wanted me to help with.
If I have your time down, y'all use military time. Make sure that's right. 17:12.
5:12. Yeah.
Is that about an accurate time? You think around that time you got there?
Probably, yes.
So when you get there, what is the first thing that you are tasked with doing?
So the first kind of thing that I was tasked with doing was processing a Kubota tractor that was parked over next to the barn.
And we're going to get into the pictures, things like that. But just to cut to the chase, did you get any samples for blood from the tractor?
I did, sir.
Now, this is a tractor, and there's an RTV there too. Is that right?
Yes, sir. There was.
But we're talking about the Kubota tractor.
It's a mid-sized farm tractor, no cab, with a loader on it. What
kind of tractor you have?
I've got two. I've got a New Holland 6635 and an LS MT122.
Now, Kubota tractors, those are they nice tractors?
They are.
Are they easy to drive? This type of tractor?
I mean, I think they are, but.
So what size of a tractor is it compared to a regular tractor on a farm?
I don't remember the exact size of like the horsepower and all that stuff of the tractor. I would have to look at a picture to tell you, but it was an adequate tractor in my opinion, for what they were doing.
And on the tractor, so I want to make sure we get this. If you were stepping up, if you're sitting if I was driving the tractor, sitting in the driver's seat.
Correct.
So this is left side, right side from where I'm sitting in the
Correct.
Driver's seat. So on the left side, there's a footstep. Did you take some swabbings from blood there?
I did, sir.
And did you follow your procedure and how you did all that swabbings?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you properly seal it, bag it, package it, send it to the sheriff's office, and then it was sent off to the GBI?
Correct.
And was that the blood that came back on the foot there, on that step?
You talking about the one that was tested that returned? Yes.
Did you check for any other type of evidence on the tractor?
Yes. So I also took touch DNA. I did 9 touch DNA swabs in various locations around the controls of the tractor. So the steering wheel, the examples of the steering wheel, the shifter, the lever that controls the loader on the tractor, stuff like that. I took where people would commonly touch. I took touch DNA swabs.
Blood on the step of the tractor.
Yes, sir.
And then I think, did you help? You were working at times, helping, assisting, watching, being present when other crime scene technicians did things?
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Ballard, who is that?
So Lieutenant Ballard, he is actually the lieutenant over the crime scene unit. So he's assigned to CID as a department head. So under CID, there's several department heads. So prime example, and I may get the names wrong, but we have white collar, we have, general crimes, we have major crimes, that stuff. So what they do is they have them broken down into sections, and there's a lieutenant over each section. So he's the lieutenant over, I'm not sure what he does. He's over the crime scene unit and another section. So we're also a duty he has.
Very good guy, very smart guy. Like working with him?
I do.
He may not testify because y'all were other people were with him at the time, but
correct.
Is he over the crime scene?
He is, sir.
Yeah, very, very good guy. Like working with him. Now, when he was spraying the Kubota, the RTV, he was using something called Blue Star. What is Blue Star?
So Blue Star is a chemical that's designed to enhance specimens of blood or where we think blood may be. And when you spray it on, like you would any kind of household chemical or cleaner or whatever, it's out of a spray bottle. You spray it on, and when you spray it on, it fluoresces.
So it's a technique you use, a chemical use to see if there's blood present.
Yes.
Now, when Blue Star, can it interact or react to other things besides blood?
Yeah. So Blue Star is designed to react to blood of a mammal, humans, other mammals. But also it's designed, it will react to, because what it's reacting to is the iron in the blood. And it will also react to iron as well. But if it's just straight iron and not blood, it will show differently, basically.
So mammalian blood.
Yes.
And mammal blood.
So if it's just a sample of iron, it'll flash real quick and go away typically. If it's a sample of blood, it'll flash and stay for a period of time and slowly, I guess the illumination will slowly go away.
So let me go back to that. So if you spray it and it's not blood, it pops?
It'll pop real quick and go away.
Okay. But if it is blood, mammalian blood, mammal blood.
Correct. It'll stay, and it won't stay forever. I mean, you've got to, you basically have to be set up ready to photo it when you do it, but you got 30, 45 seconds for it to kind of stay up, and it kind of just slowly the light, the fluorescence will slowly dissipate.
And when you were with Lieutenant Ballard and y'all were processing the RTV, it too is a Kubota art?
Yes,
brand?
it's a Kubota RTV, which is it's a side-by-side, like a Polaris Ranger or a Kawasaki Mule or whatever. It's a side-by-side used by construction workers, people working on farms, stuff like that.
The lever for the hydraulic dump bed in the dash area, when it was blue star, did it fluoresce?
It did.
When you went over the tractor, the dash area, did it also fluoresce?
Give me just a second. Let me look back at my report for a minute. I don't remember. I have it. In my report, it says that the step did, but I don't remember the dash. I'd have to look at photos.
Sorry. So the lever for the hydraulic dump, the bed, and the step did indicate presence of blood.
Correct.
Now, at some point, you're processing the house. Did you go into the actual inside of the house at all and help out?
Yes.
And I think there were some things you were looking. What things there did you notice?
At what point?
Well, let me go back to so I think you were there on the 5th, and y'all, it was when you processed the tractor and the RTV. Is that right?
The tractor and the RTV and I took photographs of the barn and whatnot.
Right. Lots of photographs. We want to see those.
Okay.
And then did you come back on July 6th, which is Friday, the next day?
Yes, sir, I did.
And I think you probably went to the house in the basement at some point.
I did.
What did you notice down there?
So I went in there and assisted Sergeant Carter while we collected and helped him collect some evidence. We collected samples of hair that was on a wall. We collected various other things, and then I was tasked to process several garbage cans that were in the downstairs office in the house.
When you processed the garbage can, I believe it's the trash can out of Gary's office in the basement. Do you remember what was anything in particular that was in there broken?
Yeah. So you may tell you everything that was in the can, or just the broken items that were in there?
Go ahead.
So in the can, there was cigarette packs, leftover food, papers. There was also a broken plate that was in there. It was all taken. And when we process stuff like that, I had to take it out and lay it out because I have to photograph it all. So I took it out, placed out a tarp to keep it to where I could lay it all out and take a picture and photograph the whole thing.
Sometimes when I go to a crime scene, I stick my hands in my pocket and just kind of let the scene talk to me. What's there and what does that mean? Do you look for evidence to see where you can take an inference and say, okay, I see this evidence. This probably means this. You ever do that?
I mean, sometimes, but what we typically do is we give what information we find to the detectives because they're the ones that have been talking to people. We say this is possible, this may not be possible, this is the evidence we found, and then they basically put it together with their statements and people that they've interviewed and whatnot like that.
Yeah, Gary Farris was dead on the day that you went out there and processed that, but in his trash can, was there any indication whether or not he liked Mountain Dew?
Yes, there was a plethora of Mountain Dew cans.
Lots of them?
Yes.
Did you also help process some, I guess, some shoes and a shirt?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
At one point, we were kind of coming through the master bed. I would assume the master bedroom in the house, or in a study, and in the closet in that bedroom, there was a red color shirt that had several stains on it, which was photographed, and then there was also several pairs of shoes that I think one was a teal colored pair of shoes, and the other one was multicolored pair of shoes. They were in the same closet, and one of them, both of them had stains on them, which were tested, and obviously I photographed the shoes.
Did you find anything that was consistent with soot or ash or anything like that?
So on the red shirt that I photographed, I noticed a black stain. I believe it was on the back, down around the bottom, and it had the appearance of ash or soot.
And then someone else was processed that?
I'm assuming yes.
And the garbage can, did you think there was possible blood on that, or did you?
I
just
did.
try to take some samples?
So that on one of the garbage cans downstairs, I noticed two reddish brown stains, and at the time, based on the scene, I assumed that they may be blood based off the color. So I did collect them so that they could be tested to see if they were in fact blood.
The parts that stipulate to the GBI reports, those are going to come in, but do you even know what the results are on some of those?
Not on all of them, no.
And it is what it is, and we'll bring those in. We've stipulated to those, but everything that you process, the tractor, the RTV, helping with that, the cans, the garbage cans, the swabbings from those and everything else, did you properly follow your procedures to bag those, maintain those, and make sure that they got to the GBI properly for testing?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you ever go over to the barn and check out the barn and see if you find any evidence over there?
So I believe it was the second day. Let me just verify.
I know you say the 6th, if that's right.
The 6th, yeah. When I went back out there, I was asked to do a walkthrough of the barn with the detectives. So basically, I walked through with one of the detectives, and I had my camera on my neck, and basically we were checking each other. So we walked through. Does he see something else? Oh, based off how the investigation is moving. Now I need this as evidence. Now I need this as evidence. Now I need this as evidence. So then we start taking more photographs and start documenting more things. And if we need to collect something else, we collect it.
At that point, what did you know about a gun being involved, or what was your mindset, your present sense of pressure at that time of what was going on with involving a gun?
I knew we were potentially looking for a smaller caliber handgun of some kind.
When did you know about the bullet in the rib?
When?
Do you remember?
I want to say it was I can't remember. I know it was either late the first night or early the next morning, but I think it was the first night.
When you arrived, was the bullet found yet in the ribs, or was that after?
I can't recall an exact timeline.
But is it fair to say most of your investigation while you're processing the scene, you were investigating a murder?
Yes.
Or investigating a crime, I guess I should say.
Yes.
I didn't know when you first arrived, if you thought it was an accident, someone had a heart attack, or were you actually, it was an investigation?
In a situation like this, obviously you assume the worst and hope for the best.
Sure. And you've worked with law enforcement officers a long time.
Yes.
Gallows humor sometimes. They can work things off, or they're cynical at times.
Correct.
Do y'all begin with, oftentimes there's a theory, or maybe there's a crime and you work it until it stops? In other words, there's no more evidence.
I would say that's fair and accurate.
And in this case, when you were doing your task in that, were you just focused on what you were assigned to do and try to find any type of evidence?
So I hope this answers your question. So like prime example, when I was tasked to do the tractor, I was looking for any evidence I could find on the tractor, whether it be blood or any other substance that would indicate any sort of a criminal offense or other explanation. So does that help? So
sure.
So basically so when we get there, we're kind of geared. We talk to the detective, hey, what are you looking for? What do you need? And then that kind of gears us in the direction of what we're looking.
And then you independently at times can just follow the scene where it goes.
Correct.
Now, when you went into the barn, did you find a gun?
Yes, we found a 32 caliber. I think it was a 32 caliber firearm, revolver.
Now, does Cherokee County have many murders per year? Do y'all respond to a lot of murders? Not really.
Not really.
So
comparative to other surrounding, more metro jurisdictions, no.
So not a lot of major violent crime. Had you worked a case like this in a burning or something? Was this the first time?
This was the first time.
And would you, for most of the other officers, same thing was true too?
I mean, I would assume. I mean, I don't know the other crime scene technicians' training and experience, but I would assume it was, you know.
So when you're working a case and there's a bullet in someone's ribs that's been burned, why are you interested in finding a gun?
Because at that point, I believe a reasonable and prudent person would believe that there was some kind of foul play.
And when you found this gun, what did you notice about the gun? First of all, where was it at? What type of gun was it, and what did you notice about it?
It was a .32 caliber revolver. It appeared to be old. I believe it was in a cabinet in the barn, kind of off the tack, like a tack room, I believe. And obviously, the first thing, one of the first things we do is we photograph it, and then obviously we inspect it to see if there's any rounds that have been fired or anything in it. And that's easy with the revolver recently because you can open the cylinder and look, and you can look at the primers on all of them. And none of the primers in that weapon that were loaded in the weapon had been fired. So it was photographed and left in place.
So it did not appear to be recently fired?
No.
How about the ammunition? Was the ammunition accounted for?
I remember taking pictures of lots of different ammunition for different caliber firearms.
But didn't see anything out of ordinary?
No.
No blood, no dirty, no moved, or anything that looks like it was recently used in any way?
Didn't appear to be to me, no.
All right, tell the jury, if you would, are you a gun guy?
I am.
Like guns?
I'm not an expert, but I like guns. I like to shoot.
You have more common knowledge. You think somebody doesn't use guns?
Probably.
I'm not going to ask you how many guns you own because I wouldn't want you to ask me how many I own. But what is the difference between, say, a 32 and a 38 and a 357?
Size.
What
size, speed, weight of the cartridge.
All right, for people that don't know, let me just start on this side, going from small to large. 22.
Mm-hmm.
Then you step over a 32
Yep.
bullet, then a 38.
Yep.
357.
Correct.
All right. Can those be shot in a revolver?
Yes.
And they're usually in revolvers?
Yes.
What's a 380 and a 9 though?
Typically, 380s and 9mm are
The short nines,
they're semi-automatic. They're not revolvers. They hold magazines with 7, 8, or 7, 10, 15 rounds typically.
And cowboy gun is kind of what the revolver is. Has that cylinder.
Correct.
And don't get upset when I say this, but oftentimes people say with a semi-automatic, it has a clip in it. I know it's a magazine, not supposed to have a clip, but that's where you put the magazine and charge it, rack it.
Correct.
And a 32 is the most commonly used in a revolver.
As far as I know, but there could be something else out there. But as far as I know, it's typically a revolver.
How about a 38 special? Can it be shot out like a 357 or a 44 or something like that?
Yes.
So it's small enough to go through the bigger barrel.
So I have a 357.
What brand you
got? Ruger SP 101.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of times if I'm just target practicing, I'll shoot 38 ball ammo out of it because you can't go the other way, but because it's cheaper and it has less recoil and it's just fun to shoot. Now you can't put a 357 in a 38. It won't work, but you can go backwards.
Okay. So you can go up, you just can't go down.
Right.
You know how many pictures you took?
I have no idea.
Have you had an opportunity to meet with me probably too many times and look at your photographs?
Yeah, we've looked through quite a few photographs.
All right, I'm going to State's Exhibit Stewart 1 through 131. I'm going to enter those into evidence at this time. Okay. See if you ever need to get some water or anything, make yourself comfortable.
Oh, good, sir.
We'll do it a couple ways, but these are so they can go out to the jury. These are State's Stewart 1 with 131. I'll bring them up on the computer too.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Thanks, Shane.
Screen looked like I had it on because I can see it.
Yours is.
Yeah,
Just
sorry.
Oh, it's loading up. Lieutenant.
It's
what
up
about
now,
the-
sir.
Oh, there it is. Purcell Lane. How many is this in?
Cherokee County, sir.
And is it a nice area of the county?
It is.
Is it beautiful?
It is.
This is Stewart 1. We're going to walk through. What I want to do is, obviously, the jury's not there at the time that the processing is taking place. I'm going to ask some questions, but I really want you to kind of think through the eyes of a juror. And you've seen it, you know it, but some things may not be in their mind as is in yours. As we come into this, and we know that you come up the driveway and you turn right to go to the barn. Is that right?
Correct.
And tell us what we're seeing here in Stewart 1. I probably would just refer to it as 1 or 2 or 3, but we're talking about the Stewart exhibit.
Okay.
So in States 1 here, what do we see?
So what you see off to the left is the barn. Well, it's got 2 sliding barn doors on the front. And then just off to the right of that, you see basically 2 sheds where obviously various equipment. I mean, you can keep various equipment. And then
When you're looking at this, the barn on the left, and where was Scott's apartment be, the son's apartment?
above the barn, so the second story, second floor.
Kind of describe the apartment, the loft over the barn. What would it be like?
I mean, it's just a standard apartment, bedroom, bathroom, living room area, kitchen.
Kind of more equivalent to a hunting cabin, or more equivalent to like a fancy apartment down in Atlanta?
I would say more equivalent to maybe a man room, hunting cabin, something like that.
Like a bachelor was living there.
Basically, yeah.
Who's a hunter or something like that.
Correct.
What do we see in one here straight ahead? What are those things?
Talking about what the trailers parked in front of?
Mm-hmm. This is now 2. What do we have here?
Those are basically, I mean, I consider them storage sheds. So like you can back trailers under them, you could park equipment under them, trucks under them, whatever. They've got various tools in them, basically used for storage.
I'm never good at this. My wife has to correct me all the time. Is that a lean-to, or is it a pole barn, or what would you call that?
I mean, I call it a pole barn.
Okay.
But
And States 3, what do we have here?
so it's the one on the left, I believe. Basically various tools in there, lawnmowers, shovels, tillers, various household, outside working tools.
4, moving to the left of that view, that same shed.
Okay.
What do we have here?
Just the other side, you have a tiller, a trailer, gas cans, a small pull behind, looks like fertilizer spreader, a push mower, sprinklers, just various lawn equipment.
All right, States 5, what do we see on this wall?
On the wall, you have basically what you call I would call it a sickle on the end. You've got a shelf, you got rakes, shovels, chain,
Tools. State 6, looking at the front of this, just other things in that shed. Is that right?
Yeah, so you got a shelf full of buckets and gas cans, and then to the left of that, it looks like you got a climbing ladder stand for like a hunter.
Just going around. Do you try to capture the scene as it is, not knowing whether or not it's relevant at the time?
Correct. So when you take photographs, the first thing you do is you take overall photographs. So basically, if you had to go back and overlay something on top of it, you could completely recreate the scene. And then once you find out what your evidence is, you go back and you take the other photographs, mid-range close-ups, stuff like that.
Stewart 8 here, the right side of the right sheds here.
Yes.
Is there anything in those, or are they I guess the right one's empty, is that right?
I believe the right one's empty, yeah. Well, except for, looks like a planter.
Number 9, and when you look at this, it looks like a planter and some things have been strapped to the top.
Yeah, it's probably where, my guess is where they put the seed, to hold the seed. It looks like a planter.
I don't know if you call those toe straps, or what do you call those straps?
I mean,
come along straps?
Ratchet straps is what I call them. But
you use those at your farm?
I don't know if that's the technical term, but that's what I call them.
Stewart 10, just empty, right side of the shed here, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Stewart 11. Tell the jury what we see in this photograph and kind of where it's at in relation to everything else on the property.
So this is behind. So what I see here is obviously you're looking kind of at the side of the right shed, looking down. You know, there's obviously another lean-to or pole barn or whatever you want to call it off to the back. But there's various other equipment, and then wheelbarrows, storage ladders, and then down behind that, parked next to a mulch pile is the Kubota tractor that I mentioned processing earlier.
And this Kubota, what does it have on the front and what does it have on the back?
So on the front, it's got a loader, which is, commonly used, farm stuff. Then on the back, we'll have to get closer, but there's an implement on the back, like a small set of harrows or a drag plow or something like that. But
Stewart 12 just showing a view looking at, I guess, the front of the tractor. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, describe for the jury what is to the left of the tractor, and is there anything in it, or is it empty?
The left?
This is the whole lean-to issue with me. You see that
okay.
roof that comes over?
I'm looking at it from being on the tractor. So,
okay. All right. So as you're looking at this photograph,
right.
Tractor's to your right?
Correct.
To the left, that little shed area, what's in there?
Looks like on the left, it kind of looks like a wood chipper. We got some various piping hanging on the wall, a wheelbarrow, and then looks like a plastic storage, like a storage container to store liquid. Or
did you learn where the tractor was normally parked, whether it's normally parked under there or out like this?
I don't recall where it was normally parked. I know me personally, I keep my stuff under the barn because I want to take care of it, but I don't know. Some people keep stuff outside.
Stewart 13, we're looking at the right side of the tractor.
Correct.
Want to kind of focus in on those tires. Did you notice anything about the tractor's condition, whether it's clean, not clean, or otherwise?
It looks relatively well taken care of, cleanish. It's got some dirt on it. I've got some dirt on the tires.
Stewart 14, going back looking at that, what I call a rake, or what would you call the implement on the back of the tractor?
A rake of some sort. I don't know what the technical term is. Some sort of harrow, a rake, something like that.
And what is that usually used for?
That in particular, I'm not real sure. I would be assuming it's for moving ground.
All right, Stewart's 15 on the back side. Who's that gentleman standing there to the right? Do you know?
That looks like Detective Kuykendall.
And he's not crime scene. He's just a
detective. He's a sergeant in our criminal investigations division.
So this is a back view of the tractor. It has that, what I call a rake on the back. Left side, just seeing the tractor's position on Stewart 16.
Yes.
Stewart 17, kind of another going around it. You just try to walk around. Is that what you're doing?
Correct. So I'm doing overall. So I'm taking pictures of the overall piece of equipment going around.
And Stewart 18 is coming to the scoop or the bucket, or
yes,
what'd you call it?
The bucket.
19, a little closer on the back. All right, 20, I want to go around to, I think we got pictures of the tires beginning on the right side, the right back. What do you notice about this tire?
As far as, there's dirt on the outside of the tire. It's
Stewart 21, as we go into the front. Stewart 22, what do you notice about the front right tire?
There's dirt caked in the tread of the tire on the front where it's stopped.
Stewart 23, front bucket. If I said that bucket is about 5 feet in length, would you disagree with that?
I'd probably say close. I don't know the exact dimensions of the bucket, but I'd probably say that's close.
All right, 26, that's the front right.
Yeah. Yes.
And I'm going to back up just a little bit. You see on Stewart 22, you see that white round part on the tractor.
You talking about the oil filter?
Yeah, the filter. So Stewart 26, you're talking about the front right.
Yes.
Stewart 27. What is this picture of?
That's the front right tire.
The mud on the tire.
Yes.
Stewart 28 back picture of the right front tire. Is that right?
I think so. I can't really tell.
And then Stewart 29, the back right.
Yes.
Stewart 29, the back right. Stewart 30, excuse me. All right, now on the left side, the writing's on the other side. Let me go back so you know this. So you see the Stewart 20, you see that HST is on the right there. Now we're on the left side. So left back tire, describe that for us.
It's got some, looks like earth debris on the, or dirt, leaves, whatever on the top.
32, just another picture of it.
Close up picture.
33, this is the left step.
Correct.
Now, Stewart 34. What are we focusing on here, kind of towards the top of this step?
So about, I don't know, 2/3 of the way across, the very top of the step, there's several small reddish brown stains, and that's a close-up photo of it.
Is that seen here in Stewart 35?
Yes.
Do you have training in detecting blood or seeing blood?
Yes.
What kind of training do you have in that?
So, in my career, I've seen lots of human blood over the course of 26 years of working the road, being on wrecks, answering calls. But we also, as a crime scene technician, there's a 40-hour class you have to take. It's called blood stain pattern analysis. So it helps you learn how to identify different stains, stuff like that.
And what do you learn in those classes? So it's just basically what, when it comes to blood splatter or blood patterns or things like that.
So you learn how to determine, like in certain things, like certain instance, area of impact, area of origin. So it doesn't really apply in this case, but because obviously we don't have anything else than just one piece of evidence. But so if you have, a blood spatter on the wall and it's here, and somebody says, I was standing up and, I was hitting the head with something, you basically can say, well, I don't think that's the case because the area of origin would be down here. So you learn how to pull measurements and strings and whatnot to kind of determine. You learn directionality of blood drops. So you learn, basically that 90-degree droplets are round. You learn various patterns of blood. There's all kind of patterns of blood, white patterns, saturation patterns. Basically, it's just the scientific way to describe what kind of pattern it is. So, for example, if it's a white pattern, I'm sure everybody's seen where somebody's tried to clean something up and they wipe it in a circle. You can tell obviously that's what they call a white pattern. It means it looks like it's been tried to be wiped up. Or you have a swipe pattern, which means like if I'm bleeding from the hand and I walk by this wall and I brush it, obviously that's two different looks. That's what they would call a swipe pattern. Basically, I swipe something across it. I swipe the object across it. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. So if I was shot in the arm and held my arm out, and blood would drop 90 degrees down and vertical, what would it look like?
It would be completely round.
And can blood be transferred from one place to another?
Yes.
From one substance or thing to another?
Correct.
When you look at this, can you tell if this has any indication of any of those things you talked about?
It could be any number of things. It could be a transfer stain. It could be
a drop.
It could be a drop because you have one looks like 90-degree on the right, but that could have come off something as well.
But could have been transferred.
Could have been transfer. There's no way I could definitively give you the answer.
Stewart 36.
Yes.
Just a closer of that.
It's another close up. It's done with a AVFO scale that we use those in close up photographs so that people can get a size reference on how the size of something. So if we have to, go back and recreate something later, if something has to be recreated later, you can get approximate size.
And technically, I think this was going to be GBI out of 1919B, and it's a swab tooth sample that you took. So this is the sampled the blood from the tractor that you took and was turned into the GBI.
Yes, sir.
And how many, when you take swabs, it does, we're stipulating to this, so it doesn't really matter, but when you take a swab, how many swabs are you doing?
So it depends. So on something like this, I took, because I have one sample, I do 2. So when you collect this sample, it was dry. So if it's wet, you don't have to do anything. You can just swab it up. If it's dry, you have to use some sort of substance to be able to lift it. So we use sterile water, denatured water, whatever you want to call it. So the first thing that we do is we're going to use 2 swabs. The first one, we put the water comes in little vials, if that helps you guys out to kind of picture it. So you drop the water on top of the first swab. It looks like a big Q-tip basically, and you put that in. You package that so that way they can go back and you can go back and show later that the water was not contaminated. The water wasn't. There was nothing wrong with it. It was sterile. It came from a sterile environment. And then you go back and you wet the second Q-tip because the moisture in the water is just what's going to basically reconstitute enough of it to where it's not going to turn into a liquid again, but it'll reconstitute it enough to get it to lift with that. And then that got packaged as well.
And as you did in this case, when you package something, just describe the packaging that's put in to
So
secure.
any type of biological evidence such as blood gets packaged in paper or cardboard. And the reason that it does is because obviously, everybody's put stuff in a plastic bag and seen it turn to mold or, seen it grow things inside. Well, because this is biological evidence, it goes inside typically we use swab boxes. So they come flat like this and you have to fold them up and make a box out of them. And they have a little tab, 2 perforated tabs that pop up that it's a long swab. It's like a longer dental type swab that slides in there. So that's the way we package them. So that way they can, because cardboard's porous, so that way it can dry and it doesn't allow moisture to stay in there and turn things moldy or grow things or whatever.
All right, going from there, Stewart 37, just in front left tire. Stewart 38, I think same thing. And then 39, do you just start walking around the backside of the barn?
Yes.
Stewart 40, Stewart 41, Stewart 42, Stewart 43. Is there an area at Stewart 43, an opening where you could drive a tractor into that overhang?
Correct. I mean, I would have to make sure it was tall enough, but I would assume that's what it's used to park equipment.
And the rest of the pictures up to Stewart 46, kind of just showing pictures of the backside of the barn.
Yes, sir.
Stewart 47, were there animals on the property when y'all were out there? Do you remember?
I want to say there was horses and chickens.
All right, so we're going to start going into the barn. You took photographs of the barn?
Correct.
Stewart 48. I'm just going to kind of walk through them if that's okay. Stewart 49. Stewart 50. Stewart 51. Have a little visitor there. Do you see him?
Yeah, little lab.
Stewart 52. Stewart 53. Stewart 54. Did you see the horses on the property?
I don't recall, but I would assume I did.
Stewart 55. Stewart 56. 57. 58. 59. 60. 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. 66. 67 now kind of in the tool room.
Yes.
68. 69. 70. And did you notice that there were ropes and other things around the property?
Yeah, there was various. You see a rope hanging off the extension cords. There's ropes hanging on the wall. There was chains in one of the shed earlier. So yeah, there's ropes and chains all over the place.
72, now up to 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78. We see some of these rifle shotguns. Where are these?
You can, it looks like the bottom two are rifles. And I can't tell if the top one's a shotgun or a rifle.
Just going through the rest of these. Now, 83, this is the tack room for the horses.
It's one of them. I mean, there's saddles in there. There's fishing rods, various things.
All right, let me go back. Stewart 94. What do we have a picture here? Can you see it?
I believe that's the 32 revolver we discussed earlier.
For the record, what were we looking at here in Stewart 94? Describe it in words if you could.
It was you're talking about we're in the tack room. There's a cabinet, or in one of the storage rooms, there's a cabinet. It's open. It's got various items in it. And then there's a 32 revolver, or there's a revolver laying underneath it with ammunition, boxes of ammunition beside it.
So Stewart 95 shows the gun as you found it.
Yes.
Stewart 96. What do we have here?
So that's the inside, like I previously mentioned. That's we obviously inspect the weapons when we pick them up. So we opened the cylinder and looked, and you can note that that's a 6-shot revolver, and there's the little round circles in the middle of the cartridges or the primers. And if those would have been fired, there would have been imagine like taking a nail, like taking a nail and hitting it on a piece of wood and then pulling it out. You'd have like a little indentation in the primer, showing that it had been fired. Then obviously we would have collected the shell casing.
97, just showing the name of the gun.
Yes, it's a Winchester.
And then 98, some just pictures of the chicken coop, I guess.
Correct.
Just go through those. Now, 115, on now transition. I guess this will be on July 6th.
Looks like the garbage cans downstairs because you can see the blue tarp that it's sitting on.
So, Stewart 115 is the garbage can. Is that the picture? Just a picture of the outside?
Correct.
I guess what's that blue tarp under it?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
Well, because I'm fixing to lay stuff out on it so that I can photograph it and take pictures. And I want to try to keep it as obviously I'm outside, so I want to try to keep it as sterile as possible.
116. Now you weren't involved in interviewing people to know anything about a dish or why the dish is there.
No, I mean I'm assuming it's in the garbage can because it's broken, but sometimes the smallest things can be evidence. So you
sure. No, I'm not disputing that, but the point is you didn't talk to witnesses to know anything.
No,
about it.
I did not.
You just found it.
Mm-hmm.
So Stewart 116. What do we see here?
So like I mentioned earlier, there was food in the garbage can, packs of cigarettes, and then obviously a broken plate.
117. I guess what you do is you peel the onion, you take some off, take another layer off.
Correct. So first, like if I was doing this, I would take an overall picture of the top of the garbage can, then I would take a few things out, take pictures again, so that way everything can be photographed, and you systematically lay it out across the tarp, which I'm sure you'll see that in a minute, and then you take an overall photograph from the top so you can see everything at one time that was found in there.
Y'all don't just willy-nilly get some evidence and throw it there in the back of the truck. Are y'all very careful and punctilious in how you actually go through all the evidence step by step, piece by piece, make sure you're processing it?
Yes.
Packaging it right?
Yes.
All right, 118. What is this?
That's a picture that's a close-up picture of the broken plate laying on the tarp.
119, still going through
We're back in the garbage can again.
120, what do we have here?
Photographs of the papers.
121.
Plant leaves. There's food.
122 showing some documents and food.
Yes.
123, you're laying it out. Is that right?
Correct.
124. What is the photograph 124? Stewart 124.
So it was a document that was found in the garbage can. It was referenced second quarter earnings it was a looks like talking about finances.
Who is it addressed to, this document?
Equity Partners.
From Leo Howell?
Yes.
What date was it?
It was dated June 12th of 2018.
And regards, what does it say? Reference.
So it says reference second quarter earnings. Want me to continue to read it, or?
Yeah, if you could, just
Okay.
for the record.
So it says enclosure of the following estimated earnings through the second quarter of 2018 and the summary income statement through May 31st, 2018. Second quarter live tax draw check, or if you elect a direct deposit, you can view your stub on, looks like mybird.com, but it's all wrinkled, so I can't.
Right. And then there's, says LRH and attachments.
Correct.
Stewart 125, did you find this in the garbage can?
Correct.
Can you, let me pull it down here. Stewart 125, what's it say at the top, the best you can
So it
make
says estimated year-to-date earnings. It looks like it says cumulative by quarter.
If you could, there's 1, 2, 3, are there 4 columns on this piece of paper or this document?
Yes, sir.
And the left column, is it kind of by, it says something about by quarter and partner, is that right?
Correct.
And then what is listed in that column below alphabetically?
I mean, it looks, to a layperson and to me, it looks like last names.
Okay. But it makes out a name, like that's not gibberish. It's just like
Correct.
Abbott, Jones, Joseph, Kavanaugh, Keller.
Those are all common last names that I've heard, so I would make the assumption that they would be last names.
Appears to be alphabetically.
Yes.
The second column has a percentage of 2018 percentage of partnership. Is that right?
Yes.
And then it has different percentages per person.
Correct.
Third column says YTD year-to-date earnings 3/31/2018 first quarter.
Yes.
And then year-to-date earnings 5/31/2018 second quarter.
Yes.
Are some of these figures in money over $100,000?
Absolutely.
Some of it over $300,000?
Let's see. Yes.
Stewart, 126. What do we have here?
That looks like a 20.
Everybody loves to get this thing, don't think the tax bill.
Absolutely. It's the 2018 tax statement for the 2155 Purcell Lane.
Cherokee County Board of Assessors. Is that
Yes.
what's labeled at the top? So
Yes.
Stewart 126. Who is it made out to?
It's made out to Gary W. Farris and Melody W. Farris.
So both names are on. Is that
Correct.
right? What's the address?
The address that we're here for today, 2155 Purcell Lane.
So 2155 Purcell Lane?
Yes, sir.
Official tax matter. And it says it's the annual assessment notice date, May 14, 2018.
Yes.
And then last date to file written repeal, June 28, 2018.
Yes.
So for the property, current year fair market value of the property, what is that?
Looks like $1,036,900.
So $1,036,900.
Correct.
And that was the value of it back in 2018.
Correct. I mean, according to the county, yes.
Stewart 127. What is this document?
It's a pay statement, a paper copy of a pay statement to address to Gary Farris.
Stewart 127. If you look at to the right over here, what is the period start date and the period end date?
Shows it's the month of May, so May 1st, 2018 to May 31st, 2018.
Okay. What is the pay group?
Birmingham Monthly, it says.
What was the job?
Partner Equity.
It has a pay rate.
It says $159.05, and I don't understand what that means as far as, but.
Actually, let me go to Stewart. Go to Stewart 128. Stewart 120, kind of the same thing,
Correct.
just a clear copy.
Yes.
And this pay date is April.
It's from
of
April
2000
instead of May.
Pretty much is very similar to the Stewart 127, but after, not the gross, but the net. What is the amount for that month?
It says, the total says $20,969.37.
Whose name is at the top there?
Gary W. Farris.
All right, in the trash can, maybe another trash can looks like.
Correct, there was 2.
Stewart 129, we see something poking out of the top there. I'm going to go to Stewart 130. What do we have here?
A bunch of soda cans, Mountain Dew cans, empty cartons of cigarettes.
Would you consider that evidence if you had to use common sense and inference that he liked Mountain Dew?
Correct.
And then 131. Judge, can I just have one moment?
It's probably a good time for a break.
I think I'm done, Judge. Thank you. Judge, I'm done.
All right, we'll take a short break. We'll take 10 minutes longer if y'all need to wander, but y'all can go down and get coffee, take a smoke break. You can sit down. Yeah, you're good.
This is, wow. I don't know what the hell we just watched there. We'll see you on cross now. No, I don't think the judge smokes, Lou. Hello, Ashley. One of the jurors smokes, Lou.
Yeah, someone didn't bother me at all.
So there is a juror that smokes. We found out yesterday that they smoke. So he's going to give them regular breaks for smoking. I don't think the judge smokes. Well, maybe he does, but he did announce that. But it's just a juror. One juror smokes. Hope you're well, Ashley. Nice to see you. Amy's in the house. Look at Amy Boston. Amy Boston. Ooh, just the problem is, Sarah. The trouble with thinking is, where's the what the fuck? I'm surprised they don't light up right there. No, so they covered this yesterday. There's a smoker on the jury, and they've agreed that he will go on a regular break somewhere else to smoke. So. Me either. He's not really making a point to cut. We'll see with the cross-examination now. We'll see. We will beep, 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 beep. Do people deal with ads or pay premium? I pray I couldn't do ads, Mark. I couldn't do an ads anymore. Ads, I couldn't do it. I couldn't watch a trial. I could not watch a trial with ads on it. Well, like I used to when I first started, obviously. But now that I've gone ad-free, it's just like night and day. The whole experience is just, the whole experience is much better now without ads. It's literally, it's like, Mark, you wouldn't believe the difference it makes. It's a huge difference. And it's a lot more enjoyable. It's worth every penny. I will say that now. There's a lot of things I would give up before I gave up YouTube Premium. Excuse me. Right then. We will rock you. Right, hang on now then. Right, people, come on. Come on. Why do I have to play this, people? If you just done it, I don't have to play it.
Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go.
This is true as well. If you're on YouTube all the time, that's all you watch, it's absolutely worth it. If you're on cable and stuff like that, then yeah, it's not, do you know what I mean? It's whatever. I'm on a trial for premium and it's lovely. However, I can't justify spending $18 a month. I'll even pay that for substitute for cable, which I think is like $10 a month. Yeah, but you wait until you go back to ads. You know? It's not, sorry, I shouldn't say cable. It's these like NFL, you know, there's so much things that you need to sign up for. Tons I couldn't give it up either. No, I couldn't do anymore. But all I do is YouTube. Do you know what I mean? All I do is YouTube. Compo. Hi, Compo. How are you doing today? I know you hate my voice and my songs, so I made this just for you, Compo, better known Compo. Thank you to Robin G for making that name. Making that name called Paul for thee. I don't have one, Viv. I don't have one anymore. Don't mind the ads for my favorite channels. I let them play through. Yeah, I get it. I get it. It's just once you start it, you know. Once you go. Once you pay for premium, you just, yeah, it's hard to get back from it. Ooh, I literally watch YouTube on Max. I don't know what Max is, but yeah, YouTube definitely. I do wish I didn't. Can't handle app-based TV or even Fire Stick. The other color, I got my sweatshirt. I love it. Oh, Ashley, there you go. You got your sweatshirt. Happy days. Hope you, yeah, glad you enjoy it. Glad you will love it. Thank you, my darling. Good morning. There you go. If you cut your cable $310, then you know $18 for YouTube is a non-brainer. Is premium really $18? I don't know actually. I don't know if it is or not. I don't think I pay. I think it's cheaper for. I'm not sure. I'm a cheapo, but I have to pinch those pennies for the time being. We cut our cable years ago. There you go. Yeah, it depends on your livelihoods, and lifestyles and stuff, isn't it? Good morning. Good morning. We had cable probably 8+ years. No, I've not had cable. If you live in the UK, you get caught out everywhere. Sky Films, Sky itself, or the, you know. Ooh, 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 remember, Compo is her name. I have a YouTube and I have the Zone for NFL games. No clip code, but say 4817. Happy days. Yeah, You got to be frugal sometimes, but it depends. It depends what you do. You know, some people would rather spend $5 on a Starbucks every day, where I would rather spend $18 a month. You know, so depends. Everyone has a choice. Do you know what I mean? So, boom, boom. Right, come on. This trial better pick up, people. It's got the makings of a really good trial, but this lawyer is killing me slowly with his voice, killing me slowly with his voice, and all now with his voice, killing me slowly, 'cause he doesn't make any sense. Oh, da 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 da. Oh, this trial is slow. They better shape up. Oh, this trial is slow. They better shape up, or we'll be zooming through all this. We'll be zooming through this. With Booney next week. We'll watch Sarah Boone live when we can. And we'll be zooming zooming through this trial. Ba-da, 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 ba, ba, ba-da, ba-da, ba. I won't sing anymore. That's my quote for singing. Didn't say anything. I lied to you. I'm never done singing. I just don't know what I'll sing or do. Ooh. Ah, liar, liar, pants on fire. Lovely Sarah P hates it when I sing. You do a little V for the dog. Little G, a 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 little G, little G, oh little G, little G, 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 little G, oh little G, little G. There you go. Rhode Island's on fire. Deb's hair is on fire. Yeah. Sarapi, 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 Pi, 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 Sarapi, Sarapi, Sarapi. I'll refuse to say she's lovely. Come on, come on, come on. Let's dream it. Come on, come on, come on. With this trial being. Come on, come on, come on. Let's do it. Oh, it's so. It's it's one of these things, right? That I like the judge, but when he says 10 minutes, they take about half an hour. Like, I don't know. Thanks, Viv. I don't sing songs about myself though. I do not like to sing a song about myself. Oh, Dana's a speedo man. Dana's a speedo man. Dana the speedo, he love his speedos. Dana's a speedo man. Oi, oi. I was on fire this morning. People Driving idiots. Oh no. Rhode Island's on fire. Dabs here is on fire. Yeah. Scooby Dooby Doo. No. Dooby Dooby Doo. Where are you? Lewis. Missing in chat. Looby Dooby Doo. Where are you? Luby is missing. Oh, yeah, Luby Lou is missing. Either she's pounding Terry flat out, or she is missing in action. I think we saw her a little bit of her yesterday, but she's probably busy pounding Terry because I've not seen her today at all. I was thinking I've not seen Debs until earlier on as well. Oh, come on, come on, come on. I've not got something to say because I don't understand what that witness brought. I know what you brought, but we're just spending forever. This smoking guy needs to sort himself out, though. Just open the door for him. Let him smoke out the door. Because he probably wants to smoke, then he wants to go and have a piss, then he wants to get a coffee, then he wants... Do you know what I mean? I get it. I used to smoke myself, but... Oh, here we go. I say that, and they fucking come back. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. Katie, I agree. I do keep a list. I check it twice. I make sure who's naughty and nice. And I can tell you most of you are on fucking naughty list. Rhode Island sounds like me. Too many college students that don't know how to drive. I thought you meant you was a driver. You're a bit of a wild child. One o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock rock. Judge's cock, dee dee cock. Dee 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 cock cock. Da 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 da. Looky Lou. No, I didn't, but I saw Dennis lose his shit. Dennis Sweeney, he did. He shouted at Bob, what a knob. Bob is a knob. So, to answer your question, Lucky Lou, no, I didn't see it. I just played a minute and a half clip where Dennis Sweeney lost his shit with a chair. Chair's name was Bob. 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 So no, I didn't see it, Lucky Lou. It's unfortunately I'm nearly in bed or in bed by the time that comes on, unfortunately. So go Dennis. It was great, wasn't it? I might go in age myself here, but it's like being back in the day in the AOL chat. You can see who was online and who was away with the away message. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's the days. I didn't see it. Oh, I played it right. I played it probably 20 minutes into the start of the stream. You'll see it. It was just after Larry's call. Just after Larry's call, it was. I'm not sure what his name is. I'm not sure. AOL. Uh-oh. That's never good. I just got a message from somebody, and this is never good. From this person, especially. Okay. Oops. Yeah, it's the he. Otherwise, I can't play it again, Debs. Otherwise, but he loses his shit, Deb. Okay, I will watch it later.
All right, go ahead and bring them in.
Oh, if anyone follows the NFL, breaking news: Robert Saleh, New York Jets head coach, has been sacked. New York Jets head coach Robert Saleh has just been informed that he is sacked. Wow, I did not see that coming. Wow. I thought he was great. I thought he was all right. He's a great defensive coordinator. I did think he was a bad, he lost it a little bit. But hey, you should take him back because the 49ers suck right now. The 49ers should be called the Sarah P's. Why? Because they suck. Just like Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P. 49ers, they suck just like Sarah P. I know. Spending all that money and you suck. And next year you're going to spend even more money with Purdy. Well, I'm shocked Robert Saleh's gone.
All right, Mr. Ray, go ahead.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Morning, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good.
All right, first I want to start with, you had made the statement with Mr. Focus on direct examination that when you go out as a crime scene technician, that you're very meticulous in what you're doing, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And y'all try to look everywhere you can looking for evidence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you got there on the 5th, you had testified previously that generally the first thing you do is talk to the detective in charge.
Typically. Yes.
Now, in this case, you didn't talk to Detective Hayes, did you? When you first got there?
I believe I went straight to the crime scene, who was leading the crime scene stuff because they were already there.
Yeah, and that would have been Lieutenant Ballard.
Either Ballard or Shaw.
Okay. So those would have been the ones who were giving you directives on what you needed to do.
Correct.
Okay. Is it your understanding, though, that Detective Hayes is the actual detective who is in charge of the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. So Detective Ballard or Detective Shaw is in charge of the crime scene. Detective Hayes is in charge of the crime scene and interview.
Of the overall investigation,
Okay.
yes, because it all bleeds back into one another.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Detective Hayes about the case?
What you talking about while I was on scene, or are you talking about
while you're on scene within a relative? Let's say on the 3rd or the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th.
I'm sure we spoke if we were both out there, but I don't remember the nature of our conversation.
So it would have been Ballard or Shaw that gave you your directive to begin with the barn.
Correct.
Okay. Now we're going to start with the tractor step, but we'll go to the Kubota, because you had done a lot of photographs of the Kubota. Now, you had taken touch DNA, right?
Correct.
You took 9 swabs from all over the Kubota.
Yes, I can give you the locations that I took it if you need me to.
Well, I was going to go through them, so just go ahead and list off the locations where you took the contact swabs.
Okay. So the first swab was obviously, I talked about using a control sample initially whenever we take them. So the first swab was the control sample. So it was just right out of the package into the box. The second sample was from the steering wheel. The third sample was from the 3-point hitch lever. That's the lever that raises the implement on the back up and down on the tractor. The power takeoff switch, that's what turns on the PTO that actually if you have a bush hog or a mower or something that runs off a power takeoff on the back, it runs that. The fifth one was the hand throttle lever, which, it's like the gas pedal of a car, which throttles the engine up. The sixth one was the loader control, which is basically an arm that lifts the bucket on the front of the tractor up and down. The seventh was the directional shifter, which basically forward, reverse. The eighth was there's a handle on the left side of the tractor up on the fender, on the rear fender, that's utilized to grab to get on and off. That was the seventh. The eighth, excuse me, and the ninth was the ignition key itself.
So you took those 9 swabs.
Correct.
And eventually you packaged them up.
Correct.
And placed them into evidence.
Correct.
To your knowledge, were those swabs ever tested?
I don't know if they were tested or not.
Do you know whether or not they were sent to the crime lab?
I don't know.
Okay. Looking at number 35, the blood drop on the stair. Did you ever do any Blue Star testing on that?
I know on scene, I didn't, but Lieutenant Ballard sprayed the Blue Star on it after the evidence was collected, the swab was collected, and they also sprayed the RTV as well on scene.
Okay. And you took that sample, right?
You talking about collecting the blood sample right here?
Yes.
Yes, I did, sir.
And you packaged that up and that was sent off?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if the results of that ever came back?
My understanding that it did.
Okay. So touch DNA, you don't know whether or not it was tested, but you believe that was tested.
Correct.
Okay. And by that, I mean, the photo states 35. Now, with this Blue Star, do you have to get specifically trained into how to use it?
I mean, there's no real formal training class. I mean, there's directions on the package of how you mix it. Once it's mixed, you spray it. I mean, I've used stuff like Blue Star and luminol on scenes. I've also used it in photography when I took my crime scene photography class. So, I mean, I guess you could say per se that's training, because you have to have different settings on the camera to take pictures like this. So there's no formal like Blue Star class, or I would assume no formal class for spraying chemical reagents or agents like this. But on the job training, plus I've used stuff like this in my photography class and stuff to learn how to take photographs of it.
Okay. Well, let's talk. Like you said, because you got to mix it. Like if I went to bluestar.com, ordered some, got it. Is it like a powder that I mix with water?
I want to say it's tablets, I believe.
You believe it's tablets? What do you mix it?
Sterile water. So
sterile, okay.
Yes.
It has to be sterile water?
Correct. Usually, yes. So
Okay.
you drop it in the water, you mix it, and then you spray it. And it tells there's directions on the I don't know without looking at a package, but there's directions on it, parts per whatever, part water per tablet, or if that makes sense.
Okay. No, it makes sense. In this case, with the Blue Star that was sprayed on the RTV, was, to the best of your knowledge, who mixed that?
I want to say Ballard did. I don't remember mixing it, but
it wasn't you.
I don't think it was me. No.
Okay. Now with the, and I'll get to the RTV in a minute. Did you do any Blue Star testing on the actual tractor bucket?
I don't remember on scene. I know that it was later collected and taken to our evidence bay and redone by other techs, but I don't remember spraying it on scene.
Okay. And you went as the crime scene technician. I assume you went over that tractor with a fine-tooth comb.
Yes.
Okay. Did you find any blood or anything in the bucket?
No.
Okay. Just that one drop on stage 35.
You talking about the photo? Yes.
Yes.
Sir. Correct.
Now, that photo also, you had previously testified, you can't make any type of determination of whether or not that's a 90-degree drop, a smear, or anything like that.
It could be a 90 degree. It could be a transfer. There's no way I can conclusively give you an answer.
So basically, an easier way to say that would be is you cannot show any way that you don't know how that got there.
Correct.
Now, you had also talked about with the Blue Star is that it reacts to iron, right?
Yes.
All right, but you can also spray it. But I assume the package, does it come with any information about, hey, this information will give false positives?
I don't know if the directions do. I know that through my on the job training and other stuff, I know that, I mean, obviously, like we discussed earlier, false positives do exist, because obviously it'll fluoresce for iron itself, but it's a different type of fluorescence. It fluoresces quick and turns off. Imagine flipping a light switch on and off really quickly.
Okay.
That's
what I wanted to ask you about. So let's say I sprayed it right here on the floor, right? And it lit up. It's possible that if it could light up, I could take a photograph of it and you could see it, right?
correct.
Okay. So I think you actually said it pops real quick and then
It'll pop. If it's just iron, it'll pop real quick and disappear. So you'd have to be extremely fast with your camera to be able to make that happen if you're going to do both.
Okay. Do you recall, did you do any of the Blue Star testing on any of the towels or hand cloths found inside the home?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now the RTV, since we're on Blue Star, you remember what the RTV looked like, right? Okay. Orange side by side.
Correct.
Right. All right. Now you had stated in your direct examination that Lieutenant Ballard had sprayed Blue Star essentially all over the RTV and it fluoresced.
In various locations, yes.
Okay. Now, so that stuff fluoresced and you had taken already at this point in time, because you did the tractor first, right?
Correct.
All right. So you're doing the tractor first and then you go to help with the RTV and it fluoresced with the Blue Star, but you didn't take any swabs of the RTV.
Correct.
Okay. None from the bed, none from the inside.
I didn't take any on scene, though.
Okay. Going back to the tractor real quick.
Yes, sir.
On this good picture yet. There was some other testing done on it later, but I just wanted to ask you. This is Stewart 21.
Okay.
You can see the seat in that, right?
Correct.
Do you recall when you were looking at the tractor, was the seat on the tractor, was it pushed all the way backwards?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not you would have manipulated the seat while you were taking photographs and taking the contact swabs?
I mean, if I would have done anything while looking for evidence, I mean, typically tractor seats will fold up, so if you grab for transport, you can grab the back and flip them up. I may have done that to look underneath it, but I don't recall moving it forward or backwards.
Okay. I want to go ahead. During the break, I had showed you what had been previously marked as Stewart Defense 1 through 4, and then Stewart Defense 14 through 30, I believe. Do you have those photographs?
I do, sir.
Okay. And when you reviewed those, are those fair and accurate depictions of the photographs you took that day?
I would agree, yes, sir.
Judge, at this point in time, we'd move into defense exhibits 1 through 4 and 14 through 30 Stewart Defense.
All right. All right, they're admitted.
Okay. I think Stewart is going to be I think I've got it sorted out, so we're going to look at 1 first, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so that's a photograph inside the barn.
Okay.
And in that photograph, looks like you got a water hose leading over to a drain. And then on the right side of the photograph, it looks like it's connected to a water outlet.
Yes.
Okay. Was this area of the barn, to the best of your knowledge, was there any Blue Star ever used?
I didn't do it. I don't know if anybody else did, but I don't think so.
Did you take any swabs for potential DNA around any part of this part of the barn?
I did not know.
Okay. Now, number 2. I'll give it a test run. 2. That does nothing.
Just, or you can click it up top. But.
Let's see. That did nothing either. So,
I can see if it helps. I can see the mouse moving around up here on the screen. So.
Okay. No, we're just trying to figure out if I can make it move smoother. This photograph is just essentially the same as number 1, just showing a different angle.
Correct, sir.
All right. Stewart Defense 3. Can you tell the jury what that is?
It's a drain that's in the floor of the barn.
Okay. Now, is that the same drain that you can see in 1 and 2?
Correct.
All right. And to the best of your knowledge, was any Blue Star used there or any DNA taken?
Not that I know of, no, sir.
Okay. And number 4, that's just a close-up picture of the
It's a
drain?
close-up picture of the drain to show the mulch and stuff that's on the drain.
Okay. And just to keep things in order, I'm going to go ahead and close those. Now, I've turned your attention to number 14, Stewart Defense 14.
Yes, sir.
Now, in that photograph, that's upstairs in the apartment, correct?
It looks to be, yes, sir.
All right. And you're aware that that was Scott Farris's apartment?
Correct.
When did you learn that that's where Scott Farris or a person named Scott Farris lived there?
I can't give you an exact timeline when I learned that, whether it was on scene or afterwards.
Okay, that's fine. So that is, I don't know why it's decided to change. So that's 15. Is that a photograph looking into the bedroom of the apartment?
If you go to the next one, I would say yes. Looking at the 16, the next photo, yes, I would say it's going into the bedroom. That same dressers in the photo.
Okay, so that would have been, at least you know now, that would have been Scott Farris's bedroom?
Correct.
Okay. That was 14, 15, 16.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm just going to show you now what is Defense 17. That's the sink in the bathroom of the apartment.
I would agree with that. Yes, sir.
Okay. And 18, that is the bathtub in the apartment.
Yes.
And number 19 is also the bathtub in the apartment.
Yes.
Now, regarding this bathroom, were any Blue Star sprayed or any swabs taken anywhere in the bathroom?
Not to my knowledge, sir, no.
Now back to... You'd rather get, somehow I lost. Well, let's go there. What's your next number you have up there?
The one that I have after is 20, which is it's the picture of the side of it. Looks like side of a bed with a dog crate with pillows on top of it.
Okay. Let me do this real quick.
It says D20 on it.
D20. That's fine.
That's it.
All right, so you can see it. All right, so D20. That's in the bedroom.
I would assume because there's a bed right next to it. So.
All right. And you can see that there's dog feces all over the ground.
Yes.
Okay. Did you see that a lot throughout the apartment?
I'd have to go back and review every single photo to look at it, but there was some you can see in the pictures, the next couple pictures in various locations.
Okay. Well, for the next picture, Stewart Defense 21.
Yes.
You can see that's also in the bedroom.
Correct.
Okay. You also found, where you photographed, a credit card for Gary Farris, Bank of America. Do you recall that? And that's photograph 23, or I'm sorry, 22. I
don't recall where it was found or anything, but
Okay.
If
Do
it's
you
in my
know-
string of photos, I took it. So
Well, my question is, did you find it and don't recall, or did you just take a photograph and another detective found it?
I don't know.
Okay.
So whether I was with another detective or whatever, and they found it, I know I take pictures to document everything.
I know, would it be fair though, that if you found this, it was in the barn?
I mean, if you say so, but I mean, if it's in with the barn photos, then yes, it was in the barn.
It was in the barn. All right. So that is 22. And then 23 is a photograph of a laptop with an Under Armour sticker on it. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall where that was found?
I would assume in the barn, but I don't know exactly where in the barn.
Okay. Now with that laptop, do you recall, was that laptop packaged up and taken into evidence?
I don't know if it was taken or not. I photographed it, but I don't know if one of the detectives took it.
Okay. And turn your attention now to 24 is the computer's open, and then you have this series of letters and numbers, looks possibly passwords. Did that have any significance to you, or you're just documenting?
I'm just documenting.
Do you know whether or not that, along with or was that in the computer taken into evidence, or you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. Just took the photograph and
typically when you're photographing a crime scene, you document everything you can and
move on.
Move on. Yes.
Okay. Now, you also, because you had testified with Mr. Fogus, that you had also found several bullets, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, let me go ahead and pull this up. You recall out at the scene, or in the barn, actually, you found 38 caliber special bullets.
Correct.
Right. You took some photographs. I don't have those photographs up, but you also found some 380 bullets. Do you recall that?
Without looking at the pictures, no, but I remember, I took pictures of multiple different calibers of ammunition.
Okay. And you also, and Mr. Fogus had showed you on direct examination, the 32 caliber pistol.
Correct.
Right. And that pistol had the ammunition in it.
It had 6 rounds in it, correct, unfired.
Do you recall finding any specifically 32 caliber ammunition at the scene?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, 38 special, do you know what kind of bullet was supposedly used in this case?
I've learned after the fact of 38, but I just documenting possibly. I was just documenting what the bullets I found on scene.
At this point in time, when you're actually taking this photograph, you were just documenting it, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, did you find any 38 special handguns in the barn?
No.
Okay. So
there were several guns in the barn, the rifles and
we'll get to that in just a second.
The 32 caliber, but I don't remember a 38.
Okay, we'll get to that in just a second.
Okay.
So 25, that's just a photograph of a box of 38 special ammunition.
Yes.
So 25, 26 is showing a full box of ammunition.
Correct.
27, just a close up of 38 special.
Correct.
And 28 is just another photograph of 38 special box.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. All right. So you also went out to the main house and searched out there, correct? Or you assisted Detective Hayes?
I assisted Hayes and Carter in different times.
Okay.
I helped Hayes in various areas and Carter in various areas.
Now, out at the main house, did you find or photograph any bullets?
I don't remember, honestly.
But you do recall, well, is it fair to say that the only place you recall finding ammunitions and firearms in this case is in the barn?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now you also documented while out at the barn other ammunition that was found. You recall that?
Yes, looks like a drawer of a dresser.
Okay. And by looking at Stewart Defense 29, can you see what type of ammunition that is?
Yeah, looks like they're 38 special.
Okay. And that is, you got 3 38 specials in Stewart 29, 2 other ones in Stewart 30, is that correct?
Yes.
And then in Stewart 31, 2 other 38 specials?
Yes.
Or it could be the same 2. Do you recall how many bullets were found in the drawer?
I don't.
you had talked about with Mr. Focus, you talked a little bit, like you've had some training in blood spatter analysis.
Yes.
The 90-degree drops. When you were in the house, did you notice any blood drops in the house?
And when I was walking around, I noticed some blood, but I didn't really pay attention to the 90-degree drops because I'd been tasked to focus on certain things when I was in the house. Help me with this, help me with this, help me with this.
Okay. Is it fair to say that, and I'm just speaking generally, okay?
Okay.
So if blood falls straight down, I think you testified on direct that you will get just a circle.
Now you might get some splash depending on how high it comes from, but typically a blood droplet when it comes off of an object is round due to the viscosity of the blood. So when it hits, it'll be round. Now you're going to get obviously splash off of it, but the initial drop is round. Yes.
Okay. You get some round with some splash.
Potentially, yes.
Now, what if the source of the blood is in motion? You would get then like a splash that goes with the motion.
You can technically. So like, you tell directionality of blood drops by tails. So if you look at any kind of blood spatter, it'll be, if it's, let's say I had it on my fingers and I slung it. The blood drop as it hit the wall would be elongated. Imagine skipping a stone, right? So the blood drop would be elongated when it hit, and then some more of it would come off and basically make a tail. So it would look like imagine a tadpole on the wall. Does that make sense? Yeah. Or on the floor or whatever.
And the tail would be behind.
The tail would be the direction that it's going.
The tail is the direction it's going.
Right. So imagine, because I think it's force. So when I do this, if it was on my fingers, it's going to hit and impact, and it's going to basically point the direction that it's going.
Okay. And would that be the same if the person was walking or running?
And it depends, but it could
be. Okay.
Yes.
So you, theoretically, you should be able to, or you can, if you had a blood trail, tell the direction of the blood trail. That is a possibility.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Focus had also, there was a lot of photographs of I'm not going to pull them back up, of the tack room. There was a lot of ropes and chains and things like that you testified that you saw?
Yes.
Right? With that, did you take, or if you know, did any of the other investigators take any of those things into evidence?
Not that I know of.
Did you find any ropes or chains inside the main house separate from the barn?
I don't recall seeing any, no.
Okay. So it's fair to say that the only place you found any ropes or chains would have been in the barn?
Correct.
Okay. 1 second, because it was real far down. Mr. Focus, to talk to you about States 125. I just want to ask you, did you found States 125, which is the Partney equity form?
Correct. It came out of that's one of the things that came out of the garbage can downstairs.
Okay. Anywhere on that list do you see Gary Farris's name or the name Farris?
If you'll give me just a second, let me review it.
Yep.
No.
Okay. You don't see Gary's name?
Okay. No, but it's in alphabetical order, so there would be no way that there's an F on there for Farris. If you look, it's all in alphabetical order.
Correct. And so, but you would have taken everything that was in that trash can and laid down, took photographs, correct?
Correct.
And that wasn't in there.
Correct.
Okay. Also, State 126. This is the tax bill you testified about?
Yeah, it's a tax statement. Yes.
All right. And you'll see that tax bill is in the name of Gary and Melody.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Now, you spent a good portion of July the 6th helping Detective Hayes look for the alleged firearm, correct?
We looked in several locations in the house, the closet, the study, various locations.
Okay. Didn't find anything inside the house.
As far as a firearm?
Yeah.
We didn't find a firearm, no.
Yeah. Yeah. So no firearms in the house. You also searched the compost pile for firearms.
Yeah, so we took a so that I think that was actually on the first day because the compost pile was directly in front of the tractor. So one of the investigators on scene, Corporal Olenek, he grabbed the metal detector and to kind of metal detect that area around where the compost pile was, and myself and investigator Duncan took shovels and also moved stuff around, through the compost pile and in various areas around the compost pile while he was using the metal detector in search of any sort of evidence, firearm, you name it.
Okay. You had also talked about with the trash can that you had taken swabs of the trash can.
Correct.
All right. Do you recall whether those were packaged up and placed into evidence?
They were.
Were they sent off to the crime lab to be tested to the best of your knowledge?
I would assume so, but I don't want to say for certain under oath.
Okay. Yeah, if you don't know, you don't know.
So
there was also the Detective Hayes had called you to photograph some shoes and a shirt that he found.
Correct.
Correct. Now, do you know, or did you see Detective Hayes find the shirt?
I don't recall if I was in the room when he found the shirt or not.
Okay, so you don't know where the shirt was located in the house?
I believe the shirt was in a closet, but I'm not 100% sure. No.
Okay, so like if I asked, was it hanging up? Was it in the dirty clothes? Was it on the floor? You don't know?
That I don't know, no.
Okay, and you photographed that shirt, correct?
Correct.
All right. And also you photographed two sets of shoes.
Correct.
There was one set of shoes that you didn't actually do the swabbing for the preliminary blood test, correct?
Correct.
All right, that was another investigator?
Yeah, but I don't remember which one it was, honestly.
Okay. And did you take those items into your possession, or did Detective Hayes take those items?
I did not take those items into my possession to be processed as evidence, so I would assume it would have been one of the detectives.
Okay, so you were strictly photographing them?
Correct.
Okay. Give me just 1 second.
Yes, sir.
I have no.
This is Station Exhibit Riley 1. It's a calendar there. You were there, so July 2018. July 3rd, 4th, and 5th. You went there July 5th, is that right?
5th and 6th, yes.
Right. Do you know anything about what occurred in the evening of July 3rd?
I do not.
Do you have any idea, or were you involved in the time of death when Gary was shot and killed?
No.
How about on July 4th? Were you there at all?
No, I believe the initial 911 call came out on the 5th, which is for what we're here in court for. So I went out there that night, but I didn't go out there before then.
All right, so July 3rd, July 4th, those 2 days, didn't know what was going on at the property or anything, right?
No clue, sir.
Did you find the gun that was used in this case?
No.
So it was missing?
Yes.
But you found bullets and things like that in the barn?
Yes.
But there were several days that passed, but no gun was found?
Correct.
And you were asked about things that you found in the barn. Do you know, was there any towels that were wet or in dryers or washer or dryer or anything in the barn?
I don't remember, honestly.
Was there any clothing that looked like had suit or anything like that in the barn?
In the barn? No.
Any shoes that were wet or other shoes that had possibly blood on them?
In the barn? No.
Sure.
No, not in the barn.
Nothing like that in the barn?
No.
Mr. Ferguson has a good question. Did you find any blood to the naked eye or anything like that in the barn? Any indication that there was blood there?
No, sir.
Nothing further gone.
Yes. And Stewart, look at that. Can you tell us what that is?
It looks like it's in a dresser drawer, a nightstand drawer. It's a photograph of the items that are in it.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. We can move to tender Stewart, defense 31 in there.
No objection.
And Judge, I'll test out our taping because I didn't scan this one. If you'll hit it for me. Oh, right here.
No.
Okay. Hey, look, it worked. Lieutenant Stewart, do you recall if the drawer we were talking about earlier in the barn apartment, is that a photograph of it?
I don't remember, but I mean, it could be.
Okay. And well, you can see right here, because we were talking about bullets earlier in
Correct.
Stewart 30 and 32, or I'm sorry, 29, 30, and 31.
Yes, sir.
You can see I'm pointing to them right now, kind of in the center of the photograph. Those are the bullets you were taking photographs of?
I mean, I would guess so, yes.
Okay.
If it's the same drawer, then yes.
Okay. And also, on the barn upstairs, because we had talked a lot or a little bit about the animal feces in the barn.
Yes.
Oh, what do I do? Just turn it off, Judge? Just leave it? Oh, okay. And so I mean, it's fair to say that the upstairs barn was fairly dirty, right?
And it was lived in, yes.
Yeah, okay. But if we look at number 17, you would agree with me, that is quite the clean sink, right?
I mean, it's cleanish, yes. But
All right.
if you look at the corners, there's stuff all in the corners of the sink.
Okay. What about the bathtub, though? Stewart Defense 30.
Looks like a bathtub.
Okay. Clean, though, right?
Cleanish, yeah.
All right. And he's got up here on the top, looks like a magic eraser.
That's what it looks like to me.
All right. And then in 29, still clean, right?
Yes.
Okay. And not that it was your responsibility, but to the best of your knowledge, there was no luminol or any DNA or anything taken from the
Not that I
back.
know of, sir, no.
Okay. And if I can approach you, those photographs from you.
This is what he wants to.
No other questions. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Anything, Mr. Fergus?
There you are.
All right, you can sit down. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, call your next witness.
Charles Westbrook.
Stand up and stretch while we're bringing next witness in.
Hey, Hans. Hope you're feeling better, my darling. No, not really. We're feeling okay. Dee-dee-dee-dee. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. It would mean the world to me.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm that evidence you about present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
All right. Have a seat. I'm going to go ahead and open that microphone. If you would state your full name for the record.
It's Charles Roger Westbrook,
Where do you work and what do you do?
the Cherokee Sheriff's Office. I'm a sergeant and I work in the Behavioral Health Unit Crisis Response Team.
Or you work where again? I'm sorry. Speak a little bit louder if you would, please.
I'm working in the Behavioral Health Unit Crisis Response Team. It's a co-responder unit.
What is that? Tell me what that is.
So we have a mental health professional and myself. We respond to mental health crisis, suicides, people in distress, people experiencing psychosis, and then we do follow-ups and try to get people connected into treatment to reduce the number of folks that go to jail or end up in the hospital.
Right, bear with me 2 seconds. Let me just do this quickly. See if you all recognize this handsome devil. Here she is. Daffodil, Daffodil. Cheats on me with Will. Daffodil, Daffodil. She prefers Bill. Daffodil. Here she is. Daffodil. There you go. There's Daffodil. Handsome devil, you. There you go, my darling. Thank you for sending that. Look at that. Zoom in. Whee. Thanks, Daffy. Right, let me get back to the trial, otherwise people are gonna start shouting at me. I go, get back to this trial. Before I get back to the trial, hang on, one more. You can do. No one has to, but you can do. One more pick. Here she is. Little G, little G, little G, little G, little G, little G, little G is a cutie. Little G, little G, little G, G, G. I could, but I don't yet. No. There you go, everybody. That's little G then. No one has to send a picture, obviously, but it's good if you do. Hang on, there's another one here as well. I need to get. See if you all can guess who this is. Can you all guess who this is? Another hottie. I can't zoom in, but do you all recognize who this is? In the alternate corner. She's supposed to be sending me some crop tops, but she hasn't yet. It is Lisa Reed. Lisa Reed. There she is. This is Lisa Reed, not Ruka. This is Lisa. Lisa Reed's on fire. There you go. You all got it in the end. Lisa Reed looking beautiful there as well. So here you go, everybody. Yeah, they're all beautiful. All you ladies are beautiful. There you go. Right, let me get back to the trial then very quickly for you. Look at all the smoke shows I know. I'm a lucky guy to have all these hotties here. Right, let me just play it at 1.25.
Okay, kind of like community policing aspect.
Don't worry, we love you in the hoodie, so it's all good.
Or something you do. How long have you been doing that?
For a little over a year now.
What type of training do you have to do that?
I have a bachelor's in psychology, a master's in counseling, and I'm also a licensed professional counselor. Worked for about 15 years in the mental health field before I became a law enforcement officer.
Does our sheriff emphasize more than just catch them, lock them up? Does he try to do things like this?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been doing that?
We started crisis intervention team training probably 2004 or 5, training officers in behavioral health issues and how to do crisis intervention.
Does the sheriff put an emphasis on compassion or community policing in this way?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Now, how long, when were you post certified?
Started the sheriff's office in 1999, did the academy. I think I graduated in probably May of 2000.
Where'd you go?
To North Central.
Where's that at?
It was down in Kennesaw. It's in Austell now.
And after you got out of the academy, what'd you start doing? Did you go here or somewhere else?
Here. So I worked in the jail for a little bit, did court staff security, then I went to uniform patrol and then CID.
That seems to be common starting out in the jail. Law officers do that?
Yes, sir.
Is that mandatory or something they just do?
For most cases, it is. There are some lateral people hired in laterally that are already in for patrol or CID. They can hire in directly into those units here. But generally speaking, most people go through the working in the jail.
And at some point, what's your rank, sir?
I'm a sergeant.
Okay. No, we just had Lieutenant Stewart. I forgot to ask him his rank, but obviously he's lieutenant. But ask him about the rank structure, sheriff's office, sergeants at supervisory capacity?
Yes, sir.
And how many, are we fully staffed in the sheriff's office around the moment, or are we down because of everything?
I think we're down still. I don't know the exact numbers, but we're still doing hiring and promoting the positions.
Now, I want to turn your attention back to July 5th, 2018. Obviously, you know why you're here today.
Yes, sir.
And did you get called out to 2511 Purcell Lane, the Farris residence?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when you went out there, tell the jury just what your aspect was and what your kind of your duties or what you did that day.
Okay. So I was in the criminal investigation division, and I was a supervisor on the evening shift, crimes against persons. We responded to and assigned cases mostly for family violence. And that particular day, we came in on the shift and were told that there was a missing person / death investigation going on at Purcell Lane, and we were asked to come out there and assist.
Now, July 5th was that Thursday. Do you remember about what time you got out there that afternoon?
Probably late in the afternoon. I don't remember exactly, but I'd say somewhere between 3 and 4 o'clock, somewhere in that area.
911 calls around 12:45 or so. So you got it after that.
Yes, sir.
When you got there, were you assigned to? Did you go and actually do anything right off the bat, or what were you doing?
We were standing by at first, waiting for some direction. Crime scene was there doing some stuff, and then we were tasked with different duties. I assisted in the area where the burning pit was, where trash had been burned, and where the body had been discovered.
The parties are not arguing that was Gary Farris was found in the burn pile. So when you got there, from what you knew when you arrived, was this you were there responding to medical emergency, or you were there responding to something more? When you responded to the scene, did you know, hey, this is a criminal investigation?
Right. Right. It was a criminal investigation. First responders had already been out there, secured the scene, and the day shift crimes against personnel were out there, start leading the investigation. So we were called out to assist.
Did you go out to the burn pit?
Yes, sir.
Did you see it?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the remains?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything at some point that catch y'all's attention?
Yes, sir. When everything had been kind of sectioned off and pieces of the remains were being placed on a table, and there was a section that was identified as a part of the chest cavity, and I saw something that was inconsistent with the rest of the burned and charred material. Looked almost like a pencil eraser in there, and pointed it out to forensics, and it was identified as a projectile from a bullet, from a cartridge.
Dr. Gooding, was she processing the scene?
Yes, sir. She was there.
Did she put into a grid system?
Yes,
you
sir.
help with any of the systematic search or sifting of the remains?
I helped set up some of the grid off system and removing some of the other brush that was not part of the fire.
Do you work with other detectives? Is it detectives or investigators? I think we say detectives.
At that time, we had different rank structure: investigator, detective, sergeant.
Now that's going to make it really confusing for me.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to refer to them as detectives.
Okay.
Were there other detectives there?
Yes, sir.
Packendahl, one of them?
Yes, sir, he was.
Did you end up going and looking in the house, the main house?
Yes, sir. I went in with him, starting some of the preliminary searches.
You able to go into the washroom area and find anything in the washing machine?
Yes, sir. There is a mud room and a laundry room that's off of the garage that goes into the main part of the house. There's a washer and a dryer there, and in the washing machine there was some wet towels.
Did you go into the garage and see any vehicles in the garage?
Yes, sir. There were 2 vehicles: a Toyota Sequoia and a Mercedes.
And did you know that the Sequoia was one of the defendant, Melody Farris' driver?
It was identified as hers. Yes, sir.
And did you see Melody Farris there at the scene?
Maybe from a distance. I think she was talking to some of the other detectives earlier in the day.
Talk to Hayes and other people.
Yes, sir.
You weren't really interviewing people or anything like that?
Not at that time, no, sir.
But when you looked in the Sequoia, the defense Sequoia, did you find some receipts and things like that?
Yes, sir, I did.
And then did pictures taken and turned over, other officers grabbed those things?
Yes, sir. Crime scene had already been through the house taking pictures, and then we went back through and started identifying and collecting evidence.
That one. You went on July 6th, I think it was, so Friday, you go back to the scene?
Yes, sir. I think it was the 6th when we actually collected those items.
Okay. And on July 6th, you also collected the victim's wallet, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I'll mark this for identification as Westbrook 1. I'll hand it to you. I know you've looked at it and gone through that. See if you recognize that big wallet found inside Farris's residence.
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, where did you, based on the ECR, where did you find in your report, where was it found?
The kitchen counter.
And that was on, that was on the ECR, where that was written?
Yes, sir.
Was there other stuff that you remember on the counter?
There was, I believe there was a purse, and there was a credit card that was identified to me to put into evidence as well.
Do me a favor, take Westbrook 1, look through it, make sure that's the wallet.
Hello, Gwyd. Hello, everybody. Shwmai, Gwyd? Ti'n gweud, beth ti'n mwyn gweud e?
Ti'n gwybod.
Gwyd ti'n gweud siarad uchel? Siarad uchel?
Helo!
Helo. Gwyd, helo, Sarah P.
Helo, Sarah P.
Sarah P? A mae pwy arall yna? Pwy arall ti'n gweud helo i? Robin? Joe? Ga! Hi-hi! Beth ti'n cael swper? Beth ti'n cael swper?
Pizza choice! Pizza choice!
Pizza. She's having pizza for dinner tonight. She's excited. A pob yn gweud helo i ti yn y chat.
Hello.
Na, Reit te, beth ti'n mwyn gweud rhywbeth arall wrth nhw?
Fi o headphones nhw.
Ti'n mwyn trial nhw? Os rhywbeth na?
Sa'n ti'n clywed e?
That's all.
It has those
Cool, yeah?
parts and stuff that you found.
Na ni, dy fe.
Hwna'n enw ffynnu.
Na ni, mae'n benni fyna. Ti'n off na de? Da, ia. O! Oops. Sorry bach. Reit, ti'n mynd at y merched e?
Oh my god.
Reit. Oh, reit, na, gael ei fynd ar e. Reit, good, ta-tare. Right, we'll get back to this. We'll get back to the trial. Sorry about that. I had to entertain her for a second while she was there. Right, here we go, everybody. That was my niece. That was my niece, everybody.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is.
To the best of your memory recollection, is that the wallet that you recovered from the scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
Pretty much in the same condition as it was for the left part?
Yes, sir.
Just, this time I tendered that as Westbrook 1. Okay.
Nice, good.
What I'm gonna do if I can do this right, technology and I'm not good friends. Because I'm trying to use this envelope. All right, what I'm doing, I'm gonna make a record, so I'm gonna talk as I do this. I have Westbrook Run 1, which is Gary's wallet in my hands. Is that right, sir?
Yes, sir.
And do you see me taking out all the cards and things inside?
Yes, sir.
And I'm putting that down. Then the rest of the wallet is pretty much empty, it looks like.
Yes, sir.
And so I'm putting on the L mode, Westbrook 1, which is a one that has a light bulb image right there.
There we go. And if you zoom in, then it will.
Listen, I'm a lawyer. Don't stop. Put it faster now.
If you do the dial on top, it'll zoom in, and then it'll autofocus, and it does that.
All right. This appears to be a black leather wallet. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So that's the wallet. And then what I'm going to do, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Judge, is this a system where you can take a picture or something?
You can take a picture.
Judge, do not assist me because I do not know how to do
There's
things.
a button for it. And if y'all let me know what you're doing before you do it, then we can. I don't think there's an SD card on it, but it may have internal memory. Yeah, you can take a picture with your phone and then we can do it. But I know there's a picture option. We haven't used that in 4 years.
I should have thought this through. Because somehow.
Did it look like a little snap
It
there?
did.
Yeah.
So what I'm gonna do with course permission, I'll just take a picture of this and
That's
supplement to the record. Mr. Ray, Mr. Weaver, y'all good with that?
Absolutely.
So y'all good with me taking pictures, stuff like that?
Print it out.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more.
Yeah, okay, so it is trying to take a picture, but there is no SD card because we haven't, like I said, used it for 4 years. So take a picture with your phone and get one in there for next time. I get center button, get to the next.
Policy.
Yeah, the menu system for that is particularly terrible.
Take one more picture here. You would not, sir, would you remove any cards and discard anything that was found in the wallet?
No, sir.
Is your procedure, when you find some evidence, to keep it in the same or substantial similar condition as when you found it?
Yes, sir, it is.
So you would not add anything to it?
No, sir.
You would not take anything away?
No, sir.
You would not tamper or otherwise mess or do anything else to the evidence?
No, sir.
Best of your knowledge, that's how his wallet was when it was found.
Yes, sir.
Now, do you have any idea where it was found in the house or where it was before it was on the counter?
No, sir, I don't.
And did you have to go back and look at the property receipts to remind yourself where you have taken it from?
Yes, sir.
You don't know how it got from wherever to there.
No, sir, I don't.
No other credit cards or debit cards. What it is, what it is. What's in there is what was in there.
Yes, sir. It's listed on the evidence control record.
July 11th, did you go with Packnall to Burn Foreman, the law firm Gary worked for?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you talk to, I think, Angela Phillips there?
Yes, sir.
And then you said you found the towels and whatnot in the washer, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And did you have those turned over to the crime scene unit that collected those towels?
Yes, sir.
Judge, if I just have one moment. Just maybe we'll redirect another time. All right.
Drink.
Is it Lieutenant Westbrook now?
No, sir. It's Sergeant.
Westbrook? Yes, sir. Michael Wright, representing Farris. Going to the wallet real quick. You said you found it. Did you find it on the 5th or the 6th?
The 6th.
But you were out there on the 5th too, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the house was searched on the 5th too, right?
There was some searching, I believe, on the 5th. It's kind of hard for me to remember. It's a little bit fuzzy, but it seems like we did go into the house on the 5th, and we're looking at some parts and then went back on the 6th.
Okay. Now also with the wallet, according to your testimony to Mr. Focus, that was everything that was found in the wallet.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So is it your testimony that there was no cash found in that wallet?
I don't recall any cash, and I don't remember. I don't think there's anything on the ECR as far as cash, but
Okay. If there was cash in the wallet, would it be held in evidence or deposited into the sheriff's escrow account?
I think normally it would just be kept in evidence because it's part of the crime scene. So as far as I know.
Okay, so as far as you know, if there was cash in that wallet, it would be in the wallet now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you did a couple of things other than the wallet that was found. So, and let me just also back up real quick. So just to clarify, that wallet was found by you on the counter in the kitchen of the main house on July the 6th, 2018.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you don't know how it got on the counter?
No, sir.
You don't know where the wallet originally was?
No, sir.
Okay. You also had searched Ms. Farris's Toyota, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to approach with some photographs for you to look at real quick. He stipulated that they're authentic, so I'm just going to go ahead and move to admit Westbrook D1 through 4.
No judgment.
And sorry to keep those with you. Now, what day did you search the Toyota?
I believe it was the 6th.
Okay. You can look at, Judge, me to switch me here. You can look at Westbrook Defense 1. That is a front gate receipt for Lake Lanier Islands, correct?
Yes, sir.
Honey? And that the date on that is July 4th at 1:54 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like it's a receipt for parking at Lake Lanier.
It says front gate, so
Okay, but
access. I imagine it would be access to the.
in the middle of the receipt, you can see it says 15.
Oh, okay, yeah.
1-1 park.
Yep.
Okay. So that is one day before July the 5th, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now also, with that, you had written some reports in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
On Westbrook Defense 2, that is also a photograph of the Lake Lanier parking receipt, as well as a receipt of something, customer copy of something, correct?
Yes, or something Farms and Company, Birmingham Highway.
Okay. You can you see? Well, you've actually got it, but you can all zoom in a little bit here. Yeah, you can see it looks like Scottsdale Farms.
Yes, sir.
Okay. July the 2nd, 2018. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looks like at least this receipt is for $118.51.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Westbrook Defense 3. That is a copy of a bank receipt.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Wells Fargo bank receipt. To be specific. Is that correct? Wells Fargo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me pull up for us a little better photograph. Okay, that's a check-in. Looks like an ATM receipt, right?
Yes, sir.
Where looks like money had been withdrawn, approximately $100.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you can also see from that receipt that the available balance, at least in that main, what it actually says main account, is $11,046.85.
Yes, sir.
Now, do you recall your report? You have a copy of it?
I don't have it in front of me.
Well,
No,
let
sir.
me ask you first, then you may not need it. In your report, you had listed out things that you had identified, and you had listed out the Lake Lanier Island receipt, AJS pit stop, a MAPCO receipt, and a Fuel City, I'm assuming, receipt. But you didn't list this. Do you recall that?
I don't recall seeing that. No, sir.
Okay. If it wasn't listed in your report, why do you think you'd need that?
I don't know, sir.
And just to be clear too, when did you search the car on the 6th?
I believe that's what the ECR says. Yes, sir. The 6th.
And did you actually take the physical copies of these receipts into evidence?
I honestly don't recall.
Okay. But you did take the photographs.
No, sir. I didn't take the photographs.
You didn't take but you were there when it was searched.
I was there when it was searched. Yes, sir.
Okay. But that's what your report says, is that you searched the car.
Yes.
Okay. You also did one other thing. You interviewed a woman named Angela Phillips. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was Gary Phillips' former secretary?
Administrative assistant. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I believe it was you and Detective Kuykendall
Yes, sir.
interviewed her. Y'all did that interview down at Burton Foreman offices?
Yes, sir.
And that interview was, I think it was audio and video recorded, correct?
I believe it was audio, but not video. No,
Okay. Do you recall whether or not, did you interview Ms. Phillips anymore or only that one time?
I don't recall talking to her again. I remember interviewing there during that session, but I don't recall talking to her again.
Okay. And you had, I believe you interviewed her around the 11th, right?
Yes, sir.
With Kuykendall.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And her demeanor when you told her what happened is that she was extremely upset, correct?
That's what I documented.
Okay.
I don't really recall a whole lot about the
Exactly.
interview. I don't recall
You
a
got
whole
a
lot
deep
of,
voice.
I don't recall a whole lot about the interview as far as her demeanor and stuff, but I do remember documenting and just using some of that information.
Okay. And because Detective Kuykendall was actually kind of lead on that, right?
I was doing a forensic victimology
Yes.
of Mr. Farris, and Kuykendall accompanied me to do that.
Okay. Yeah, just 1 second. Actually, let me approach you and get those photographs real quick from you. One thing, during the interview that you had with Ms. Phillips, do you recall her establishing that she had had an ongoing affair with Gary Farris?
During that interview?
Yes.
No, sir.
Not during that interview?
Not during that interview, no, sir.
Okay. Since you had searched the Toyota, what we'll call Melody's car, did you not also search Gary's car, the Mercedes?
I don't recall. Honestly, I know they were there. I listed the cars in the report, but I don't have a memory of that.
Okay. You don't recall because we have no photographs of Gary's car. Do you recall you or anybody else taking any photograph of Gary's Mercedes?
Not in my presence that I recall, no, sir.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
That's right. Can I see your photographs of them?
Yeah. I'll put them up there.
These are the fence. I think this is Westbrook D4 that you're looking at on the screen. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Read into the record for me the customer card number. Don't worry about all the X's, just the numbers after that.
The last 4 digits are 0078.
You have any idea whose card that is or where it came from?
Not off the top of my head, sir. No, sir.
Any idea where that card was found during the investigation?
Not that I know of. It may have been one of the ones in the wallet. I don't know. I have to look at my notes to see.
Look at Westbrook. What's this one here? Look for one in particular. This is, there it is, Westbrook D2. Can you make out on this one the last 4 digits on this receipt?
0078.
For the record, I'm going to mark the photographs of the wallet and the cars as Westbrook 2, Westbrook 3, intimidation evidence. Okay. And we'll mark those when I get some exhibit stickers.
Already got those down here?
Yes, Judge.
Wow, that's impressive.
I believe that's all I have for you, sir. Thank you.
I just have a couple. Sir, I wanted to, because you had stated on cross that you were doing a victimology.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that victimology was about Gary. Okay. And because I've got kind of your report on that, it's just really just a couple paragraphs, right?
The report, yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. So you went as part of that to talk to Angela Phillips.
Yes, sir.
Gary's secretary for 30 years.
Administrative assistant, yes, sir.
Okay. How did you know to go talk to her? Who did you learn that information from?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I know that Sergeant Hands asked me to do the victimology report.
Okay.
And then somewhere in our discussions, it may have been with him and Kuykendall to go down there and to interview her, but I don't remember who said that to me.
Okay. So you don't recall where you learned it, but eventually somehow you learned it and you went to go talk to her.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you also aware that Angela Phillips had moved here in 1995 along with Gary?
Yes, sir.
And Melody and the children?
Yes, sir.
Did you not think in that interview, or did you ask her about whether or not her and Gary had ever had an affair before when you interviewed her?
I don't remember asking the specific question. I do remember writing in my report that there was no indication at that time that there'd been an affair.
You can say that last part again?
There was no indication at that time that there'd been an affair between Gary Farris and Angela Phillips.
Yeah. Were you at the interview where Ms. Phillips admitted that there had been some type of affair later on?
No, sir, I wasn't in that interview. I was informed that, I think, by Detective Hayes.
Okay. But you weren't informed of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Did you ever think for one moment that Angela had anything to do with the killing?
No, sir.
Did you know whether or not that affair was at that time or way in the past?
When I was informed about it later on, I was told that she had said that they had just decided at that time that it was inappropriate and they'd cut it off.
Was that at the time or in the past?
In the past.
But nothing makes you think she's a suspect in this, has anything to do with this, has any motive related to her whatsoever, right?
No, sir.
All right, you sit down. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Probably a good time for us to break for lunch. All right. Did I talk to y'all about lunch this morning yet? About maybe the rest of the week? Okay. All right. So we'll talk about that more in the afternoon, but we'll break for recess for lunch. Y'all be back here at 1:15. And we'll try to get up and running as quickly after that as we can. Again, don't talk to anyone about the case. Look up anything about the case, everything that I've told you so far. Remember all those things and follow those instructions. All right, anything else? Y'all can be excused. All right, anything we need to take up?
What time did you say they're coming back from lunch? I didn't catch that bit. Those of you who don't know who Luna is, look at her. Luna's a very, very pretty lady. Very pretty lady. She's just moved to Canada with a boyfriend. She used to live in Seattle, Washington area. But yeah, she's got a thing about Alex Murdoch where, you know, she wants to do all sorts of things to him. So that's why when she says used to be Luna M for Murdoch, that is 100% genuine as well. She would marry Alex Murdoch tomorrow if she could. But Luna's a very pretty lady. She's got big lips, big hips, big tits, big art. You know, she's like the model. Do you know what I mean? Like a model. So, and she is fucking Luna. When I say to people about if you're weird, you fit in right here. Like, if you think you're weird, like, I'm not even kidding you when I say that. I think Luna's probably the biggest weirdo we have in this chat. I don't know. I'm not even kidding. I don't mean that in a nasty way. She's lovely. I love Luna. But fuck that girl. Her head. Woo! It's tapped. It's tapped. But I love her. Absolutely love Luna. Luna is awesome. But she's fucking weird as fuck. And I love her for that. So, Luna, I love you, my darling. So, right. I'm not sure how long. They probably take an hour and a quarter, probably. As you know, some of you will know, I got my nieces over. So, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to put a video on for you. What we gonna do? Where we are going to put. So we got pizza coming. You see, it's not here yet, but I do want to eat some pizza. Oh, I do like to eat some pizza. Thank you, little G. Pizza, let me find a long one to eat. I'm trying to find a video that will last for about an hour. Oh, because I know lots of people like just a video in the background, not that they watch it, but. Oh, 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 whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Right, there's one in the star here. I'll just play this. It is a 6 miles Florida boating arrest caught on camera. This is an hour. Right, let me play this. Let me play this for you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I will put a note on. Let me put the note on first. Luna, it's so lovely to see you, my darling. It really is. It really is. And you know, my biggest compliment I can give you is that you're a fucking weirdo. Lunch break in the okay. Call me back at 1:15 Eastern. I'll do that. Save. All right, there you go. Hello, James. Hello, James. How are you? Nice to see you, James. Just in time for lunch break. All right, here you go, people. Present. I'm gonna go enjoy my pizza with my nieces for an hour. Here you go, everybody.
I'm not resisting unless you stop. I understand this is emotional, but you're literally making it so much worse than it has to be, and I don't get it.
We need identification for this guy right here.
Do you have a?
Hey, sit down. Sit. Hey, sit down.
I'm sorry.
Sit. That's why you don't stand up. Don't get up again.
He's under arrest.
For what?
Back up or you're going to jail with him.
Put me in jail.
Come over here. What? Swear. So you're gonna take a jet ski and you don't know how to swim.
See why we got a fight going on at the bar.
You like you've been drinking something. What have you been drinking?
No, honestly, like I said, I'm not. Yeah. All I'm saying.
You gotta finish your sentence.
Boating in the summer can provide a perfect escape from the heat. But what happens when the captains can't take the heat from the police? We've wrangled 6 of the wildest Florida boating arrests, all caught on body cam. Welcome to After Hours, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Sam Goldberg. Hey, we're going to get into After Hours in just a second, I promise, but I want to tell you about the super cool, easy-to-use app. It's called Upside. It's a free app that gets you actual cash back on gas, groceries, daily essentials. Super easy to use. It's real cash back. Shows up in your Upside account, then you just transfer it straight into your bank account. The other day, I was pumping my gas. I used Upside, got almost $8 back. So once you have the app, you claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, pay as usual using your debit or credit card. You follow the steps on the app, and you get paid. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen. Use our promo code AFTERHOURS for an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code AFTERHOURS. We begin today's episode of After Hours with 2 Florida Fish and Wildlife officers patrolling the Atlantic state waters of Monroe County. They're searching for a migrant chug when they come across a vessel at anchor.
Okay, well, it's got no numbers.
1332 Atlantic.
Okay, that's fine. You're on the water. Doesn't matter where you live. You got an ID on you?
Do you have yours?
I have my That's fine.
That's fine. Okay. I mean, I have my Florida fishing license and everything. I'm a charter boat guy, but...
Okay, do you have like a license of sorts?
No, it's at home.
Okay.
My boater's license, my captain's license, my driver's license.
What means?
Give me yours.
No, we need both of yours.
For GT Marathon.
Okay. Do you have name and date of birth? Hang on.
You guys want to tie off?
No, just you're fine. I'll hold the boat. All right. Neither of you have IDs.
Nope.
Who's?
So
Okay.
This is I work on the Gulfstream, Key West. This is one of our other mates, Ethan. His trailer got towed the other day, so we tied it up behind our house. We live right there at 1332 Atlantic.
Okay.
So it's just been there, so we kind of popped out. I didn't realize he didn't have
What is your first name?
AJ or Anthony.
Anthony, middle initial.
J. Staggs.
JSTAGGS.
Yep.
Date of birth.
10/7/86.
10/7/86. You, ma'am. First name.
Haley, Haley.
Haley. Can you help me hold the boat? Thanks. Middle initial.
A.
Where are you guys from?
Florida.
Massachusetts.
A. Last name.
Gray, GRAY.
Date of birth.
9/14/88.
Okay. And then, do you know the registration for this? Do you have it on board?
Nope. Unless it's in here, like I said, it's not my boat.
Well, that sucks because you're operating a vessel.
There you go.
Okay, perfect.
There you go. How about that?
Let's see if Ethan Phillip Cook.
Yeah, I thought y'all were looking for a chub.
Well, we were until we saw you had violations on the on the water. Sure did.
Okay. Hopefully his shit's in order. Like I said,
Well, it's not because
he told me I was good to take his boat out. So
Well, your test returns with that numbers on it.
9442 Marathon Tempest vessel.
Catching people breaking the law.
You have a crime on the water.
I don't know what your action is, but just relax.
It really isn't.
For a chub.
Yeah, and then obviously we're addressing violations that we address because we're a cop and that's what we do.
AJ.
Okay, you're still on the water, but you are arguing with us. It's ridiculous.
Ah.
All right, I'm not trying to make it worse.
Yeah, well,
I know
okay,
y'all got
but
a job
seriously.
Just stop.
Officer Winter conducts a background check on the captain and passenger while dispatch notifies her about an outstanding warrant.
Hey, listen. You have a warrant, and they're going to confirm it. All right.
What?
I don't know what for what. What's in your hand? Okay, cool.
Nothing of vape.
My question is this: are you going to fight me? Or are you going to run?
So you tell me this: are you about to take me to jail?
Probably.
Then, like, for
Can
real.
we wait for the confirmation and
Look,
stop
I didn't do
defending
nothing
our-
wrong.
I'm not saying you did. Listen. Hey, look at me. You don't add another
I don't
charge.
want to go to jail on a Sunday, and I can't do nothing about
Well,
it.
hey, listen. It's better because at least Monday. Yes, it is because at least it's not Friday.
Okay. So
And listen. Look at me. Regardless, Anthony. Look at me. Regardless, I still have to do my job. But don't add another charge and have to stay in longer. All right? It's
No,
not
you're
worth
right.
it.
You're right, but no, I don't have any warrants that I know about.
Okay.
Other than
what?
If you look, listen.
I am listening.
I'm not trying to add another charge.
I
I'm
understand.
not trying to do nothing stupid. I was not doing nothing wrong. We were in our backyard. So if I jump in the water and swim away right now, what's going to happen?
I'm gonna follow you, and
Okay.
we're gonna say that you're running, and that's fleeing and
But am I
eluding.
running right now, or am I in my backyard? Because you haven't told me I'm under arrest or I have a warrant. So right now, if I jump in the water and swim
Then you're
away, be
fleeing
real
and
with me.
eluding. I'm telling you. Listen to what I say. You are not free to leave. You are not free to leave.
I don't have anything that I did
It
wrong.
doesn't matter. You are detained right now.
You are being detained. If you flee and elude, it's a third-degree felony. Or it's actually a first-degree
But you're telling
felony.
me you're taking me to jail today regardless.
If the warrant comes back, yes.
So can you talk to me first? Like, because right now you're like trying to, I feel attacked right now and like.
I'm way on the other boat. I'm just holding the boat.
AJ, look at me. Please
Haley.
just sit down and let them finish this whole thing without freaking out.
Without freaking out.
Yes,
You
I
are-
understand. This is stressful. I'm stressed for you and with you, but please, you're making it worse.
Yeah, man.
I didn't
Please.
do nothing wrong.
I
I didn't do nothing wrong. You
I
don't even know I'm AJ. I could be Ethan Cook right now, right?
Oh my God! Shut up.
Like, come on. Like, I'm just saying. Like, why? Are you, like, do you really feel like I need to go to jail today?
It's not my
It's
feeling.
not our choice. It's
Okay.
not. We're not charging you. If you have a warrant, then legally our job is we have to take you to jail.
But you
Well,
don't know
if you
yet,
go,
right?
listen, if you jump in the water and swim away, you're adding a felony.
It's just
So
not worth
But
it.
you don't know
Stop.
yet, right?
What are
No,
you
I don't
doing?
know.
You don't know yet if I'm wanted, right?
I don't know.
So technically,
But you're
I have
not free to leave. I'm telling you right now.
under arrest.
You are being detained.
9442
You are detained.
Marathon.
You are detained. You're not. You are detained. That means you are not free to leave.
Listen, Haley.
Legally, you are not free to leave.
I'm not fighting you.
Legally, you are not free to leave.
Stupid
How
question.
you doing that?
You're asking stupid questions.
Listen, I'm not doing that.
Stop.
I'll deal with it the right way when I can have a
Yeah,
lawyer
you're
take
not
me to
right
court
now.
and like do it, not
You
because
can say
I
that
don't wanna go
whenever
to
this
jail.
is done.
What is he saying?
It's someone else's house.
Stop.
Like, come on, guys, for real. Why do you want to take me to jail
I
today?
don't want to take you to
Let
jail.
me know I have something that I need to handle, and I'll do it.
That's not how that works, unfortunately. Like,
Hey,
it's just not how it works.
Sorry.
I understand it's frustrating. I understand no one wants to hear those words. We get it. We're not.
So y'all are just gonna leave her by her own if I go swim away.
No, if anything,
Like, you see what I'm saying right now? It's not fair. This is
not.
fair.
This isn't like a bartering thing. That's a
I'm
thing.
not trying to barter with you.
Stop talking.
They were looking.
Please, for me, shut the up.
They're telling me
Shut
they're gonna take me to jail
Okay,
unless they
I
tell them it's a
understand.
protection warrant.
Stop talking.
Protection has nothing to do with it. The protection order is completely different. Whenever I was asking about the protection order, I was trying to make sure you weren't with the person that you were with the protection order. That has nothing to do with it. Anthony.
Bro, like you're trying to take. Like, I work here, I live here, I'm local.
We understand.
Like, I didn't do nothing wrong.
Look,
man.
we understand the frustration.
You
We're
want to take me
not.
to jail instead of telling me, hey AJ, figure it out and take care of it tomorrow.
That is
Like,
just
that's
not.
How you do
That's
with somebody that you work here with.
That's not
You're
how
trying
it
to take me to
works.
jail and
Legally,
say,
we are not allowed to. Legally, we cannot interact with someone with a warrant and leave you.
Stop running your mouth.
But they said they don't know if I have a
Stop
warrant.
talking, please.
I understand it's frustrating. I'm not saying it's not frustrating. I understand. And I'm sorry you're feeling this way, truly. But our job, we cannot speak to someone with a warrant and then be like, okay, deal with it later. That's just we can't do that.
I understand.
So either you jump in the water and you're fleeing police, regardless.
Now I have an F3 plus the warrant, right?
Yes.
So now I have 2 warrants.
And then if you resist, that's another one.
I'm not resisting you.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
Can you please stop
Yeah,
talking?
I'm about to stop
Thank
talking.
You. No, you're not. You haven't done that for like 20 minutes.
So listen, what I'm saying is this. When I put handcuffs on you, if you resist me, that's another charge.
I'm not going to.
I'm not saying you are. I'm trying to give you put the. Hey, listen, God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth to listen twice as good, right? So listen to what I'm saying. I don't want to add charges onto this. You could be out tomorrow morning, right? Your bond could be like $500 and you're literally out as soon as you get there. Does that make sense?
You didn't tell me that yet.
My point is, listen, man. Look at me. I can even tell you. Let me see. I'll look it up for you.
Like for no reason.
Nobody said that. They're checking. They're running your stuff. Like even if you got pulled over in your vehicle on the street today.
Listen, man, you got violations on the water. That's that. All right. Number 2, your bond is gonna be $3,000 because it's $30,000 total. You pay 10%. It says to destroy tarpon bond, photo and science bond, something tarpon, hook, line and gear bond, something about tarpon, cruel death or excessive or repeated infliction on unnecessary pain and suffering.
That
is Marathon 9411.
Bro.
Can you please stop talking before we
Is that your husband? Okay.
To be driven to the place tomorrow. And
No, it is not. Listen. No, it's not the offense. It's the warrant. So the warrant, regardless, because we are here now, we have to take him to jail. But if you have $3,000, you can bail him out as soon as he gets in, or you can get a bail bondsman, and then as long as you show up to court, they won't come after you.
But I'm gonna swim home right now.
Okay, well,
So,
I'm gonna follow you, and this.
Stop. You can listen. I don't have the $3,000 to get out today. Go. I'm
AJ,
not,
I swear to God, I will be gone tomorrow if you jump
if they
in that
take
water
me to jail
and
and I let them take me.
No,
It's
if you
just
go
not
in there,
worth
it's worse.
it. It's
It
just
is
not. It's gonna
worse.
make. It's
You're
gonna
adding
work.
a felony. You're adding a felony on top of that.
You will never be able.
Anybody.
You will never be able to get a notice to appear. Like you're screwing yourself legally for long term if you do that. It's just not worth it. The judge is going to look at it. It's just not going to help you. It seriously
is
isn't.
not gonna help you. You're gonna end up screwing.
I'm telling you. Yeah.
What is your passcode for your phone?
Listen,
Let me just put you in handcuffs.
No.
AJ,
no, listen.
what is
Come
your
here.
passcode to your
Please
phone?
stop.
I'm not doing. I'm staying right
I
here.
can't help you if you don't give me your password to your phone. Give it to me.
Stop.
Give it to
Turn
me.
around and talk to her.
Give it to
Listen,
me.
I'm sorry.
What
but
is it? I
listen,
can't help you.
Listen, just get back on your boat. You can give me the F3.
AJ,
but
I
look,
can't
I'm gonna
help
go home.
you.
You're not taking me to jail today.
Well, you're
Stop.
gonna add resisting because I'm gonna stop you from resisting.
I'm not resisting unless you
AJ,
touch me.
please.
Stop.
AJ, stop.
Listen,
AJ.
you're telling me I'm resisting and I'm not.
You are because I'm
Work
telling
with
you
me.
to come here.
You can
You
give
work
me
with
the other
me.
charge. Give me the other
Give me
charge
the
and tell them I
code.
swam away.
No.
Give me the code. I need it. I can't help
you.
you.
Radio and tell him he's trying to leave.
I
You
don't
can. Tell them I'm trying to leave.
I
That's
don't
fine.
have your
But
No,
I'm not
you're gonna
resisting.
come here. Come
AJ,
here.
I
You're
don't have
resisting.
your house's phone number.
Hey, listen, I'm sorry. Hey.
9442 Marathon. The subject is fleeing.
I don't have any way to do anything, AJ. I am gone after this. I'm telling you.
He's also
I'm leaving.
resisting without violence.
I'm leaving. I can't. I don't know how to drive a boat.
We will be right back for you, ma'am. I'm sorry you have to sit there, but we will be right back. We will be right back for her. She's anchored. Then you should have made the decision to sit with your girlfriend if you're worried about her, because she's anchored right now. You're leaving her. Think about that. You're more worried about me than her? Yeah. She is fine right now. She's not in distress. She's anchored. You are being selfish right now. Stop. Stop. Do not put this on anyone else. You're projecting and displacing blame. Stop. Grow up. Stop. You're being emotional. You're letting your emotions get the best of you, dude.
No.
It's not that deep, dude. It's not that deep.
If I got him on, just get in the freaking boat.
Hey, where are you by land right now?
I get it. Go help him. No.
Okay, how about you come this way? And he's trying to swim to land. I don't think he's gonna make it, but yeah, he literally jumped off the boat and tried to swim to land. We might be able to get him in the boat, but he's being absolutely ridiculous. So we're literally right. What? Yeah, just in case he does make. I mean, he's swimming like a fish with white streak beard.
Knock him in the boat. Go help him. That's fine. That's cool. We're just gonna wait for you. Drive the boat. I'm fucking floating away.
Yeah, please. Sounds good.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you're the one that did that. Don't blame me for your problem.
Yes, you did. We just told you 3 times, dude.
941.
Just sit back and let him tire himself out. He's an idiot. Put the lights on. Are the lights on? Turn the lights on.
Roughly 30 minutes later, Anthony makes it to shore. Once in shallow water, officers jump in to detain him.
You done? How deep we got? I'm just gonna hop up. Are you done or what? Seriously, this is absolutely. We're done. We're done. We're done.
Come on, man.
Yeah, what did you think was gonna happen? Seriously, what did? Dude, stop. You.
Hey, I'm not.
All right, then figure it out. Stop moving then.
Hey, I'm not.
Stop.
I'm not doing it.
You just work. Do you not know how to?
Go.
We're past that point. So far past it's not even funny.
Is that a cop right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all cops.
Listen, I'm sorry, guys.
You're not. You're just being an idiot. I don't get why. I really don't. That's not an option. What are you comprehending?
Still want to go.
I understand it's frustrating you, but this ain't gonna help you.
Go to jail.
That sucks, yeah, but guess what? You're not avoiding it, so I don't know why you're putting through everyone this.
Okay. Okay, hold on.
Walk. You made it all this way. What's another 20 feet, right?
For the charges on Anthony's warrant, he's arrested for possession of a tarpon without a tag and harvesting a tarpon with prohibited gear. For jumping into the water, he picks up resisting arrest without violence and attempting to elude a law enforcement officer. He pleaded not guilty to all charges. At the time of this recording, his trial's pending. Next, we have a Florida Fish and Wildlife duo, Officer Burkhead and Officer Ramos. The partners are patrolling the Blue Angels Air Show event in Pensacola Bay when they encounter a boat having a little too much fun.
I'm going to get him to show me a couple things. I ain't going to go through everything. If I see it, I'll nail it.
It's standard procedure for officers to determine impairment of an operator during a Florida Vessel Safety Act search.
All right. You're the operator. I don't want anybody else to help with the safety stuff, okay? Can you show me a life jacket for everybody on board? No, we're not going to bore.
Hey, I did renew it as well. I just forgot to put the sticker on. I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. We'll worry about it in a minute.
One, two.
Nobody helps.
All right. They're all under there, and then they're under there. Where Michael and Gabby is. They're Michael and Kate.
You're calling Bay Sheriff. You got a copy? I'm looking at it for him. 2134. 1098 one with you.
Seven. 8.
Okay, perfect. All right, listen closely. I need a copy of the registration, a fire extinguisher, and a Type 4 throwable. I don't want anybody to help.
Yeah, oh yeah, the throwable's on the top.
Don't help. Stay still.
It's under there. It's in that cabin on the wall.
Told him multiple times. That's everything.
Nick completes the first safety task, but quickly forgets the rest of the instructions.
Okay, so is it your boat? All right, do you remember what else I asked you for?
Registration of Type 4 fire extinguisher and the throwable. Yes, sir.
No, sir, I did not ask for that. Do you remember, again, do you remember what I asked you for?
Throwable Type 4 fire extinguisher.
No, sir, I asked you for a whistle or a horn, a Type 4 throwable device, and a fire extinguisher. Right, I see some alcohol in the boat. How much have you had? Listen to me. On a scale from 1 being stone cold sober, 10 being drunk, how impaired do you think you are?
Probably about 6 beers.
Probably about 6 beers. Okay, do you think you're okay to drive a boat?
Maybe. I think so. Yes, sir.
All right. Would you mind if we checked your eyes for impairment? That'd be good if you can get that. All right. Just be careful as you can. All right, take it. Come with me.
The thunder rains on Nick's party parade as he steps over to the officer's boat for the field sobriety tests.
Okay, I'm going to check your eyes. Hold your head still and follow the stimulus with your eyes and your eyes only. The stimulus will be the tip of this pin, okay? Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Where did y'all come from today?
Marquis Basin.
Marquis Basin? Okay. That's where your truck and trailer and everything is at?
That's where my house is.
That's where you live? Okay. So it's not going on a trailer, it's going on the water?
I'm in a boat dock.
Okay, very good. All right, so you're the owner. Come over here for a minute. You're not in trouble, but I need to see.
All right.
I just wanted to verify some stuff with you, okay? All right. How much have you had to drink today?
Like very little.
Very little?
Yes, sir.
And you consider yourself probably the most sober person on the boat?
I'm very sober, yeah.
You're very sober. Okay, I just want to take a look at your eyes.
Yeah,
If
I've
we
had
end up,
less than 2 beers all day.
okay, good deal. So if we end up going to have to do something with this gentleman here, I want to make sure that I can entrust the boat over to you, okay?
Okay.
So all I want to do right here is just take a look at your eyes for my own confidence and see
All right.
if we go that direction. I don't know yet, but we're going to find out. So you can't be in trouble at this point, but I just want to make sure you're not impaired. So if we release the boat to you, I know that's safe.
Okay.
Fair enough?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So open up both eyes. All the best that you can. All right, very good. I'm just going to take a look at your eyes. Look at the tip of my finger right there. All right, keep your head still. Follow my finger only with your eyes.
Okay.
No, keep your head still. Can you not open that other eye?
So it doesn't dilate. I got like shot in the eye, so it doesn't like I get smaller. My pupils
so
get
it's a
smaller.
natural thing.
Yeah,
like
that's why. Yeah, I don't have to. No, it's not natural. I got shot in the eye.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, keep your head still. All right, just follow it. Yeah, it's a little bit different.
So rain.
Make this up. I know, right?
Yeah, for real. Make this up.
Just when it can't get much worse for Nick, it starts to hail.
Drifting in that boat.
Okay, right.
All right, bumper back. Back.
Tango Mike. Okay.
I also want to thank Morgan & Morgan for being such a proud sponsor of After Hours. Every single week with After Hours, the people on these body cams, it proves just how scary and unpredictable the world can be, especially when you're out driving. And one of the scariest things that can happen to you is if you get into an accident. But it's important to realize if you've been in an accident, your case, it could actually be worth millions. And that's where Morgan & Morgan comes in. They have an army of over 1,000 attorneys. And these attorneys are going to fight for what you deserve. And they have the track record to prove it. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan won verdicts like $12 million in Florida, $26 million in Philadelphia, and $6.8 million in New York. All of these, by the way, way higher than the highest insurance offer. Even if your case isn't worth millions, why not start a claim and try to get the money that you deserve? Seeing if you have a case, all it takes 8 clicks or less, and their fee is absolutely free unless you win. They're only getting paid if you're getting paid. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/afterhours or click the link in the description and pinned in the commens.
3, 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that's it.
Yes, sir.
You understand?
Yes, sir.
Now you may begin.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
1, 2, 3.
That's going to be the owner of the vessel that you're in.
Put your hands down at your side. Yes, sir.
Nick fails the sobriety test, so officers arrest him. Before taking him into custody, Officer Ramos checks in with his friends about his belongings.
All right, listen to me. Y'all have his cell phone in there so we can call somebody. Take a seat right here. Yes, sir. Unfortunately so. He's going to Escambia County Jail, okay? Can't have him operating on the waters like this. That's part of the reason why we're out here, unfortunately. I don't like meeting people under these circumstances, but it is what it is, okay?
Sit. Hey, sit down. Sit. That's why you don't stand up. Don't get up again.
Officers transport Nick to the station to check his BAC and coach him on how to blow.
Keep going. It's going to suck. Keep going. Keep going. Every time you stop,
Yeah, man.
I know it's hard, man. Treat it like a take a deep breath. All right. Ready? Go. Blow, 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 blow.
I tried there. Stand. How long is it?
It's long. Just give it one more shot, all right? Is that? All right, ready? Go. Blow. Are you blowing? I don't think you're blowing. I don't hear you blowing. Blow, 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 blow. Are you blowing?
Man, I'm about to pass out. Like, I can't blow. I mean, can't blow on nothing any harder than that. Between us three. Like.
Need one of these. I got it. I know it, man.
Right.
They both should be universal.
Yeah, they are. All right, ready?
Yeah, man.
All right, blow. Go. Blow, 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 blow until it stops making that noise. You can't stop blowing.
As soon as it comes out, it'll stop toning.
Every time you stop, it'll stop. So keep blowing. Just give it all you got. Okay. We gotta do it one more time, right? All right, we gotta do that one more time, and the pain is over. Okay.
If you're blowing, you hear the tone. That means it's accepting your breath. If you stop blowing, that's when you don't hear a tone. So you have to keep blowing. I'm gonna run the top of your vehicle and come back.
All right.
So good.
We gotta do it one more time.
What do you say? Keep. Hold it.
We gotta blow on it one more. We gotta get 2 samples. All right.
So that's when we know you're blowing. We don't hear a tone. It means you're not putting air.
Yeah. When I see you, I can see you breathing in here because it'll fill up. If you, I can tell when you're not, when you are, and this machine can tell as well. Okay. So you got to just everything you got. I know it sucks, but you got to give it all you got.
Yeah, it's been vaping for too long.
All right, you ready? Well, hold on. It's got 14 seconds. Are you ready, man? Give it all you got. Blow, 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 blow. Doing good. Got to keep blowing, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was...
Don't forget. Just blow, 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 blow. Don't stop breathing. It's almost over. Don't stop. Almost there. Keep it. All right.
Try.
All right. Give it one more shot. Got to do it. All right.
Yeah.
Come on with it. Deep breath and give it all you got. Slow and easy, yeah.
Nick's charged with boating under the influence. No further information was found regarding the outcome of Nick's case at the time of this recording. Next, Officer Christmas of FWC is on duty on Father's Day when he observes a vessel circling around the docks at the Villano boat ramp. Worried someone's going to get hurt, he yells out to get the operator's attention.
Come here! Hey! Come here! Come here! Hey! You! Come here!
Several minutes later, the operator's finally in a manageable position to dock the boat.
How y'all doing? New boat?
Okay. Well, it looks like that. Can you safely pull up here? All right. All right. All right. No, I ain't laughing at you. I just don't want you to hurt yourself or somebody else.
The crew of 3 work on tying the boat while the officer asks the captain some follow-up questions.
Your boat? It's your boat? Your boat? Okay. Can you get the registration while you're looking for that rope?
Here we go. We're doing another $890 fine.
I hadn't wrote you no tickets yet. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know you.
I know how it rolls. I already had one. And that was in the pretty picture. And the thing was that I was actually in the
You have your ID with you also?
Yeah, I got it.
All right, let me take a look at it. How long have you had your boat?
About like 2 years.
2 years?
Yeah, but I still don't understand that.
Okay. Why don't you try that off?
The captain's identified as 45-year-old Israel Lopez, and he's showing signs of impairment.
How much you had to drink today? I know it is. How much you had today?
I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm safe. I know. I can't tell you how much I had to drink because it's irrelevant. Which way you want to go?
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to do some field sobriety exercise. You agreeable to that?
I wasn't the one driving the boat the whole time.
I understand.
So why you want to do a sobriety test on me? Why don't you do a sobriety test on him that he was the one driving it?
Tests. The test is a pass or fail.
Excuse me?
The test is a pass or fail.
You want to go against me?
I don't know you, man.
I have a DUI.
Then why are you drinking and operating the boat?
I wasn't the one driving it.
You were. I just seen you. Matter of fact, these people are yelling about your reckless operation that are sitting here watching you. But you were driving. You said it's your boat, right? How often do you drive it? You had it for 2 years? So you had it 2 years, right?
No, I actually only had it for 1 year.
Okay. You mind if I check your eyes real quick?
My eyes?
Mm-hmm. You said you had a stroke.
Yeah.
So are you diabetic?
Yeah, I am diabetic. This whole thing is still numb.
Okay.
This whole side is
Listen to me. Do you need rescue up here?
No. Why?
You said you're diabetic. You're exhibiting signs of an impaired operator. So I'm trying to determine whether you're having a diabetic emergency or you're impaired. If you need rescue to come up check your blood sugar, then we can do that.
You're making it too far.
I'm not making it too far. I've been in law enforcement for 38 years. I owe you protection, your family, or whoever's on your boat.
We're good.
Okay, well, I'm trying to make sure you're good.
I'm good.
Okay.
It's okay. Listen.
Okay.
Impaired eyes. Go ahead. Do what you
Okay,
want
can
to
you
do.
see out of both eyes?
No, this side is actually kind of like, yeah, that's the thing.
What?
This side is kind of like faded.
Can you see me with that eye?
Oh, yeah, I can see you right.
Okay, do you wear
I
contacts?
see your right and your left hand.
You wear contacts?
No.
Okay.
Officer Christmas separates Israel from his family to explain why it's in his best interest to participate in some field sobriety tests.
Listen, the field sobriety exercises, what they are, they're divided attention tasks. I'm trying to... No, I haven't made the decision. I'm trying to make a decision. But if you don't take the field sobriety exercises, you're going to make me make a decision based on my training experience, what I see, smell, and hear, the totality of the circumstances. So I'm asking you to take the field sobriety exercises to dispel my belief that you're not an impaired operator. Are you agreeable to that?
I agree with you and everything else. But again, I'm going to do the exam. You're going to try to make me I can't lift them.
No, these are seated. You're in a marine environment. These are seated. You don't have to walk the line and stuff like that. Hold the leg up and all that kind of stuff. They're seated. What light thing? I don't have a light. It's not a pass or fail. Okay. What I was checking is what they call horizontal gaze nystagmus. It's the involuntary jerking of your eyeball. Your eye should track as it follows an object like rolling a marble across a piece of glass. Your eyes are twitching. The more they twitch as soon as they start to track, the higher impairment you are. Okay? So there's a total of 6 clues. You have all 6 clues in your eyes.
You see them?
Yeah, I saw them. So what I'm trying to do,
here to help you.
you're here to help me. I appreciate that. Okay, so
If I'm going to get arrested, they should get arrested and get it over.
okay, so you're refusing to take the field
No, I
sobriety
didn't say
exercise?
that. I said if I'm here to get arrested.
Well, I'm asking you to take the remaining field sobriety exercises to dispel my belief.
The thing, but if I'm going to get arrested,
I haven't made that decision yet.
But that's
See, that's why I'm asking you to take the field sobriety exercises so you can dispel my belief that you're not an impaired operator. You were driving. You asked about the video camera? Yeah, it's got you video spinning around out there and stuff.
It's just like when I went to the Springs. I help a person out. I told him, don't be drinking. You got an open can.
Then why are you drinking?
I wasn't driving.
You were driving.
I know there's something here.
I got you on video driving, man. Come on.
Right,
Are you so impaired that you don't remember
No,
driving?
I remember.
You remember?
Wait, watch your words.
Well, you're telling me you wasn't driving, and I'm telling you you were. So, are you agreeable to take the field sobriety exercises, yes or no? And let me explain what they are, okay? It's the one's called the palm pats. Like you take your hands, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, like that. Then hand coordination is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then put them down by your side, and finger to nose with your head to the back and your eyes closed. Those are the field sobriety exercises. Are you agreeable to that?
Once Israel agrees to participate, his wife then interrupts.
You must touch your left index finger to your nose.
Donna, back
Go stand
up.
over
I
there.
need you to back up.
You can
Donna,
record all
back
you
up
want, but you're not
towards
going
the
to interfere.
Donna, back up towards the Mazda, please. Just back up
You just
towards
told
the
her-
Mazda.
They're as far as I
Joanna,
I'm going to put you in jail if you don't back up.
Joanna, listen to
Simple
me.
as that.
Stop making
For interfering.
matters worse. I'm agreeing.
You can haul all
with
you want.
Joanna,
Back up and stop
Back up.
interfering.
come on, go ahead. I should never done this. I'm so sorry.
63 cents.
Donna, back
See if
up.
the city or the county's got
Joanna.
somebody. Come down here.
No,
Stand by.
Joanna, come on, man. We're down cop. Damn it, man. Here we go. I'm going to jail.
And if she comes over here again, you can express to her that she's going to be arrested. Okay. So I'm going to start this again. Okay. Listen to me. Listen to me. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You make a fist with both hands. You extend your index fingers and turn your palms forward like this. Okay. Remain in this position while I explain the task. You understand that? Okay. When I say begin, you tilt your head back about 45 degrees and you close your eyes. It's like this. Your eyes closed. Okay. When I tell you to, touch the tip of your nose, touch your nose with the tip of your index finger and immediately return it to your side. It's like this. If I say right, come up with your right index finger, touch the tip. Look at me. If I say right, come up with your right index finger, touch it, come back down. If I say left, come up and touch it and come back down. You understand? All right. So when I say right, you must touch your right index finger to your nose. When I say left, you must touch your left index finger to your nose. You understand that? Okay. Again.
Again?
Yep.
45 degrees backwards.
Close your eyes. Okay, with your left.
Are you telling me to touch my nose with my left?
You understood the instructions, right?
I heard you, but I need you to hear. I'm deaf in one ear, too. Please, just be louder.
Based on Israel's performance, it's clear Israel's under the influence.
Why were you operating a vessel?
My friend.
Your friend what?
My friend. I wasn't operating.
You were operating a vessel.
Because he had a pink belt on my truck. That's what.
Right. So why didn't you let him just pull your vessel up and tie it up at a dock and go get your truck? You think that would have been smarter?
Could have been when nobody was thinking of this. Somebody just dropped me off and I'll get your truck. I'm not here to argue.
I'm not arguing with you. I just asked you.
That's right.
Okay. All right, stand up for me. Have any knives, guns, hanger, anything like that? No, I just put your hands behind your back. Yes. Put your hands like you're praying, okay? Put your hands like you're praying. Christmas. Christmas.
I'm sorry.
Christmas is my name. Okay, so stop interfering because you're interfering now.
Is there a reason for detainment, sir?
He's not. He's under arrest.
For what?
Back up or you're going to jail with him.
Put me in jail. No, please, don't do it, please. I'll be here with you. I'm not gonna run. I won't run. I swear to right, go. God, please don't do it. Please don't do it. Right. Right, go. Don't do it, please.
Come here.
Don't do it, please. I'm with you. I'm here right
You're
now.
under arrest.
No, please.
You're under arrest.
Don't do it, please.
You're under arrest. Come here.
Please.
Come here. You're under arrest.
Sir, I'm with you. Sir, I'm with you.
You're under arrest. Come over here. Put your hands on the car.
I'm with you.
Yellow.
I'm with you. I'm with you. Don't do it, please. Sir, don't do it.
Back up or you're going with her.
Don't do it.
Back up or you're going with her.
Don't do it. Sir, I'm with you.
Back up or you're going with her.
You got control of all this. Christmas. You got control. I'm with you. I'm with you, Christmas. I'm with you. Don't do it. Christmas, I'm with you.
You interfere again, you're going with her.
Christmas. Christmas. I'm with you. Christmas. Don't do it. Oh my God.
You're under arrest.
No.
You're under.
Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Oh my God. Don't.
Put your hand on your back.
What the hell is wrong with you, man? Oh my goodness. What the is wrong?
Put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest.
Oh my goodness. What the
I don't have a second set of cuffs.
Christmas, please. Christmas.
What the is you?
Christmas. Come on, please.
You got a second set of cuffs.
Please, Christmas. I'm
What
right here.
the wrong with you people?
Christmas,
Back up.
Please, Christmas, just take me.
Hey, you're hurting my arm.
Christmas, just take
Well,
me.
then stop
Please,
resisting.
Christmas, I'm right here. I obeyed all your rules.
Nobody has done anything.
Probably 29, 77 dollars. We're 10-4. We got 3 secured.
No, it said 2.
Okay.
What the is wrong with you? Nobody was even near you.
Here's her. Okay, I don't have ID on her. Don't have ID on him.
Nobody was near you.
Everything is recording.
Nobody's even resisting.
I'm with Christmas. Christmas. Christmas.
Nobody even touched you. Nobody said nothing to you.
15 was free, and I've sprayed one.
And you didn't tell them to get the right?
Okay, let's put her in your car. Let me get him. Let me get him. Put him in my truck.
Fire rescue? What the kind of question is that?
I'm just asking.
Hey, he's my.
What the seriously, nobody was around you. No, anything to you, man. You even.
He's signal 1. So.
That's all right. I got it.
2 females in your car. Put him in his. I was good with you. What's going on?
I tell you what, hold her, and I'll get my truck open where you can.
You don't have to squeeze me hard. I ain't going nowhere. I ain't going nowhere.
Why am I getting pushed around? I was with you, bro.
Listen, man, because your family's trying to jump on the dang police.
I know that. And I'm trying to.
Okay.
But me and Chris, we have an understanding.
Let me make sure there's a double locks.
Yeah, I don't have nothing. I have nothing.
We didn't realize we were in so much trouble. We would have gone faster.
They backed up and they stopped. But once I arrested him, that's when they came back up again.
Now that the captain of the vessel's under arrest, officers now must determine who to release the boat to.
And this one's going to jail. I need their names and stuff, and I'll do the dockets on them.
Okay.
For what? For what?
Resisting and opposing.
No, we weren't.
Okay, go to court. You'll have to go to court. I've been in law enforcement 38 years. Yes, you were.
I was not.
And she's going to be as an attorney or whatever and tell me what I can and can't do. That's not going to happen. You're not going to interfere. Both of y'all were interfering.
No, honey.
Okay.
We were not interfering.
Okay, well, I disagree with you. We'll see what a jury or a judge thinks, okay?
We weren't. You told us to get away, and we did. You were.
Who owns the boat? He owns the boat. What do you want done with your boat? Has anybody not been drinking that we can release your boat to?
Like literally.
You're going to jail. You're not getting the boat. Huh?
And told him to get. We stayed away.
63, 17, okay.
We'll probably have to transfer these two.
Send rescue down here if you would.
None of us have been. That's my daughter
Yeah, and I need to try to get her some water on her face because I sprayed her.
She said she didn't want any water.
Well, I want to get it on video that she's refusing, okay?
When rescue gets here, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's go sit in the car for now. Just so you don't have to stand up. Anybody here not drinking?
No, sir. Not here.
You?
None of us.
Are you an adult?
I'm 19.
Okay. You're with them?
That's my dad.
Okay.
Is there any way I can talk to him real quick?
Yeah. Well, in a minute. Are you can take the vessel.
I can trailer it and we can use a rope to bring it in, and I can drive it home.
Do you have a boater safety card?
Yes, sir, right here.
Okay,
Well, I think of the card. I took the license and everything.
All right, let me see your ID.
Yes, sir, right here.
Because I got to get your name, then I'm releasing it to you.
All right, let me show you this, and then here's my ID.
Okay. Okay. Stand by just a second. Let me make sure that's what he wants to do, okay? Hey man, listen to me. Listen, this is your son?
Yes, sir.
You want him to take your boat so I don't have to tow your boat?
Good to you, please.
You have been good. Okay. You don't want your boat towed, right? No, you want him to take custody of your boat. Okay, that's fine.
Hey, you take my truck, man.
Yeah, as long as his driver's license good stuff and he ain't been drinking, that's good.
Israel's arrested and charged with operating a vessel while normal faculty's impaired. He pleaded no contest and is sentenced to 1 year of probation, 50 hours of community service, and $50 in fines. His daughter, Rachel, is arrested and charged with resisting arrest without violence. She also pleaded no contest and received a fine of $323. Now an hour down the coast in Ormond Beach. That's where reports come into the police department about an in-progress theft. The suspect, 48-year-old Ronald Williams, struggles to start the engine of an allegedly stolen jet ski, but he decides to float away on it anyways. A quick-witted deputy approaches a nearby family.
Hey guys, quick question.
Yes, sir.
We got a guy down here that's trying to steal a jet ski. He's on the jet ski in the river. Is there any way you could take a couple of us down there to him?
Sure.
Okay.
You want to take the boat? You can take it, come back.
He's willing to let us use the boat. You can. I know you got lots of boating experience.
Deputies then race over to the suspected thief, who's casually floating down the intercoastal waterway.
Hey, right here, sheriff's office. Sheriff's office. Put your hands up. Come over here. Come over here. What? Swim. So you're gonna take a jet ski and you don't know how to swim?
Did you catch that? Ronald, who willingly drifts into the ocean, doesn't know how to swim.
Look, I'm tossing you this rope. Tie it to the front of the jet ski. Okay. Do you have any weapons on you? Take this line, tie it to the front of the jet ski. Any weapons, guns, knives, anything. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm Sergeant Turner, by the way. I gave him a card. Okay. I'm Sergeant Turner. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Y'all did great.
Ronald's arrested and charged with grand theft and trespass. He pleaded no contest to grand theft, and his other charge was dismissed. Ronald was sentenced to 71 days in jail and $518 in court fees. Next up, we're at Lake George, where hundreds of people are attending an annual boat party. Then, all of a sudden, a brawl breaks out.
See when we got a fight going on at the bar. Where the DJ deck is, it's about 4 or 5 males fighting.
You're in the middle of all this at Juniper?
Yep, where all the crowd of people are standing.
Why don't you do a low hover and get it dispersed?
10-4. I got one guy pretty bloodied up. They don't have much effect. There's still 2 of them still trying to go at each other. You're gonna need rescue. You got one guy on the deck, looks like he's unconscious, bleeding heavily from the face.
rescue probably floating that way.
Yeah, he's unconscious. Large guy on the DJ deck.
The rescue team arrives to break up the brawl and provides aid to those in need. Deputies assist the unconscious man onto the boat and then monitor him.
Have a seat, brother. Have a seat. Just have a seat. Have a seat, man. Have a seat. There you go.
While on scene, law enforcement issued 38 boating citations, 108 warnings, and arrested 5 people, 3 of which were for boating under the influence, the other 2 for disorderly conduct. The unconscious man was transported to land and flown to the hospital for treatment. According to police, the man intends to press charges. We end today's episode of After Hours with Lieutenant Lightsey as he approaches a boat arriving at shore without their navigation lights.
Hey guys. Hey, Fish and Wildlife. Yeah, no worries.
How you, sir?
Hey, good. Y'all doing all right tonight?
Yeah, man, just saved the boy out there.
Woo. Do what?
He should be.
You got somebody else out there?
He should be right behind us.
Who is it?
I just got us in together, man.
Who's behind you out here?
Boy, Jason. Honestly, we just stopped out here.
Jason who?
Sir?
Jason who? Is he in a boat or is he swimming?
He was. I mean, he probably got here before me, honestly. We were sitting out there. I was getting yelled at.
Who's yelling at you? No, not her.
I was getting yelled at, yes, sir.
All right.
Probably the second time I've ran this thing.
All right, real quick, just do a boat safety check. I'm Lieutenant Lightsey with Fish and Wildlife.
Right, brother.
Oh, 6230 Tazewell, 1050 vessel. Y'all doing all right tonight? All right. Does your lights work on the boat?
Honestly, so I swear to God, you can ask her. I just figured this out. I have a blown fuse. It's right here. I'm not going to lie to you.
1020 is going to be East Marsh, Florida vessel 0891 Hotel Charlie. I'll be 1012 with 2.
The second time, I swear to God.
Oh, okay.
And I have the blown fuse I can show it to you.
No, I believe you.
I'm not lying to you.
Good.
If you look at it, the fuse is blown.
Okay, I believe you. Let's go ahead and check your gear real quick.
Absolutely.
Florida Fish and Wildlife requires vessel operators to display appropriate lights from sunset to sunrise, no matter the weather conditions.
Do you have any weapons on you?
No, sir,
okay.
Nothing.
Yeah, now you get the AC going for you, huh?
I know, I just want to make sure I don't have bugs on me.
Like I said, I just moved there. I have the title sitting in the truck.
Okay.
I mean, you can look at everything.
You got your ID with you?
Huh?
Is it already registered to you?
It is not. I'm not
okay.
gonna lie to you. I'm not even gonna lie to you, sir.
I don't think you're gonna lie to me.
It's not registered. I just like.
Is this your truck?
Yes,
is it
sir.
registered to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I just threw it together. I just threw the truck with the boat together.
The identity of the captain's redacted and blurred from the body-worn camera, but the man's an open book.
I know it looks like, but I promise you, I just put this thing together. I built a trailer and everything.
All right. How about this is where safety gear is usually kept.
Yes,
You want to open it up and let's see.
There's nothing in there that should be in there. I mean, all there literally is. I mean, there's an old thing of Fireball. I've got
okay.
I'm not gonna lie to you, sir.
So we're getting into time of gator eggs and stuff. Do you have anything in that?
Oh, there's absolutely no. I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I'm not doing anything wrong.
Oh,
I'll
that's
pull
fine.
out so that way you can see it.
Yeah,
I'm not doing me pull the tool out. Yeah, I'm not doing anything illegal.
Yeah.
I am doing something illegal technically. I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, I'm out here. I'm not legal. I was trying to impress my girl. I'm trying to take her out, but no, absolutely not.
Yeah, I don't want to slide.
There's nothing gator wise. There's nothing. I mean, I got some Gatorades. There's a couple White Claws, but I don't know if you can look at me. I don't like the guys drinking White Claws.
No, you don't.
I'm just saying, man.
But you like you've been drinking something. What have you been drinking?
No, honestly, I mean, like I said, I'm not. Yeah. All I'm saying.
You gotta finish your sentence.
I can promise you that. I can promise you that. There's nothing Gator wise related. And
go ahead. You can shut it.
If you want.
No, that was nice of you to show me.
If you want. I mean, she hasn't been drinking. She can drive. That was the whole plan.
Okay. She's your driver?
Yeah, she was going to drive. I said, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. The Fireball in there probably isn't as old as I probably tried to make it sound. Drank a couple out there. We were just riding around. I mean, literally, you can look at it. I'm sure you're not ignorant to the situation of airboats. I've been doing this together. I bubble gummed it together, man. I'm not the best when it comes to.
Let me try to hop down without busting my butt. I'll tell you what, can you get that cooler?
You going to pull it up?
Yeah, if you want to, let's set it right here. What we do is, I'll check you, make sure you're okay. So, do you know the? Here you go. Put it down here for me if you would. No, you don't have to pull it. You don't have to pour it out. I was gonna have you sit on. No, stop, buddy.
Oh, sit on it?
Yeah, you can sit down.
Please, man.
Here, have a
Man,
seat.
man, I'll get a ride. I'll do whatever.
Here, have a
Please don't make-
seat. Have a seat.
Please don't take me to jail, man. I'm.
Well, why would I be taking you to jail?
I don't know, man. Like I said, I mean, it's not. I have the title.
Listen,
I have the title in for
So
every
look,
match.
so your boat stuff, obviously, it's kind of a train wreck. You ain't got
literally
anything.
just picked it up from JD and
But
Melbourne today.
the big things that I look for, though, is I want to make sure that you're okay. You've been operating an airboat. I look for making sure everybody's okay to operate airboat.
Lieutenant Lightsey then conducts the captain through a series of field sobriety tests.
All right, I'm going to look for lack of smooth pursuit. So I'm going to come through here. None of this means anything to you, but I'm just letting you know what I'm doing.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, stay with them.
I was looking at you, man.
All right, remember it's the pin tip. All right. The next one I look for is distinctness, sustained stagnance at max deviation. So I'm going to take it. I'm going to go over here.
I'm going to be honest with you, man. Sweating my off. I've been broke down for an hour and a half.
You have been?
Yes, sir. But
Okay.
go ahead, do your thing, man.
And then prior to 45, all right? So this one right here. All right. And then I'm going to go up one here. Can you follow this up?
Am I allowed to move my head or no?
Yeah, just your eyes.
I can't see it past your head. As far as I can.
That's as far
You
as
see
you
what I'm
can.
saying? You see where
Yeah.
you see where my ledge is?
Uh-huh.
You know, like
All
a
right.
ledge head, man. I'm not
All
gonna
right.
lie to you, man.
All right. All right, Hank, let's see. Finger to nose. You've probably seen this one on TV or something before.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to switch to this one.
Obviously, you know what I'm saying? I know. I mean, I got charged with DUI one time before. I
You
mean, I
did?
could get a
But this
DUI.
is boating, so
I
this is
understand,
different.
Like, I mean, whatever you guys
So,
do.
okay. All right, begin.
Which one?
Do you remember what to do when I tell you to begin?
Yeah, you said left or right. Which one do you want me to do?
Well, what's the first thing you do when I tell you to begin?
45 degree angle.
And close your eyes. All right, so now we got your eyes closed, your head tilted back, all right? Left.
Let off.
Then return it back to your side, okay? Right.
Return it.
Yep, you're supposed to return it back.
1, 2.
Remember to speed up.
1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1.
Remember to speed up as you go. You got to go faster.
1, 2. 1, 2.
You got to speed it up. Faster, faster, faster.
Is there
Yeah, you got to go fast.
How fast?
Keep going. I'll tell you when. I'm going to tell you when to stop. You got to
I
keep
need-
increasing speed.
Can you show me how fast it needs to be?
You remember I showed you at the
No, you
beginning.
just showed me this.
Okay.
The video's on right there.
Right. All right. Well, here, how about this? Start over. You ready? You're going to increase your speed continually as you go. I'll tell you when to stop. All right. Begin.
1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1,
Faster?
2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1.
Faster?
1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2.
All right. Go ahead and
1,
relax.
2.
Go ahead and relax.
It's
All
an
right.
agility test. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie.
So, hey, I have to be honest with you. You did not do very well. Okay.
I mean, I understand.
So let me ask you this. I think you know where
I'm
you're
not
at here.
driving home.
You understand what I'm saying? So listen, at this point in my training experience, right, you're impaired beyond your normal faculties. So listen, you've been really cool with me, so I'd like to be really cool with you, okay? At this point, you are under arrest for operating a vessel while normal faculties are impaired. This is not a driving. This is a boating. And I'll explain to you the differences here in a minute. But let me ask you this. How is she? Is she okay to operate the truck and trailer back to the house?
I mean, like I said, I was going to ride with her while she drove. So, I mean, no, she doesn't need to. She doesn't need to just drive the boat in the trailer.
Well, so I understand about that, but what about, has she been drinking? Is she okay to operate?
I would rather her get a ride. And
Okay, who do you have that you can call?
I have a couple numbers. One boy lives right down the road.
Is she gonna go real crazy? I'm not gonna handcuff you yet. If she's compliant with it, if you want to get a phone call and try to call somebody, go ahead. Yep.
I'll have to use her phone.
Yeah, that's fine. Just have her roll down the window. Don't go in the vehicle.
Before the unidentified man's detained, the friendly lieutenant allows him to call his friend for a ride.
Right, I'm gonna put two pair of cuffs on you. That way it's a little more comfortable since it's so big. Thanks for being compliant. And I'm gonna double lock them so they don't tighten up on you. Sorry, this one's a little tighter here. Okay. All right. Let's get hang right there. Let me get her ID. Did your boat break down a couple times for you?
Yes, sir. Like I said, it's breaking. I ain't got an hour on it.
All right.
What's up? You got to work with me, dog. I'm a big boy.
I know.
Hold on, I'm gonna put my drawers
That's
up.
why I gave you double cuffs so you got a little bit more play on your hands there.
Hey, push on my shoulder up here.
Right here? All right, I got you. I ain't gonna let you fall.
I got a bad.
How tall are you?
6'4", man.
6'4".
You can shush if you don't mind.
Right.
At the time of this recording, since the man's name was never publicly released, we were not able to find out the outcome of his case. Thanks for watching this week's episode. Law and Crime After Hours is researched, written, and produced by Jordan Chacon. Video editing is done by the Mikey Deininger. I'm Sam Goldberg. We'll see you next week.
You understood the instructions, right?
I heard you, but I need you to hear you. I'm deaf in one ear, too. Please, just be louder.
Well, that good timing. That was not bad timing at all by me. Hey, 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 hey. I'm not quite ready yet, so what I'm going to do is put this back on, then I'll be back in 2 minutes. Present. Present. Boom, boom. Present. Right, give me 2 seconds. Give me top 2 seconds. I'll be back now. I was muted, sorry. Guess who's back? Back again. I am back. Tell a friend. Nothing, Mark, because I've only just come back myself, so I don't know. Yeah, I've seen Resisted Silence. I'm posting stuff. Go and watch it with Dana and Tracy. Go support Dana and Tracy. They're simply the best. Bow, bow. I mean, Tracy is. Nah, Dana is as well. Dana is as well. So, yeah, thanks, Robin. I've just seen it. Thank you for dialing. Right. We're supposed to be back in the trial in 10 minutes, people. So... Oh, no woman, no cry. Oh, hey, hey, oh, hey. No woman, no cry. Hey, 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 hey. There you go. Let's get the picture of Brenda and Tracy in there. So I had a pizza. Nice. I had a pepperoni. Nice. Most of the girls had ham and pineapple, which is nice. They like ham and pineapples. I know there's controversy between pineapples, but we've done polls every time, and every time pineapples win. Pineapples always win. Pepperoni pizza, James. Pepperoni, just a normal pepperoni, tomato base, bare cheese, pepperoni on top. Takeaway it was. It was a nice, because I got a house full. But they're old enough. The eldest is 17. She can look after everybody. But my sister is in a meeting, so that's why they're here. In and now, shake it all about. Hey, 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 hey. I don't. Right, so this trial. Do you know what, right, James? Like, lots of people start off by saying that. Every time I do a poll, James, it's always like 70-80% of the poll will say, yeah, pineapple has to be pineapple. I'd love pineapple on it. It doesn't have to be pineapple, but they eat pineapple. They like pineapple on it. I'm a big fan of it. I'm genuinely a big fan of it. I know Italians maybe don't like it, but I'm a big, big fan of pineapple. My second choice would have been ham and pineapple, but I just saw everybody else was having it, so I'll go pepperoni just in case somebody didn't want ham pineapple. You know what they're like, kids. But no, done. So this trial, I'm not sure what to think about this trial. It's got all the basis to be an excellent trial. It's intriguing, but I think the lawyering is letting us down a little bit. The way this trial is going, this is definitely the one with zoom in, because it's so slow and it's so pointless. A lot of the questions they're asking is so pointless. Have you ever been tasered? Have you ever had pepper spray in your face? Oh, which one do you prefer? Who gives a fuck? That's just two questions. I was like, why are you asking me these questions? Nothing to do with this trial whatsoever. So that's a bit of a pain. I wish to just get to it quicker. So yeah, we were having discussions yesterday about how we would do the Sarah Boone one, whether we'd zoom that or zoom this. It looks like we're zooming this because it's just so friggin' slow. The judge is good. The judge is good. I'll give him that. The judge is entertaining. He is good. So I would say, James, that they're not as bad as Lally, but they're up there. Do you know what I mean? They're like 80% of Lally. Lally, lally, lally. Oh, lally. Oh, lally. Boom, 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 boom. So it's intriguing to me, right? This Laura McGuinness, or whatever her name is. Laura McLaughlin, that's her name, who was on that trial with Lally. What the fuck she do? Because she's doing the Brian Walsh trial as well. She's there, judge is like, oh, right, who we got, blah, blah, blah. Laura McLaughlin, I'm here. What the fuck do you do? What do you actually do? Because you didn't help Lally. No, well, she may have done on paperwork, but she never went up on the start, ask questions. So maybe she doesn't do. I don't know. I have no clue. but she seems to be in a lot of these cases, but doesn't seem to be. Now, I'm not saying she doesn't do anything. She's probably sat there taking notes and stuff like that, but you think she'd ask questions if she's a lawyer. Maybe she's not. Maybe no, she must be a lawyer. So. Yeah, no, she is a lawyer. She is a lawyer. She is a lawyer. Just not a very good one, I suppose. And that says a lot if you just call Lally. Right. We got another 5 minutes to go. Shuffling papers, James, I agree. Absolute BS. Get paid like what, 100 or 1,000 a year just shuffling papers. No woman, no cry, cry now. Hope everyone's had a nice lunch or dinner anyway. I think we're going on. They said they're going to try and go on to 5:30 Eastern every day now. There will be a break in between because there is a smoker on the jury. So the judge said that he will break once in the afternoon as well for a period of time so that smoker can go outside, have a cigarette, come back in, go to the toilet, grab a coffee. Also, it was nice. The judge shared his fridge with everybody as well. Said yesterday, if you got any snacks, any drinks, anything you want to bring in, just bring it in. My fridge, just put them all in my fridge. Don't worry about it. Help yourself, which is unusual, but it's nice. And he told everybody, yeah, bring your coffee, and if you want to bring coffee, just bring it in. See you, James. Catch you later, James. So that's always nice. Do you know what I mean? When you can bring coffee, bring any drink, because lots of courts just go only water. Because if you spill anything, that's it. Which I think is like they're adults. Like, yeah, I'm absolutely like I kick stuff all the time. I spill coffee all the time, so maybe I can't say anything. But it is what it is. Remember to like, sub, and share, good people. Thank you, James. Catch you soon, my friend. Enjoy the stew. And it sounds nice, beef stew, actually. So yeah, that's where we're at. Court is back in 3 minutes. 2 minutes. Hey, got it right. People will be back in chat in a little bit, so if you are in chat, don't disappear. Some people are working and listening, which is good. That's the way I like it. Go out and work. I just noticed Recovery Addict is also covering this case, so that takes a lot of people. There's a few people now started to do this case today. Be interesting to see what Recovery Addict does, because he's covering Boone as well. So whether he can do Boone live, boom, 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 or whether he's going to zoom or something, I'm not sure what he's going to do. But we're going to do whichever way we want to do it anyway. So wisdom. I'm looking at the plaque. Wisdom, moderation, Constitution, justice, wisdom, moderation. 1776, state of Georgia. State of the dogs. Georgia Bulldog. Woof, 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 woof. That's what they say in it. Woof, 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 woof. Georgia Bulldogs. Let me kick them. No, that's not what I was going to say. Let me hug them, Georgia Bulldogs. Yes, they are. I'm not sure what song that is, but... Oh, Bob the Builder, that is. Bob the Builder, can you kick it, Bob the Builder? Yes, we can. I just forgot for a second where it came from. You know, you go do Lally when you talk to yourself, they say. I think I'm going to do Lally. I must be. But I enjoy it anyway. Oh, every now and again I get a little bit closer and I don't know what to say next. Every now and again I broke my heart right now. Every time I sing we lose viewers. But I love to sing, so they gotta stay or go as they want. I'm making this song. Lovely Sarah P. She is late as usual. Take care and stay safe, James. Lovely Sarah P. What name that is. Sarah P, she's the opposite of lovely. Daffodil, she likes microdons. We all love microdons. Microdons is simply the best. Oh, microdons, he's the best. Lovely Sarah P, she's late as usual. Don't know what she's doing for work. Lovely Sarah P, late as usual. Yeah. Daffodil, my pizza was beautiful. I loved it, mate. Love my pizza. Pepperoni. I had pepperoni pizza. And it was lovely. It was lovely, Daffodil. Once you Daffy, you were cheating. Daffodil is cheating on me with microdot and Will. My Daffodil, she likes to cheat on me. Used to be just Will. Now she changed her mind. It's microdots and Will. Daffodil, she likes Bill. I tomato, celery, and a pear. Daffodil, that's not much to bear. Oh, Daffodil, you need to eat more than that. That's not enough to keep you going. Daffodil, tomato. I don't like celery, but I love pears, and I like tomatoes. So be square. Where is lovely Sarah P? What a fake name that is. Nothing lovely about Sarah P. I'm joking now. Sarah's lovely. Sarah's been with me from the start. Not quite from the start, but she's been with me a lot. Probably 13, 14 months. That's a long time. Sarah P, you're like the third B. I think Sarah P, she's like the third longest member I've got. 'Cause Erin Hack, she's on top. And I think, is there someone in the middle? Probably not. It might be Sarah P. Daffodil, she likes a bit of variety. She swings it left, she swings it right. Daffodil loves it alright. Oh, Daffodil loves a side. Oh, Daffy likes everything. Daffodil likes microdons. She likes you and Will and Bill. Oh, Daffodil. Sarah wasn't my first. Sarah wasn't my first, no. Sarah wasn't my first mod, no. Sarah P. The mods in front of Sarah P. Sarah P is probably my longest serving mod. Probably. Her and Josie are very close. I think Sarah P became mod before Josie, just. There wasn't much difference between them, but I think Sarah P was a mod before Josie. Josie came in. I only had two for ages. Only had two. Before that, all the other mods I had, we had a clear out. Just a tiny bit long. Yeah, I think it's a little bit longer, yeah. You're not far off each other. Probably a couple of weeks, maybe. Because who's your first member? Well, the longest serving member is Erin Hack. But I think my first member, I don't remember. Was it you, Sarah P, my first member? I don't remember. Dylan just started handing out wrenches to everyone. No, yeah, I did. You're right. But the problem was everyone told me, "Oh, make this a mod, make her a mod, make every." make everyone a mod. So I was putting everyone as mods, but it was like fucking hell. It just spirals. So yes, I think Sarah P might have been one of the first. I don't know. Sarah P fucked herself because she was my longest serving member until she cancelled the membership one day, and that made her no longer the longest serving member. Aaron Hack took over. Doop. Yeah. Well, cancelled. You cancelled it, yeah. Yeah, she was the first, and then she said she didn't renew it. Like, yeah, basically she cancelled it, and then Erin Hack took over. It was like an hour or two between them, and I think there's like only like a couple of days between them now. I wish I had a long member. I wish, Duffy. That's why you go to Will and Microdots for. I did not cancel my credit card info was compromised. I had to get a new card. A likely story. I know it's true. Don't worry. Every night there, breaking my heart. So yeah, I always say the story. This is why I say that Sarah P reminds me of Lisa Reed reminds me of Sarah P because Lisa's channel very quiet, says hello to people. That's how Sarah P was. Very quiet, says hello to everybody that were coming in. So one day I just made her a mod. I was like, yeah, I like this girl. How wrong was I? How wrong was I? No, I'm joking. Great decision on my behalf to make her a mod. And so was Josie. And Mexi. I think Mexi was next, wasn't she? Mexi, she's so sexy. She came in third, I think. Then I don't remember who was next then. I think Murph, Jonathan probably. Then Erin. Well, Erin would have been a mod anyway, but she never wanted to be a mod until Karen retrial. And then Murph came in. Or Hens came in somewhere. I don't remember how I make Hens. Or Hens came in as temporary mod, but we made her a full-time mod because she was excellent. She does look ticked off, Joe. She does. Too late now. Well, not really. I could just take her. I'm joking. Don't compromise, dude. Nah.
Go ahead and bring him in.
Yeah, it was a female as well from Indiana. It was a woman from Indiana. She's been back a couple of times.
You can try to see if you can angle it.
But I think, well, I know she watched another stream. She watched another stream where she does. I try to get in here, but no. You know, when people got the streamers, they just stick, and that's fine. But she did. She was my first stream lady, and she's from Indiana. As I say, she popped in a couple of times. Maybe just wasn't her cup of tea. Do you know what I mean? It's, you know, it works out like that sometimes. But yeah, I will never forget her. She was, yeah. The Getty first chapter was great. It's great. Yes, he did. Looks as happy, of course, she looked in the family picture.
Been using forever. Coin battery.
No, I got
somewhere, but also
I got Jonathan. Jonathan's a male mod. Jonathan's a male mod as well. I won't lie to you. I like Jonathan's a great mod actually. Jonathan's actually top-notch mod actually. When he's here, he's on it. They've all got their own strengths and weaknesses. Do you know what I mean? But like I always think that I find the women are much better at modding. But just messing. No, I know you are. I know you, Mark. On the same cloud. But yeah, there we go. That's a story about the mod. Well, a little bit of a story about the mod. I think Josie's on holiday. Erin Hack is still with Vices watching that thingy. Murph's on vacation, as in she's taking a break from it all. Jonathan's working hard, so yeah, I'm down to just at the minute just Josie and Mexi this week.
Y'all walked to lunch. Well, that was brilliant. That was the smartest. So y'all went over to Panera and got if you go to Panera, go get your unlimited drink cup. All right.
Thank you, State Law Melanie Thrasher. Mr. Thrasher, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear from the evidence you about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. State your name for the record.
Melanie Thrasher.
Spell it for us.
Mike, I just posted a link for you there. That'll tell you everything about the trial. Dumpster Juice has been in touch a few times. She just hasn't come back. I really don't know. It's weird. But she might be down Florida at the minute, so I don't know.
If you would, please.
Melanie, and it was extra duty. I was also the evidence supervisor. And then in 2022, I went full-time crime scene.
All right, tell the jury if you would kind of just give a little bit more information about are you a post-certified officer?
No, I'm not.
So kind of did you come in from the civilian side and start working?
Yes, I did.
Just kind of give them a story of how you got into it and then how your job progressed and what you actually did.
And this is a second career for me. In 2012, I joined the sheriff's office. I had pursued more education and I received a paralegal certificate. At that time, I looked for a job and found the one at the sheriff's office. And I worked in evidence, like I said, from 2012 till 2022. In that time, around 2016, I became the supervisor. And then I got interested in crime scene through all the investigators coming into our office. So I pursued that. Got the recommended required training to become a certified crime scene technician.
What did you do before you came into law enforcement?
My bachelor's is in horticulture.
Okay.
So my last job prior to the sheriff's office is I was the full-time gardener for someone who owned a 110-acre estate.
What did you do and things like that at that place?
I was responsible for most of the grounds. I did everything from mow grass, plant trees, cut down trees. I drove a tractor, Kubota tractor. I have also a side-by-side, a chipper shredder, so I did a lot.
Pretty much everything?
Yes.
Did you enjoy that type of work?
I did.
You said that you were in evidence. Tell the jury what you mean by being in evidence. Where did you sit every day? What did you do? What was that job like?
Okay. The evidence department for the sheriff's office is at the headquarters building. There's 3 individuals that work in the department. We receive the evidence, log it in as per code sections for the state of Georgia, follow all the rules of chain of custody, preserve the chain of custody, provide the evidence when needed for court, so things like that.
When evidence is collected, as it is in this case, at some point physically has to come into the sheriff's office. What is the procedure for evidence to come in, and where does it go, and how is it secured? Is it just like a big room, or tell the jury, kind of describe what the evidence process and location is?
It's a large climate-controlled warehouse, generally speaking. We do have some exterior areas, but there are prescribed methods for storing anything that's got DNA or anything like that. It has to be climate-controlled. There are different areas where different types of evidence are stored: money, drugs, jewelry, guns, things like that. So.
Do you have things that you document when evidence comes in and it's logged in?
Yes. We document who we received it from. The deputy will sign their name. At that time, it was to a paper document. Now it's all computerized. And then we mark where we store it, so it's always available.
How particular is the sheriff's office on maintaining exact records and control of the evidence itself?
It's vital. It's the most vital thing you can do. When I left, there were about 28,000 items in evidence. If you aren't careful and don't store it where you say, good luck finding it. So,
So in this case, I think one of the things you did is at the scene, all the evidence was kind of brought to you and y'all transport it back to the sheriff's office?
At the time, yes. So that over the first day, it ran into the second day early in the morning. So at that time, anything that was collected, most things that were collected to that point, Rachel Eckert and I brought it back for storage.
So if something was found by an officer, they would bring it to y'all would make sure it's properly packaged or whatnot, and then bring it back to the sheriff's office and lock it in and do that part.
Correct.
So I think y'all did, is it true y'all did all the evidence except for the remains and the tractors and the side-by-side?
Correct.
So all the other evidence is basically given to y'all and y'all transport back?
Yes.
And then is the evidence, as it was in this case, was it sent to some of it sent to the GBI and tested?
Yes.
And then at times you would go pick things up and bring it back from the GBI, or they would bring it back?
Correct.
When you got out of working evidence or property, as sometimes it's referred to, what made you want to get into what I call the CSI aspect?
I am a very curious person, so I like knowing how things work. I like helping solve problems. It was just very intriguing to me, all the various aspects of what goes into the investigation. I am also an avid photographer, and that's a big part of a crime scene. So,
and you and I have had several cases together where you've testified. And would you classify yourself as a big talker or more of a quiet person?
I think you can tell already I'm not a big talker.
Kind of introverted.
Yes.
Thank you for your testimony. You do great. What do you have to do to qualify to be, first of all, what does it mean to be post-certified?
I'm not post-certified, so I can't get that completely correct, but there's training, and then the Peace Officer Standards and Training Council.
You don't have arrest powers, right?
I do not.
So a fully post-certified officer would have arrest powers?
Yes.
And you do not have that? You just work for the sheriff's office as a crime scene technician?
I do.
So you can't go put handcuffs on somebody and arrest them or anything like that?
Oh, not at all.
With your personality and your training, are you the one that goes and interviews people and do things like
No,
that?
not at all.
You stick to the property, the scene, the evidence?
I like being behind the scenes.
And what type of training have you had to do your job specifically related to crime scene reconstruction or crime scene investigations or crime scene processing crime scenes?
The state of Georgia the post council is the one that has the standards, but they require it's 224 hours of training, such things as bloodstain pattern analysis. There's 3 different types of fingerprint classes, general crime scene investigation, photography. So those are the main ones. Additionally, in 2022, I went to the National Forensic Academy in Tennessee, which was 400 more hours. And
400? What'd you do there?
Some of the similar classes, but expanded. I've also had 2 classes of shooting reconstruction. I've had a couple of anthropology classes of excavating bodies, some other minor courses.
Do you find your job at times challenging or
absolutely
complicated at times or rewarding?
Yes.
Now, these classes that you take, are they just kind of, if you're present, you pass, everybody gets a trophy type thing?
No, bloodstain pattern analysis and shooting reconstruction have a lot of science behind them as far as physics goes and things like that. So there is some technicalities to it that you definitely need to understand.
So there are standards and things you have to live up to. Do you know Lieutenant Stewart?
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you about him under oath per se, but good guy. You work with him?
Yes.
Lieutenant Ballard?
Yes.
Let's see. I guess it was it Sergeant or Lieutenant Shaw at the time?
Sergeant.
And then I think you said also Rachel Eckert, who is now in Florida, used to work with you?
Yes.
And were y'all kind of working, you and Rachel at times, working together and doing stuff?
Yes, we were.
And then they would work together, y'all kind of floating between people at times?
Yes.
But you had certain responsibilities in this case, right? I did. And when turning your attention now to July 5th, that Thursday, 2018, do you remember about what time you got out at the scene?
Approximately 3:20 p.m.
And do you remember how you got there?
I was tasked with going and getting our big crime scene truck. So I drove it to the scene.
You don't have a police patrol vehicle or anything like that? Is a crime scene
at the
unit
time,
truck?
I did not. Yeah.
What is in this vehicle that you drove out there?
It just contains generally all the things we could possibly need. So any test kits, equipments, things like that.
And when you got out to the scene, what do you remember seeing when you first got out there?
It was a very bucolic setting. It was very pretty, reminiscent of where I used to work. Horses. I saw the barn across the field. Came up to the house, parked, very nicely landscaped.
Were you surprised to be working a murder there?
Yes.
When you first arrived, what level or what stage were you at and what type of investigation was going on?
There were quite a few personnel there, but Rachel and I were very new, so we were tagging along behind Lieutenant Ballard and Sergeant Shaw. So we followed them to the back of the house just to do a cursory preview, and the area had been cordoned off with tape.
Did you go out to the burn pit?
Yes.
Do you remember what it was like?
It was still smoldering a little bit. I was told it was still hot. I couldn't tell you for sure who determined that. But it didn't appear to have much left that was unburned.
Was the task for the crime scene technicians, was it broken up to certain kind of divide and conquer things at the scene?
Yes.
I think Lieutenant Stewart was doing like the barn and the
Mhm.
tractor, and then other people were at the burn pile. I think Shaw was there. What were you tasked with doing?
Once we determined that we were going to wait on the state anthropologist to come assist, I was tasked with photographing the exterior and interior of the residence, just taking overall photos.
A couple of the things we're going to talk about. So you took outside photographs, is that
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
And then at some point you went inside to help process, I think, kind of from the kitchen, the basement door to the steps.
Yes.
And then there's some, what I'm calling some blood trails or blood droppings down in the basement that you were, the stairs themselves and also in the basement floor.
Correct.
And then you help package everything and transport everything. And I believe, for the most part, I think you came back another day and would collect a bunch of cartridge cases and things like that.
That was well after the time period.
But I believe like almost a year later, a little over a year later, came back and collected some firearms, ammunition, other things there.
Yes.
And that was on the back side of the property. Is that right?
Yes, the northwest corner, I believe.
Now, did you have, I've got, you know how we're marking the evidence is going to be your last name by number and going through it. Do you have an opportunity to meet with me a couple of times and look at all your photographs?
Yes.
And all the photographs that we went over, including photographs, we'll talk about that, were not at the time of the scene, but shows how the house, the furniture in the house, and then sometimes some photographs without furniture in it. In other words, things that were online that showed how the house looked with furniture and without furniture.
Yes.
So Thrasher 1 through 288, did you have an opportunity, are all those fair and accurate photographs as you know it to be in this case?
Yes.
So at this time, I'm going to turn to evidence Thrasher 1 through Thrasher 288.
All right, any objections? All right, they're admitted.
You can either look at these or they're admitted. You can look on the screen too, so I'll put them over there in case you want to look at it. Hopefully you can see on the screen. What I plan to do is kind of walk through the evidence, but arrange in such a way that we can kind of talk about it as we go. But this is Thrasher 1. Tell us what we're seeing here.
As you come in the driveway from the road, this would be your first view of the house.
Thrasher 2, this pine tree in the middle, can you kind of point to the front door of the residence? Or just, is it, I'll move my mouse, is it right here?
Yes.
Thrasher 3, if you're standing on that main floor, that deck that has that round part to it, is this what you would be looking at?
Yes, looking towards the barn.
Thrasher 4, what do we have here?
I believe, that's from the front door looking out.
Now, this is one of those that was from online for the house.
Yes.
If I was opening that front door, this is Thrasher 5. If I'm standing there and looking at this photograph 5, what is in front of us here?
As you walk in the door, that's your first view, is the stairs that go up, or the stairs to upstairs.
If I was standing there and I took a step to the right, what am I going to see?
The kitchen.
And if I took a step to the left, what would I see?
There's a short hallway to a guest bath, and then there's a mud room and a laundry room.
And then those doors right there, halfway down that wall, what is that area there?
It was at the time sort of a library room.
And if I walk down that hallway to the back of the house, would I go to the master bedroom?
Yes.
6, looking back to the front door.
Correct.
7, just looking at an angle going towards the kitchen where a kitchen table is going to be. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
8, what's this here?
Looking back from the front wall of the house towards the kitchen, and then into a family room type area past the kitchen.
If I was standing in this photograph as it appears and I would walk left, would I be walking to the front door?
Yes.
Now, orient that there's a fireplace on that far wall down there. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, going to that fireplace and standing, is this the view you would see in 8? Excuse me. Yes, 9, looking back.
Correct.
Kind of moving the fireplaces to my back to the left. Is this another view? So you see there's other doors going out to the other side of the house?
Yes.
Now, I'm not sure technically if you drive up the driveway and go through, if you could drive through the garage, that's kind of, to me, is kind of north. So you got the east side, which is the pond on, and the west side. But both sides of this house had a deck. Is that right?
Yes.
One over the pond is round, the other one's not.
Correct.
All right. Looking at 11, where we're standing here, I walk down this hallway with the library or study room be on my right.
Yes.
And then was the door here to the left that's open? Where's that lead to?
That goes down to the basement.
Where this is at, I have the mouse, the hand. Did you find what you believe to be blood or blood droppings?
Yes, on the just closest to where the landing ends before you go downstairs.
And I believe they're about 12 steps down. There's a landing, you turn right, and then 4 steps down. Is that right?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you found, what type of blood evidence or evidence you found on those steps.
It appeared to be blood that possibly was attempted to be, or someone tried to clean it up, possibly. It was very dilute looking.
And then once you got on the floor down below, is this the basement where there's a bar?
Yes.
Now, if I walked out the steps and stood off the steps, the bar's in front of you?
Yes.
And then kind of to the right is the living room area?
Yes.
This is Thrasher 13. I'm standing what I call those the American doors. They kind of just slide like this.
Yes.
You know, I call them the American doors. If you slide, I'm standing in front of those doors looking back to the steps. Is the steps right here where this pointer is?
Correct.
And then this hallway, if you went down that, would that have been Gary's bedroom?
Correct.
And if you came down this hallway, it would lead to his office.
And the media room.
Media room, movie room.
Yes.
Now, standing number 14, if I'm standing kind of at the steps, this is the area here that we're going to be talking about?
Yes. It had a couch and chair.
Now, this is from the internet for the house, but this is Thrasher 15. At the bottom of this photograph, what is here that I've got the pointer on?
The garage.
And then there's I guess a mud room and laundry room you're referring to?
Yes.
Porch, the front door here.
Correct.
Standing in the front door again. You turn right, goes to what area?
The kitchen area.
You turn left, comes down to, I think there's a bathroom here.
Yes.
Walk down hallway. What do we have here?
The study or library.
You go up the steps and go to the second floor.
Correct.
Deck on this left side if you're facing the front door, is that right?
Yes.
Deck on the right side, the big circular deck.
Yes.
Is this where the fireplace is?
Yes.
So go with the mouse. If you're walking along that deck, you could go and there's a door here. It goes into the master bedroom.
Correct.
Say 16. This is the second floor.
Correct.
Come up the steps. You have to kind of turn around 180. And then basically on this level, is there two main bedrooms?
Yes.
One room here, then another room, and then a bathroom. Is that right?
Correct.
Thrasher 17, when we're looking at the floor plans of the basement. Coming down the 12 steps, you hang around and go down the 4 here to the landing. Is that right?
Yes.
Walk up a little bit, and then you kind of go to the right, and there's, in this picture it says recreation room, but is this where the Farrises had the couches and things like that?
Yes, there was TV in there too.
This bedroom was where Gary's bedroom was at?
Yes.
CPAP machine was in there?
Yes.
Go down this hallway, hang a left, there's a movie room or media room.
Yes.
And then here it says workshop, but it was his office.
Correct.
French doors here.
Yes.
Go back to the living room area, the American doors or the sliding open doors here.
Yes.
And for reference, starting at the kitchen, down the steps, all the steps, and then there's going to be blood at the corner leading out into this area, you believe?
Yes.
That was back not that.
I'll rephrase. When you come down the steps here,
Yes.
was there anything leading from this area to this area?
Yes, there were what appeared to be drops of blood.
And then this area, do you end up finding something collecting it?
Yes, there was a projectile.
$18, is that just a picture of the house?
Correct.
19, another picture?
Yes.
20, front door?
Yes.
21, garage?
Yes.
22, front door again?
Yes.
23, showing the porch going around to the master bedroom?
Yes.
24, a view looking at the pond?
Correct.
25, looking back to the barn?
Yes.
26, this is looking back towards the house from over the pond, is that right?
Yes.
27,
Barn.
28, inside the barn?
Yes.
29, inside the main house, the walk in the front door, seeing the stairs?
Yes.
30, is this a master bedroom?
Yes.
Notice the doors here that
Right.
walk out to the balcony, is that right?
Yes.
Master bathroom?
Yes.
Keep going around. Now this is the bedroom upstairs, the main bedroom.
Correct.
Then what I'm calling the kids' bedroom, the other guest bedroom upstairs.
Correct.
Bathroom. 37, library.
Yes.
38, I guess the dining room.
Yes.
39, the other dining room. 40, the other deck.
Correct.
41, 42, the kitchen.
Yes.
Going back down to the basement. And was this, these are pictures that were online, but was this how the house was mainly furnished when you were there?
Yes, generally speaking.
Now, Thrasher 47, we're getting into photographs that you took on July 5th, 2018. Is that right?
Correct.
Tell the jury what we're seeing here. So this is when you're at the scene. Do you do this first or do you do other stuff first?
Typically we do a brief walkthrough just to get, information from whomever was first responders is what typically happens. So we had walked around the back first, and then I came back and started photographing once tasked to do that.
This is the first one, I think, in your series. 47.
Yes.
48. 49. And what do we have down here? What type of livestock can you tell?
I think it's goats. Goats looks like. I don't recall the goats from the time period, but they made it in my picture. So.
All right. 50. What is this?
The front door, leading to the front door.
51. You're going to be walking, I guess, around the east side of the house. 52. 53. 54, 55, 6, 7, 58 now to the other side.
Yes.
59, 60. Picture of, what's 61?
They had a chicken coop. It had storage too, I believe.
And then 67 is showing a walkway down to the basement area.
Yes.
Did you have information of where Gary was living in the house and where the defendant was living in the house?
I believe I was informed of that prior to going in, but I couldn't tell you exactly who may have passed that information along.
All right, 68, this is a picture of the stairs.
Yes.
This is if you walk in the front door and turn left, is this what we would see?
Yes.
And what is that down at the end? I think it's in the next picture, just a bathroom?
Yes.
Now, if you're standing at the front door and you turn right, is this the view that we see in 71?
Yes.
Now go and stand where you're at in 71 and kind of look to the kitchen. Is this how the house appeared? This is the state of the house when you came on July 5th?
Correct.
Opulent, lots of stuff there, nice things.
Very nice.
73, still the kind of kitchen area.
Yes.
74, looking back to the front door. Uh, 78, I noticed you got a dog in the picture there.
I did.
Yeah. 79. We just walked through the house. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary on the first level there?
Just the blood droplet at the top of the stairs.
Now we're going to move upstairs. No, this will be the master bedroom.
That's on the main floor. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
So let me back up to Thrasher 94. We're standing at the door looking into the master bedroom. Is that right?
Yes.
The bed in the room,
Correct.
the door,
Out to the porch. Mhm.
and then going around the room back to the door.
Yes.
We going into the bathroom now.
Yes.
Now 108, are we on the back deck?
Yes.
111, this is outside of the master bedroom.
Yes. Yes. It's upstairs.
Beginning 115, we're going into, what room is this we're going to be looking at?
That's sort of a mud room. The door there leads into the garage, and then to the right is where the laundry room is.
So 115, that's the garage door?
Yes.
If I step down off this step here and turn right, this is the washroom?
Yes.
Is this to say that you found things when you took photographs?
Yes.
Including what was inside that?
Correct.
On States 116. The towels or whatnot in there. 117, door there. Just in the same areas all
yes. Yeah.
Then States 125, where are we at now?
In the garage.
Do you know this vehicle to be any of the people involved?
I think I was told it may have been Ms. Farris's vehicle. I'm not sure.
As we go through that, just the photograph of 130, what's this a photograph of?
Wells Fargo receipt. Looks like from an ATM.
And what was the available balance there?
$11,046.85.
131, just more receipts?
Yes.
Looks like this is a receipt from Scottsdale Farm Inc.
It's a nursery.
All right, now these 133, we're going to head upstairs. Is that what you were doing?
Yes.
$136, you stand at the top of the stairs. Is there a bedroom to your left and a bedroom to your right and a bathroom in the front?
Yes.
$141, did you learn that there were some grandkids basically staying over?
I did.
So we're going to be walking what I'm calling the kids' room.
Right.
There was, 3 beds in this room?
Yes.
This would have been on the right, I believe, and then the 2 on the left.
Correct.
Then in this room, looking at 145, I'm just calling it Amanda room because there's a picture of Amanda on the side here as reference. And then now going downstairs to the basement, this is 151. What do we have here?
That's the movie room, theater room.
Just literally a theater room.
Say that, repeat.
Literally, it was a theater
Yes,
room
yes.
to watch movies.
Yes.
All right, now 158, what door are we looking at in this photograph?
That's to his office.
So come down the steps to the basement,
Yes.
go a little bit to the right, go down the hallway, that's going to be his office.
You would have come down the stairs, take an immediate right, then a left past the bar and go to the end of the hallway.
And he took photographs just of the office, how it was.
Yes.
And this was, what date were you doing this?
It was July 5th.
And he took a picture of the broken dish there.
Yes.
$177 standing at the office looking back down the hallway towards the living room, if you would, in the
Yes.
bar. Down this hallway, what's going to be down here?
On the far end would have been his bedroom.
$185. What do we have here on beside Gary's bed?
It's a CPAP machine.
This is 188. How long were you on the property processing everything? We went through it fairly quickly, but I imagine you were there for hours.
I arrived around 3:20 p.m. and then went past midnight. We probably left, I would guess, 1:30 in the morning, the next morning, somewhere around that time.
Long time.
Long time.
What I want to talk about now is, as you taking photographs and going to document what you believe to be blood and clean up.
Yes.
191. Is there anything significant in this photograph?
Parallel. If the door were shut, there is a blood droplet what appears to be a blood droplet right there, adjacent to the door if it was in a closed position.
How did y'all find it? How did you see it?
I believe in the initial walkthrough, we were told that there was some in that area. So we were just very careful about following, proper protocol and looking very carefully before we went forward.
From this area right here, the steps at the top and the kitchen lean down to the basement. Is it, I think 12 steps down. Is that right?
Approximately, yes.
192, 93, 194. Just closer up, so what you believe to be blood.
Yes.
195. That's a photograph here of the steps. What catches your attention with these?
The first step, there's just what I would consider a very diluted possible blood stain. It looks the second white pattern from the right. There's an area there that appears to be stained.
All right, so 196. What are these spots here?
Those were darker. We were not sure as to what that was, but anything we would note anything that possibly could be blood stains.
197. Looking back, a different angle. What do we have here?
Correct. The same. There's as you go down the stairs, there were similar dilute patterns and the dark stains on lots of the steps.
Okay, are you talking about these stains here?
Yeah. Yes.
So this right here, what is this to you?
That it could be a attempt at cleanup. It's hard to say.
And then these are other things you're saying could be blood. Is it consistent with blood?
Yes. I mean, it's a little bit darker than I would think. But you can't know without possibly testing.
As we go on down, you're taking closer photographs of these droppings. Is that right?
Yes, you get one shot at a crime scene, so you photograph everything you can.
All right, 205. What is this pattern here?
Similar stains, but darker.
Now, how would you think that was consistent with blood being cleaned up?
Possibly bloodstain pattern analysis, different substrates, whatever the blood hits, it will react differently. So it, to me, does appear that there was attempt because it's a little bit broader than if it was just a drop.
207, same thing?
Yes.
208, same thing?
Yes.
And then 212, what do we have here?
Just more of the darker stains that we documented.
On 213, what do we see here?
If I'm standing at the bottom of the step, I am looking towards the bar, and to the right corner where the trim ends on the floor, there, I believe there was a stain there. Yes.
This is 214 we're talking about right here?
Yes.
On 234, we're coming back to the wall.
Yes.
And it's going to be a little hard to see here, but what are you picking up here?
There is a stain, a single stain, looks like from the picture approximately a foot off the wall in the middle of the picture as you have it right now.
Right here?
Yes.
So I'm talking about right here.
Correct.
$237, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Is that consistent with a blood pattern?
Yes. The texture of the floor can change the pattern a little bit, but yes.
238, you're going to come back and mark these with evidence markers, is that right?
Correct.
So, but we're talking about this area of the floor?
Yes.
So as we get closer to 241, is this what drew your attention?
Yes.
Now 242, we're here at, what is this thing here in the middle?
It's a floor lamp.
And what's behind it?
That would have been a chair.
And looking down at beside the floor, what did you take a photograph of?
Just the blood stain adjacent to the floor lamp.
And then 244, another picture.
Yes.
All right. Thrasher 245. We tell the jury why it's systematic. It's tedious.
Yes.
We've talked about that. The jury knows what's going on. But you take, I guess, bare photographs and you come back and mark them. Is that what you do?
Yes.
And why do you do that?
You want to show the scene as you found it. So before you alter it at all, you take photographs initially. And then we will go back and mark items of evidence as we find them.
Here we got Thrasher 245, this photograph. Tell us, kind of for the record, from the light itself, or that in front of the ottoman with the marker 1, walk us through the numbering and where it's going to in the photograph.
Okay. So this is in the basement next to that floor lamp. Ahead at the end of the hall was his bedroom. To the right is the bar. So the bloodstain pattern, the drops seem to turn to the right and going, I can't say towards or away from, but the numbers follow a line that lead towards the stairs, and then up the stairs is how we numbered them.
The numbering, 1 starts from this end and 4, that is not, you're not saying 1 was here, then next. It's just,
no, I'm not.
Those are just markers.
Yes.
And you don't know if it started at 4 and came this way or started at 1 and went that way.
Correct.
You just know it is what it is.
Yes.
Looking at 1, did you get a close up here for 247?
Yes.
Tell us, describe the what you believe to be blood and the pattern. What is there anything about that from your training experience that tells you anything?
I review these extensively, and if there is a fast motion of blood falling off of something with the object or person moving, it will create a distinct pattern with what you saw, the spines that come off the drop. So typically, if it's moving quickly in one direction, the spines will all typically be in that direction. These were more broad, kind of in all directions, which would lend me to think that It was a slower motion and it probably was dropping almost straight down. As I stated before, the texture of what it's falling on affects things too.
Two, same thing, is the same similar type?
Yes.
This is 254. What do we see with this evidence marker 2? Evidence marker 1, now evidence marker 2. Ian?
It's just multiple smaller drops. No real directionality in them.
Again, just you think just straight down
Seem
almost?
to be, unless there's a distinct speed to it, they'll generally just look more round.
Now 3, this is evidence marker 3 or EM3.
Yes.
Anything distinctive about this one?
I've looked at that one, and as far as a height goes, that can make a difference. The higher or the more blood volume, it can cause a bigger drop. So the spine's extended further out.
You think about it being bigger than the other ones in the size relation?
Yes, so possibly more volume.
And then 4 by the corner there?
Right. Similar, it was a little bit bigger drop as well. There's a void in it. Voids can be from various things. I do know he was potentially shot in a rib. So in that, if someone is shot in a rib or shot in the respiratory system, you can also get the.
Yeah, I think she's about to go outside of her expertise.
Okay.
So when you see this spot here, is it different than the other ones?
A little bit. It has a void in it.
And it is located closest to the steps, is that right?
That one was, I believe, at the other corner, the one near the hallway that went down to his bedroom.
Let me back up and see. The bar here, and then right here, is this the corner here?
Yes.
All right, 260, we've got some markers here back on the steps, just showing things you saw on the steps that you thought could be consistent with blood?
Correct.
Seven, is that consistent with a cleanup, I guess?
Possibly, yes.
And then spots 8 and 9 up the steps.
Yes.
And 10 at the top of the steps.
Correct.
I'm getting at Thrasher 279. Drawing attention now to this ottoman. Did law enforcement, was it pointed out to you that something was on the floor?
Yes, one of the detectives had come in, and while we were, Lieutenant Ballard and I were attending to the blood drops, they started looking through the room for he was looking for a possible projectile, and it was found there adjacent to the ottoman.
Do you want 289? And did you collect that projectile?
Yes.
The states, Thrasher 289. We just look at that. Any gloves or anything? Want some gloves?
If you have some, if not.
if you just want to lift just the box, if you just lift the box, that's fine. If I can take that. Judge Arturo Davis now states 289.
Okay.
Madam Bailiff, you'll check the jury room. I'm pretty sure there's some in there last time we looked for some. Either on the counter or underneath in the cabinet.
Judge, is there a way to switch over? I got it, but I just want to go to the other one.
Tell me what you want to do.
All right, just go to the other one. There may be some gloves in the cabinet, they were saying.
No. Well, we found them in the jury room last time we needed them. Let's let them take care of it.
So all I want you to do is if you take the gloves, I'm gonna hand it to you. If you can just lay it out flat, like just in the center for me, and then help me put it on. Oh, thank you. Is that the one I think we're good, Judge. We're just trying to get you this. That's perfect. All right, so this is as we're going to go back through the pictures, but this was the bullet. I think the technical term is a projectile that was found on the floor.
Correct.
And was that properly maintained and stored and sent to the GBI for testing?
Yes.
And was that the only projectile that you found or law enforcement found in the residence?
In the residence, yes.
And is this the shape it is in and the way it looks is pretty much how it was when you collected it from the floor?
I believe it had a little more of a red substance on it, but
Right.
yes.
All right, Judge, we can go back to the. What's that? Yeah. Turn it off. All right, 279. Right here where I have the mouse, the cursor, is that the projectile?
Yes.
280, a closer view.
Yes.
281, even closer.
Yes.
282.
Yes.
283. And then 285. Now, in relation to where the blood from the steps to where the projectile, was it kind of like a straight angle?
Sort of. It was on the other side of the lamp and a bit under the ottoman edge. But generally speaking, it was, you could construe that it's in the same area.
286, 87. Just another view of it. Now, at this point, when you find this, to your knowledge, had the bullet in the ribs already been found?
I would have to know. I don't believe so, but I can't remember the time frame. If I knew the metadata and the timestamp, I might could give you a better idea.
But you were not involved with the outside part, just the inside?
I did assist with raking some around the burn pile.
Now, when it goes to the blood trail from the steps down to the projectile area, I think you said there were 3 cleanup areas you noted?
Yes.
And then the rest were the droplets that you noted that we've seen.
Correct.
For the on the blood trail on the floor, evidence marker 1, I think, and evidence marker 2, you took swabs from those. Is that right?
Yes.
And then did you package those and send them off, maintain those, and then send them off to the GBI to be tested?
There were more swabs taken. At that time, I believe there were a total of, they were marked EM1 to EM10.
Right.
And I believe they were a total of 18.
Right. And then I think EM1, EM2, which turns out to be
Yes.
GBI item 14A and 14C.
Yes, correct.
All I'm asking is all the swabs you took, evidence marker 1, evidence marker 2, which is GBI 14A, 14C, those were sent to be tested.
Correct.
And do you know the results of that testing?
We
stipulated, they're back though, right?
Yes.
We'll get to them later on in the trial.
Okay.
And you help collect those, maintain those, and then also, I think you help baggage and transport everything as we talked about, and that's pretty much what you did on that day. Is that right?
Correct.
And then I believe on July 25th of 2019, about a little more than a year later, you came back. And what y'all come back to do?
There was known to be an area on the property that was used for just, I think, what I would assume would be recreational shooting targets type shooting. So we came back to look for and collect possible projectiles and or cartridge casings.
Just trying to match them up, see if you can match it to what was used in the murder.
Correct.
Did y'all collect a bunch of stuff?
We did.
I mean, how much stuff did y'all collect?
I don't recall the quantity of.
But a bunch of different casings, projectiles, and things like that.
Yes.
And did you send all that to the GBI to be tested?
I don't recall, but if it's in the records, then we did.
Right. So some of the stuff you did send for testing.
Okay.
And I believe that's all you did outside of maybe helping with the burn pile, but that was really, I think, Investigator Shaw's task with that.
Yeah.
Judge, you might just have one moment. There's nothing else this time. All right. Cross.
Good afternoon, Mr. Asher. My name is Michael Ray. I represent Ms. Farris. I'm going to go ahead and bring these up. Please. You can look at these quickly and just see. Those are the photographs that, some of the other photographs that you took of residents and whatnot there.
Appear to be.
Okay. And those are a fair and accurate representation of the photographs you took.
Correct.
Okay. So at this point in time, we can move to tender and fracture fence 1 to 11.
All right, objections?
No, Judge.
All right, you're moved.
While I'm doing this, what's your title? Is it like investigator?
Crime scene technician.
That's a lot. I'll just call you Mr. Asher. How about that?
Okay.
With this house, it's a fairly extravagant house, right?
It's fairly what house?
Extravagant. The furnishings on the inside.
Yeah.
I mean, it's expensive.
Sure.
Okay. Trying to figure out which one's mine. There we go. Measure. And we'll get to that stuff in just a second. First thing is, because you had testified on direct that you were relatively new back in July 5th, 2018, correct?
Absolutely.
And how long had you been on the job at that point? I missed that.
I don't recall when I finished my last class, but I had probably only been to a handful of scenes prior to that one.
Okay, so only a handful. How much time do you think you had actually in the field being a crime scene tech when you arrived at Purcell?
We did a 40-hour kind of practical type thing before we were signed off. But including that, I would say 70 hours.
And that'd be total?
Probably.
Okay. So about 70 hours in the field when you got there. So when you got there, I know you said that you were kind of working under Shaw and Bauer.
Yes.
Right? Who was actually in charge of the crime scene technicians on July 5th, 2008?
Due to rank, Lieutenant Ballard would have been, but Sergeant Shaw, I think they divided tasks because it was such a large property.
Okay.
So I'm not privy to who decided what.
Okay, so essentially both of them were in charge.
Yeah.
Okay, so you could take orders from either one of them.
Absolutely.
Okay, and who was it, Shaw or Ballard, that assigned you your duties? If you don't know, that's fine.
I believe it was Lieutenant Ballard asked me to go photograph the house.
I think it was Ballard.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The first thing I want to go over with was what was Mr. Fogus's Thrasher number 3. Oh yeah, because you had walked the property originally, right? But before you started doing your photographs and things like that.
I walked around the house. I did not go to the barn.
Yeah, you didn't go to the barn, but you went around the back of the house and
Yes.
you went over to the barn pile, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so if I'm standing here, you can see on the left side of State's Thrasher 3 that there's kind of a dam leading over the lake, right?
Yes.
And from that dam, you can actually walk straight down or straight essentially toward me and go to the burn pile, correct?
It appears so.
Okay. And on the other side of the dam is the barn. You're that familiar
Yes.
with the property, right? Okay. Now I want to show you Thrasher 15. Okay. So the blood drop at the top of the stairs that you talked about.
Yes.
I've kind of got my, well, it would be a cursor, but now it's a hand. So it's somewhere around where the hand is clicking, right?
Yes.
And that is that solitary single drop, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you actually swab that drop?
I can't tell you for sure. I don't, from the way I remember the evidence being marked, we use the evidence markers and on the property or the evidence items. So to my knowledge, I can't say yes or no, but me in particular, no, I would say. If it was, I don't know if it was ever swabbed.
Okay. You definitely didn't do it.
No.
Okay. And do you recall, because I learned through this case that, and if you're not familiar with it, just say I'm not familiar with that. They've got these, I guess they look like little pregnancy tests, and they kind of come up with lines or a plus, and they can use them for preliminary blood testing.
Blue Star OBTI.
Okay. Did you do that on that solitary drop at the top of the stairs? Okay. And you didn't do, since you mentioned it, you didn't do any Blue Star testing in the house at all?
I did not.
Okay. Now let me. I'm going to come back to 16. Show you 6. So is the 46 the basement photo that you took? Yes.
That photo in particular is not.
It's not your photo.
It's not my photo.
That is that a photo from one of the Zillow photos, maybe?
It possibly is.
Okay, so you didn't take this photo.
I did not.
Okay. It looks similar to some of your photos, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Such as the ottoman, the blanket on the ottoman, the little blue table thing here.
Yes.
All of that is in some of your photographs too.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And Thrasher 68. Okay. This is leading upstairs.
Correct.
Okay. Whose stuff is this?
I do not
This
know.
here at the bottom.
That was a picture. That's my task, is taking pictures of the scene as I found it when I walked in.
Okay. So you don't know, this ain't yours.
That's not mine.
Okay. You don't know what it is.
No.
Okay. Now you would also see here, number 130, you had taken photos of Melody's car, right?
Yes.
All right, the Toyota. Did you also take any photos of Gary's car?
That was the only car I took photos of.
Okay. Do you know if any of the other techs took photographs of Gary's car?
I do not recall. I don't know.
Okay. If you don't know, that's perfectly fine. Now, number 194, I think. So that's the blood drop at the top of the stairs.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And this is also the top of the stairs, and this will be Thrasher 195.
Okay.
So, and I'll just look all of the stairs. You didn't take any swabbings or anything from any of the suspected blood drops on the stairs.
I did not.
You did.
The markers, I know the evidence was labeled EM1 to EM10.
I'll get to that when we get downstairs. But at least, let's just say that first set of 12 steps that go down to the landing.
Right.
Right. All right. You didn't take any swabs of any of that suspected blood, right?
I did not.
And there was no preliminary testing done on it either.
Not that I know of.
And to the best of your knowledge, the carpeting wasn't removed, so it could be sent off to be tested either, was it?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Let me just get. One thing here you can see in this photograph, and this is 213. See how the floor, how on this side and over here, that one could be shadow, but it looks like the floor is kind of dusty.
Possibly. I mean, there is debris on the floor, and they have a dog.
Okay. Exactly. And how many dogs? I think Mr. Fogus had asked you, how many dogs did you see in the house?
I saw one.
Just one? Okay. $279. First off, that little dot right there where the mouse pointer is, that is the projectile, right?
Correct.
Okay. Who first told you about the projectile?
We started looking, as I stated earlier, Lieutenant Ballard and I were attending to the blood drops. Sergeant Kuykendall came in and started looking, and he was the one that found it.
Kuykendall found it?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know, did Kuykendall move that ottoman at all to find that bullet?
I don't know for sure.
He could have.
Could have.
Okay. Because it's right on the edge of the carpet and almost close to being underneath the ottoman where it is in this photograph of 279, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm going to come back to these real quick. Back. I'm going to come back to the bullet in just a minute. Now, so even though I know your main task was just taking photographs, right?
Correct.
All right, and documenting everything. Did you see any blood on this chair on the right hand of States 279?
I don't recall seeing any.
Because if you would have documented it, right?
If I saw it, I would have documented it, yes.
There's no blood on the blanket, the ottoman, the little end table.
Not at the time. I did not notice it at the time. The scene was held for 3 more days, so, and I did not go back out, so I don't know if anybody re-examined that after the fact.
Okay, I'm just talking about what you did. So you didn't see anything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the rug, the coffee table, no blood found there.
Not,
okay.
No.
And if you, let me zoom in here. Let's talk about this one, 281. You don't see any blood in this photograph, correct?
I did not at the time.
But you can also still see the debris and stuff on the
Yes.
floor. Okay. You also don't notice any, I'm trying to think of the way to phrase it. There's no impact marks, right? There's no hole for the bullet, right?
At that time, we had not noticed any,
Okay.
so I don't know what was searched after.
Okay. But at least in this photograph, there's no impact, like there's no skid marks or anything from a bullet.
Not
there's
in
no
that
hole
area.
or anything in the floor.
Not in that area.
Did you find any bullet holes in the basement?
In the time I was there, I did not.
Okay. And while I've got it, because the way that it was kind of done, this, see the red tip on the projectile?
Yes.
Now, how familiar are you with projectiles?
I mean, there's so many different types of ammunition and
There are.
rounds.
Well, I'm not going to ask you about that.
Okay.
That red, where the little hand
Yes.
is that's not like tissue or blood or anything,
No.
right? It's actually a red polymer, correct?
Right.
Okay. It's actually part of the bullet.
Yes.
Okay. I gotta, on one side, I just gotta flip through till I find. Jeff, off the top of your head, do you know where it's 1, 2, 3, 4, that photo? Oh, there we go. I got it. There we go. I knew I'd get to it. 251. All right. So position 1 there, when you, because we use some different terms, you keep saying like EM 1 and 2, and I know what you're talking about, but make sure the jury understand. You say like EM 1, we're talking about that one solitary blood drop next to the lamp, right?
Yes.
And EM 2 is what is marked on the screen right in the middle of it is number 2.
Yes.
All right. Now those 2 spots you did take swabs of.
Yes.
Okay. And those, you package those up and send them off to the crime lab.
Right.
Right. All right. 3 and 4, and then we know going around the corner or going back up the stairs where placard number 5 is, not swabbed, not tested, not taken. To the best of your knowledge, you didn't do it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, past, past number 1 here, if we go, actually, let me do it this way. That down. This number 15. So, going back to state 17, the diagram of the house. So, and I'm just speaking kind of roughly. So around here, kind of in the middle to the right, where the little hand is, that is where that number 1 blood drop was found next to the lamp, right?
Yes, a little bit forward of where you have it, but yeah, generally.
In this just general area.
Yes.
You didn't find any more blood leading to, we've had a joke about this case for a while. I think these are what we're calling the American doors right here
on the right-hand side of the photograph?
Correct.
So there wasn't any additional blood leading that way, correct? That you found?
No.
Okay. There wasn't any blood leading back to the workshop, which is where Gary's office was?
Not that we found, no.
Okay. And there was no blood leading down the hallway toward Gary's bedroom?
Not that
Correct.
we found.
And then, yet again, the suspected blood that you testified about regarding the stairs was never tested?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And the blood at the top of the stairs, you don't recall if it was swabbed or not?
I do not.
Let me pull up my stuff, and while I'm doing that, when y'all went back out over a year later,
Yes.
who sent you out there?
I was asked by Sergeant Shaw to go. It sounded like at the behest of the DA's office, possibly to see, but I wasn't privy to those conversations. So.
Okay, so maybe somebody at the DA's office. And do you recall when was it you and Eckhart went back out there?
No, there were, it was me and Shaw, and I believe there were several others.
Okay. And you had just collected up essentially a bunch of fragments, bullets, projectiles, and gathered them up and sent them off to the crime.
We used metal detectors to find them. There was also a tree that was apparently where a target was leaned up against the tree at some point in time.
What was that leaned up against the tree?
Probably a target that was.
Oh,
I
okay,
think,
yeah. So somebody told you to go and you went.
Absolutely.
All right. All righty. Now, Thrasher Defense 1, did you take this photograph? 'Cause I don't want to confuse you because, Zillow photos get mixed in with other ones.
That does not look like a photo I took, I don't think, but I can't be for sure.
Okay. But you would agree that's the house you were in, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you can see that we'll just presume that this is around July the 5th. There's nothing wrong. There's no damage or anything. You didn't note any damage in your report anywhere in the basement, right?
I don't recall any.
Okay. And number 2, that's just showing the same view, except you can see the ottoman and the table again. And yet again, you didn't find any damage in the chair or the ottoman or anything like that.
I did not.
Okay. Yet again, same thing in 3 and 4. Apparently, you have to pay money to make Adobe want to rotate pictures easily. That is not a free feature.
Pay for anything extra for that.
And this photo too. And one of the things is on that coffee table that was there. There was all these candles and things like that, right?
Yes, I think there was a remote in that dish. Maybe.
Got a dish, and you can see there's like a vase there. Got a glass or what looks like glass or ceramic lamp too. And you said that, and like while you were there examining that, you didn't see like no broken furniture or anything like that, right?
No.
Same thing, just a different angle. Now here, this is leading to Gary's office, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the doors that I had mentioned, is that where the American doors are, or is that the French doors? All right. So the American doors are over here. And that last blood drop is kind of right in the middle of this photograph, right next to the lamp, right?
Yes.
Okay. And yet again, no blood going this way, toward or down in the photograph, no blood to the left.
None that we found.
Okay. Now this photograph, do you recall, and I'll ask you why in a moment, but do you recall if you specifically took this photograph?
I think I may have. I'm not sure. It's dark outside. So when I was photographing part of these, it had
gotten
gone
dark?
past dark. Yes.
Okay. Because I want to ask you about, when you look at this one, if you look at the other ones, everything is relatively in place, right?
Yes.
All right, and then this one,
the ottomans moved.
yeah. So in this one, if you look at the bottom, the ottomans moved. That
Yes.
blanket is now on the couch. The pillow
Yes.
on the right-hand side of the screen has been, for some reason, taken off the couch. Did you move those things?
I did not. I believe Kuykendall continued to search once we found the projectile. Once
Okay.
he found it.
Because here's another question, because I can't see it, because when you put down the placards, I don't know when that was. So I don't know if this stuff has been moved before these placards have been put out. You understand?
Right.
So is it before or after? Because I don't know. Is this how the room looked when you walked in, or did it look put together?
The ottoman had not been moved when I walked down there the first time.
Okay, so it was over here like it is in the other photographs. Yes. Okay. Do you have any idea why Kuykendall would move like the pillow and the blanket and stuff like that?
To look under the cushions and things.
And you were you there when he did that?
I think I was still down there, but we were taking blood swabs is a tedious task that takes a long time. So.
Okay. And well, since Kuykendall's down there moving thing, did you notice or find any additional blood drops, bullet holes, projectiles, anything like that?
I was not informed if they did.
Okay. Number 5, number. And that's just a different angle, right?
Yes.
Okay. Show you Thrasher 9. Okay, that's just the same placards that we had seen. Yes. That you would put out. And number 9 is just going to be a photograph of the blood drop. Right? Now, did you actually, I don't mean this in a sarcastic way, but did you actually look at the floor, like going down the hall toward the workshop, toward Gary's office? Like actually going like, hey, I'm starting at 4, blood drop, 3, blood drop, 2, blood drop, 1, blood drop. Did you keep going? Like,
yes.
Hey,
yes, we would have looked for a continued pattern.
Exactly. Right. So that is a logical assumption, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't find that?
No.
Okay. It stopped at 1 or began at 1.
Right.
Or it may not be connected at all, right? One second, Judge. Just one second. Mr. Ashton, a couple more quick things. With the, maybe I can pull it up, I don't know. With the blood drops, with that numbering pattern, you and Mr. Fogus talked about it briefly. How did you come up with that numbering pattern? Like, why is this 1? I guess my question. Why isn't this top of the stairs 1?
There's no real reason other than that's where the curvilinear pattern was. It did not have, we were not stating, as we said before, that that is where we thought it began or ended. It just was the easiest path. It appeared to create a path of some manner.
Okay, so fair to say you were in the basement and you had your placards and was
You
like,
would
hey,
be-
there's blood drop number one.
You would be correct.
Okay, so basically just the easiest way to do it.
Yes.
Okay. So now you've been, I know you were relatively new when you first started. Now you've been doing this, what, another 6 years?
Yes.
Okay. Learned a lot more?
Whole lot more.
Gotten a lot better?
Yes.
Now, would it be reasonable, now, if you went out to Purcell Lane, that you would have been swabbing all of those spots?
I would have probably swabbed more, perhaps, but I was, as I stated, I was new and was following the lead of who I was working with. And it was a large scene, so that was held for several days.
Yeah, was it, because it was a large scene. 'Cause there was a lot of people there, weren't there?
Yes.
While you were there, how many investigators do you think were there?
Between investigators beyond the crime scene unit, 5 or 6, I really couldn't, I stayed in my area generally, and don't know who was called in and exactly where they were.
Would it be a fair assessment that, it's fairly a chaotic scene, a lot going on, a lot of people running around?
I wouldn't call it chaotic. It was
Busy could be a better word.
busy.
Okay. A lot going on?
Yes, you have to, but there were people that have been doing this a long time and were in charge of making sure it was constructive.
Well, you also had Miss Eckhart here too, right?
Yes.
You and her were kind of doing this together?
Yes, she was with me as I took photos and took some notes. And then she did more at the burn pile than I did.
Okay. And one or two more questions. With since this,
yes,
over the course of your career now, have you ever had to take something from a crime scene, such as, I need to take up this piece of flooring or this piece of carpet
yes,
to send it off from the crime lab?
Yes.
You have done that?
I don't know if I've taken carpeting, but I've cut pieces of wall before to find.
Okay, cut the drywall out?
Yeah.
Okay. So in this case, just for example, you could have, or your superiors could have cut sections of the carpet out to send it off for testing.
It's always a possibility, yes.
Okay. Nothing further at this time.
All right. Thank you, Judge. Technician Thrasher, let me just go back through some so we can get on the same page here.
Spacey Stacy, hello, my darling. Didn't see you sneak in. Hi, Stacy.
Do you see these are Thrasher? We begin with 1, and we go all the way to Thrasher 65.
Yes.
Let me make sure I get this.
Scott, look at this link, Scott. Hello, Scott, by the way. Look at this link. That'll give you all the details. It's another trial. It's not the one you're thinking of.
All right, Thrasher 47. So we get from 1 to 47. Those are where your photographs begin, right?
Yes, 47.
The ones up to that are from realtor.com, whatever it is.
Yes.
All right, so the jury's not confused. 1 through 46 are things that were taken from online, and then yours begin at Thrasher 47.
Correct.
And then you also took the ones that the defense put up, the ones that he showed, except for one that may have been from that previous.
Right.
Now, when you were there and asking questions, the defense was asking questions about the numbering, and if you had done things differently or gone back. Everybody probably would do things differently in many ways. Would that be fair to say that in some cases you were like,
Yes.
I'd do this or that? But when you look at what you believe to be blood in the basement,
Yes.
Actually, 251. When you look at those placards and you saw the blood there, as you were, fair to say, all right, we're down here in the basement with evidence marker EM1. We're going to put it right here and we're going to work our way because 9 is back at the top of or 10 is back at the top of the stairs, right? While you were looking at that thing, then all of a sudden did you go, oh my goodness, that blood doesn't look like that blood, or that was totally different than that?
No, I did not.
Did you think that that was really old, this was really new?
No.
Did it ever cross your mind that these things weren't connected or related, or one was out of place as another one wasn't?
No, it did not.
And EM1, evidence marker 1, evidence marker 2, that those were taken and tested, and we're going to get the results of that test to see if it matches anything else down there too, right?
Right.
And if you did it over and you swab that blood, it's either his blood or someone else's blood.
Right.
I guess it could be not blood, but definitely the ones that were tested, they're going to come back to wherever they are, right?
Right.
That's all I have to.
Anything else? All right, you sit down. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. You got a short witness, or you want to take a break?
Longer witness.
All right, let's take we'll try to keep the 5-minute recess to 10 minutes, and y'all can step out, use the other jury room, and I'm going to come down and mess with the mouse so y'all can use it as a
How are we doing, people? The judge is techie, love it. All right, what have we got? 10 minutes, quarter of an hour? Hang on. Let me take this. fuck, 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 fuck. What the fuck? What? No one told me I was muted. What the No one told me I was muted. Maybe a few of you did. Fucking hell. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do you know what? I had it. I had the screen. Oh no, doesn't matter. My fault. My fault. My bad, people. I'm so sorry, people. Oh, I need to look. It's fucking there. The mute button's there. It's fucking there. I just need to look. It's got a line through it. Like, I'm not trying to pass blame here, right? I'm not. But this is the one job SRP's got. Just the one job. The one job. She's got access. She's here in chat with me. She's like, hi Sarah. Yeah, you know, she can unmute me. I'm joking. It's not Sarah P's fault. I like to blame her. I like to blame her. It's not her fault at all. Fuck. I love you, Katie. Don't you worry. Do you know what, right? I don't know about this trial, people. I'm a little bit... I know we said this is going to be a great trial, but fuck me, is it boring so far. Hopefully the juicy bits come in, because fucking hell. Never forgiven. Do you know what? I was giving a speech and saying how great the mods were. Mexi Texi, you know, it's a superstar. Sarah P is the best. Like Gillette, the best a man can get. So and all that. So do you know what it is, right? I'll be honest with you. I'm not taking all jokes aside. I tend to look at different things, right? So what I tend to do is this, right? I leave the chat to the mods, right? That's their domain. They chuck me out. They, you know, they do all that. So I do glimpse at chat sometimes, but it's really hard for me to look at it all the time because I've got the trial. I'm trying to concentrate on the trial. I've got on my side, I've got tabs open, which I need to constantly check. I've got Twitter open, which I need to check in case of stuff. And so I'm always checking emails and all that. So there's a lot of stuff I've got going on. So I don't always look at chat. So sometimes if I don't respond to you, keep pestering me because I will look at it. It's just, you know, so in case people think I'm being rude, I'm not. I'm just got so many other things going on. So boring, I agree. I can't criticize. I bet I would F up all the time running a YouTube. Do you know what it is, Scott? So when I first started doing this, so it was funny, right? Because Sean told a story on chat here, and about how he went live by accident. The amount of times I've done that is probably 4 or 5 times I've just gone live without knowing, and the amount of times I've just deleted, I've shut the stream down by accident. So if I don't concentrate, I will do stuff like that. I agree with you, Katie, as well. That one. No, the chat is about. Do you know? I don't disagree. I try and look at all the chat. It's just because all the other functions that go on. So I got like 2 chats. I got the StreamYard chat plus the YouTube chat and all that. So I totally agree with you. It is the best part. And I apologize if I miss some of the chats. I just leave it up to the mods to deal with it, just in case. But no, I do try and look at chat whenever I can. I do. So please don't think that I ignore chat. I don't. But I got so many other things going on. So when you were saying I was muted, I was doing other stuff at the same time just now. I was speaking and doing other stuff. Yeah, nailed it. Just to say, Mexi Texi is an easy lay. She's an easy lay. And she just nailed it again. Proof that I cannot multitask. I can't do it. Yes. Not just phone. So what's happened? A lot of this now is right. A lot of people have gone to messaging me. So I have got people messaging me on Twitter, emailing me, like people in chat. This is now. So it's like sometimes it's like fuck. All right, okay, Messenger stuff like that. If they really want to get hold of me, they do that. So I try and answer those as well. So yeah, I generally can't multitask. You try and look at cat of the men do suck. Well, women suck as well, but in a good way. Do you know what I mean? Mexi Texi sucks, but she's had a lot of experience in sucking. Sucky. That's what she does all day long, all day. Not super easy. I need at least a $50 meal and a free bar tab. There you go. That's easy. Do you know what I mean? We all just sat here laughing, watching your mouth. You owe us no we get it. No, I know. I still don't like it though. Mads, hello Mads, long time no see. I can multitask and watch my favorite football team lose and drink beer at the same time. It is, but it's a skill set I don't possess. It's the same thing. If I'm talking, I can't think. That's why I sing. The neurodivergent brain, I sing then what I'm thinking. That's how I do it. I can't do both at the same time, so that's why I think I sing. Where's Seth? Hang on. Where's Seth? Head of the potty mouth. Sorry, Seth. Seth said it. Seth said if you're not responding, it's because you have Pornhub up. How does he know? Seth, don't give all secrets out, Seth. Fuck. Oh. There you go. I've seen him now, Seth. Does he know he uses his account all the time in here? He's got. I'm surprised he's still got an account. Right, we are here. I'm not a big fan of this trial, people. If I'm being honest, so far. Oh yeah, 100%. That's why he is one, because he knows me too well. I'm not getting into this trial yet, people. We've still got fucking 3.5 weeks to go. So this is a slog so far. This is a slog so far. I'm not gonna lie to you. No, don't lie to me, baby. Just lie to me. Oh. You've been busy at work. Shut up. Stop lying. But it hasn't got any attention at all. I'm disappointed. Yes, same here. Deb. Rhode Island's on fire. Deb's hair is on fire. Yeah. Deb, what are you thinking about this? And Joe, what do you think about this trial? Because you two are my barometer. Deb and Joe, especially Joe, I would say. But Deb is quite level-headed. If she's not enjoying it, it means it's shit. And Joe is quite good as well in the sense of okay, so Joe was very good at in knowing if we're into a trial or not. If Joe says this trial is shit, then I know, okay, we need to move on. I will, Maxi. I will. You know what? I'm never in Discord. That's why, because you never message me on Discord anymore. Hang on, people. 2 seconds. My phone's going. Right, so you've done that. Dylan's in cahoots with the Florida prison. There you go. Just read. They escorted Sal out. Yeah, I know. No, I did say I was muting myself for a second because I had a call coming in. So there's a harsh world. But what I'll say to you people about Salah, he's got like 4 or 5 years left in his contract, and he's probably getting about well, he's probably getting about 6, 7, 8 million, and he's getting all that's guaranteed. So, right, what's Mexi saying to me? Mexi, Texi, she's a bitch. Oh, Sarah P sent me a message as well. Some topless pictures. I don't. Oh, I've heard about it, Mexi. I've heard about it. That's fine. I've heard about it. I've heard about that one, but no. I might do. Depends when it starts. Depends when it starts in November, Mex. I'll have a proper look at it in a bit now. Where's Joe gone? Joe, where are you? No, I know. Yeah, this mute was so. I had a call. I told you all I have an important call. I'm just going to mute for a second, and I muted myself, and then the call ended, and I came back in. So Heather Taylor, potty mouth, gold star for you. You got it. Hey, Miss Gold, how are you, my darling? Hope you're well. Nice to see you. Oh, you were here this morning as well. Yeah, I know. No, I don't disagree with you. But as I say, if I don't. Salah's going to be like whatever, 6, 12, 18. He's probably got about $24 million minimum worth of reasons why he doesn't give 2 fucks. Do you know what I mean? He's still going to be paid for the next 4 or 5 years, full salary. So if someone wants to kick me out of the building and give me 24 million, 30 million, whatever it is, I probably would do that. I didn't hear the call back. Oh, sorry. Well, I did say I had a quick call, so I had to mute myself. Sorry. I don't remember you saying that. Fucking you girls need to listen more. Jeepers creepers. You're my hero. Dennis Sweeney's my hero. Dennis Sweeney, what a hero he is. Dana Leonard as well, but he's gone quiet today. I don't know what Dana's gone. He's been quiet the last few days. Just remember, Resistant to Silence, the top I got on today, is on tonight at 6:30 Eastern. And they got Kate on. I'm sure she'll give you a sing-song. Shit, give me 1 million and you can literally boot me out of the building. Yeah, 100%. There's not many people. They normally boot them out. They don't normally allow people to address the team. Some of them do, but normally just go. I think Rob Sala knows this. Do you know what I mean? So it's different, I think, for so even my cousin, for instance, right? He got booted out of his company. He resigned because he's going to another company. He was booted out. He was escorted out. This is in a state agent, like in Hong Kong, high power job. But literally, if you leave your job, you don't even get to say goodbye. You get 3 months full pay, get out, and do not ever talk to anybody within this company for the next 3 months. So you can't poach anybody. So if you're in a cutthroat business, I think they're used to it. I don't think they even think twice about it, to be quite honest. Now, obviously, I think if you don't work in that industry, it's quite harsh. Look, I would find that very harsh unless I've got 24 million coming to me. Then, I probably would be all right. Do you know what I mean? I think though, this, right, Cornpop, I think that they put a clause in the 15-year plea deal to say that if you take this deal, you are never allowed to discuss this case, make any money out of this case, or do anything with this case. It's done. No TV interviews, no documentaries, no books, no nothing. That's what I think what do you call it? That's why I think she may turn it down. Non-disclosure, yes. NDA, yes. Miss H. Gold, yes. We are all good people, not arseholes, which I guess why does not agree with us. No, I'm not. I'm just like, if it's a normal person, I totally agree with you, by the way. It's just for these guys in this industry. But she can. She can talk to the press anytime she wants. She can do anything she wants. unless I missed it, she could do a Wade Wilson. She's, basically look at what Wade's doing, starting all that merch line, everything. So unless I missed it, that there's a law that they've got there, which I don't think there is, but I may be wrong. I stand corrected, but that's what I was thinking is why she turned it down, because there's no other reason why she should turn it down. But Son of Sam law, though, it's the same. Everyone keeps making money out of it. So there's loopholes into everything. Do you know what I mean? There's loopholes in everything. Look, because if you look at Florida now, Wade Wilson, she can't profit. That's different. Do you know what I mean? But there's loopholes. There's loopholes on that as well. So there's ways to do it. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, you are right. Sorry, I misread what you say. You are right, but fine. Right. Anyway, fuck it. Right, Joe, where that means Joe's left without telling us. Jolene, Jolene. Because I'm just like, no, I think they would lock it down in the 15 years. I don't think there would be a loophole in that. I think she can have a loophole without that. But I think that they would list everything she can't do after that and have everything covered. Do you know what I mean? All T's and C's. So that's what I think. I could be completely wrong, but that's what I was thinking. That they would guarantee there was no loopholes in it. No, I get what you're saying now. Though. I get what you're saying now. I just think that it's same with everything. There's always a loophole in something. Do you know what I mean? But I think at 15 years, I think they would have got her for something. Mexi Texi, she's a hero. Mexi Texi, she's a hero. She's not really. Mexi no Daba. Mexi Power. Why, what's this? Parker shooting survivor gains rights to gunman's name. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So the Parkland school shooting survivor gains rights. So in order to stop, what's his name? I don't remember the guy's name. Oh, I can't even see it here. Cruz. In order to stop Cruz from profiting, he gave up all his rights to one of the victims and signed it over. Nicholas Cruz gave everything back to the victim. Right, we're back. Right, they are there, but they're on mute still. Oh, no, they're back.
Present most of the stuff with the burn pile. He's going to be a little long, just his alone. We also had about 4 or 5 other marshals. They did a sound test where they went and fired shots. We've agreed by stipulation that he can present their videos and then just read the results.
All right, that's fine.
But if we get to close to 5, I'm going to ask that he has to come back and do the marshal part tomorrow because it can be long. If that's okay with the court.
You think you got him? You got an hour and a half worth of testimony on him before cross?
He's going to be.
Or do y'all want to do that portion cross and then do that other part in the morning?
We could do that because he's going to be probably longer, I would think.
Even the videos of that the marshal's office is, I mean, they're kind of long. Anyway, in and of themselves.
Okay, let's see how it goes. All right, bring him back in. All right, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please, of course, second call, Chris Shaw. Everybody's right. These songs swear from the evidence you about to present this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Go ahead and have a seat. Make yourself comfortable.
All right, I've replaced your cursor with a large magenta arrow. You're welcome.
You would state your full name for the record.
My name is Christopher Michael Shaw.
Now, where do you work right in the moment?
I'm currently a police officer with the Cherokee County School District Police Department, assigned to Cherokee High School.
And what do you do at that job?
I am the main campus SRO for Cherokee High School. So I'm charged with safety and security of the main campus and all the surrounding areas of Cherokee High School.
How long have you been doing that?
I'm in my third school year.
And prior to that, did you work for the sheriff's office?
I did. I was employed with the Cherokee Sheriff's Office for 15 years.
When did you go to the academy to become post certified?
In 2003.
Tell us, if you would, starting with where'd you go to the academy?
I went to North Central Law Enforcement Academy at Treadmill Mall.
And after you graduated from that, where'd you go?
The Holly Springs Police Department, where I completed FTO and was assigned to uniform patrol.
And how long did you do patrol?
I did patrol at Holly Springs for a year. Then I went to the Woodstock Police Department, where I was employed for 4 years. I was a canine officer and a member of the A-10 Traffic Enforcement Network and assigned to uniform patrol. In July of 2007, I went to the Cherokee Sheriff's Office, where I was first assigned to the Waleska Precinct and then to the Bridgemill Precinct. And in 2008, I was selected to become a member of the Violent Crime Unit. At the end of 2008, we combined ourselves with the Criminal Investigations Division, where I remained until 2021.
So did you work in the jail capacity at all, or were you straight to the?
I was one of the agency's first lateral hires at the Sheriff's Office. So I do not have any formal time in the adult detention center.
Okay, so because you have police experience, you were able to come in and just go to patrol?
Yes, sir.
Done patrol, is that right?
Yes.
Done K9?
Yes.
So that's a specialization?
Correct.
Then got into investigations?
Yes.
Was it like a suppression team in the beginning, or just pure investigations?
No, I went straight to the Violent Crime Unit. They were charged with investigating all crimes against persons that did not fall into the domestic violence category as part of the overall criminal investigations.
When you went into the investigations, did you have to take any type of particular training, or do like investigations 1, 2, 3, or what type of training did you have to be an investigator?
So we start our experience trying to figure out your path. I went to the GIPSTIC's first 1 week criminal investigations course. They condensed it from 2 weeks to 1 week and started there. Prior to that, I had taken training in domestic violence and law enforcement officer response. But you get that basic training not only from the Georgia Public Safety Training Center, but then also through your agency and through senior detectives who are teaching you how to work cases with your agency and introducing you into the court systems, learning how your court is going to prosecute and work those cases. And so it's a lot of on-the-job training, and then from there you can go into specializations.
Did you go into type of specialization for the investigations?
I did. I went to crime scene school, and I took crime scene processing down in Warner Robins, and started to really enjoy it. And that's where I started my foray into crime scene processing and becoming a state certified crime scene investigator.
What attracted you to do what I call the CSI crime scene?
I like putting puzzles together, trying to figure out, working with the detectives, helping them answer those questions that needs more time to answer. And I'm afforded that time working that crime scene.
When you first got into crime scene processing or crime scene investigations, you said you went to classes and things like that, and I think you said you were certified or went down, I guess, the professional track. What level of experience at 2018, in July 2018, tell the jury, give us a kind of your resume, what level of experience you have for crime scene investigations at that time?
I was a state certified crime scene investigator. I attained that in 2010.
And let's start with that. What does that mean? What do you have to do to get that?
That means I completed the state's original prerequisites for becoming a crime scene investigator. There's a total of 6 classes. You then, once you complete those classes, you have to fill out a post application through the Police Officer Standards and Training Council. It's then submitted along with your post transcript. That's like our school records for all of our training, plus our certificates to show that it is in fact the prerequisite courses. Someone from my agency has to sign off on it and attest that I am actually working crime scenes. So during my training, I'm working crime scenes with another certified crime scene investigator.
Almost like being an apprentice in some ways.
It is, because they require 40 hours as well, which I completed at the Gwinnett County Police Department in their crime scene investigation unit. So once I have all those hours, so right there is close to 300 hours just in basic formal training. That's not counting all the time that I'm working with another crime scene investigator, learning my craft. That's taking pictures, mapping crime scenes, that's looking at lots of latent prints, dusting for latent prints, and all that stuff that comes along with the types of investigations that we do here in Cherokee County. And so you complete that, the state sends you back a certificate saying, congratulations, you're now a state certified crime scene investigator.
Now, when you're certified, is that where everybody gets a trophy, or is it you just show up and get it, or does it actually have standards and difficulties?
No, you have to pass the classes, and they require a practical and a cognitive test during the fingerprinting portions. Photography requires a cognitive and a practical exam to pass the class. And if you don't pass those, you get sent home. You have to wait a year to take them again.
What kind of practicals and tests and things do you do?
During the fingerprinting portion, during classification, you have to classify 10 fingerprint cards. And so when I was going through in 2009, we were still doing the Henry classification. That is a manual classification that was created back in the 1800s by Henry in India to ensure that the workers in the British controlled Indian continent were getting paid and not having people come and double dip and take money. And so we've taken that classification. We use that worldwide, and we had to do that by hand. And you have to get all 10 right. And if one's wrong, that's it.
Did you have to do like oral presentations, anything like that?
Not during the basic classes. That was in my advanced classes that I go to later.
So after basics, you're qualified as a state at the lowest level, I guess. I don't mean anything against that, just level 1, I guess. Did you go into a more advanced class?
Well, the state only has one level. What they did was they changed some of their prerequisites for the certification, and I took that additional class. And that additional class was the bloodstain pattern and analysis class, and that's a 40-hour basic class. That's your introduction to bloodstain pattern analysis. I went ahead and took it, even though I was grandfathered in under the old state certification. I took that class.
If you didn't have to do it, why'd you do it?
It's important to my craft. It's crime scene, and what we do is a physical science. It's a forensic science. It's constantly evolving and moving. And so if, as a forensics investigator, I don't stay up to date on current trends, I will fall behind, and I will either not see something that needs to be seen, collected, documented, or worse, just completely mess something up in a scene because I'm looking for one thing instead of knowing that the science has changed and changing my way of processing a scene to fit the current sciences.
Do you challenge yourself in your craft and what you do? Do you always try to get better, always sharpening the sword?
When I was running the unit, I read a lot of white pages because the science was changing so fast that I was constantly on the phone with my fellow colleagues going, hey, I ran into this. This is what I did, and I failed miserably in the lab. What are y'all doing? And so constantly bouncing ideas off my fellow crime scene investigators and being able to call them and going, hey, I'm running into this and I'm having difficulty. What do you think? And collaborating with other crime scene investigators to help collect this forensic evidence.
At the time in 2018, were you teaching or educating other people how to do crime scene investigations?
I was. In 2015, I had the opportunity to attend the National Forensics Academy at the University of Tennessee. I'm a graduate of session 39. That's another 400 hours of training over 10 weeks from people across the country who are experts in their fields. And this is photography, latent print development, mapping, human remains recovery, everything that we could possibly do. We got it in 10 weeks, and we got to train with people from all over the country. I did not get to participate in an international session, but we had people from as far away from Anchorage, North Dakota, Army CID. I got to train and collaborate with all these individuals.
Did you make networks and have, work studies or peers that you, as you talked about, you could learn more from and bounce ideas off of?
Yes, sir.
Did you do any training locally for people, law enforcement and crime scene?
We would host training at the sheriff's office, especially when we started to get new equipment. Our first one was we got our first Faro 3D scanner. We got that in 2015, the weekend before I reported to the National Forensics Academy. And then again, when we got our infrared cameras that they have at the sheriff's office, we were able to hold training on how to manipulate those new camera systems designed specifically for crime scene investigation.
One turning attention on July 5th of 2018, the date that you got involved in this case. Were you the lead crime scene investigator in this case?
Yes, sir.
Who all else was, first of all, 2511 Purcell Lane, about what time did you get out there?
I believe I got out there about mid-afternoon-ish, sometime between 3 and 4, I believe.
I got about 1533 here on my notes, so about 3:30, give or
Yes,
take.
sir.
And when you got out there, what do you remember when you first arrived?
So I remember we went down a long driveway. My deputies had parts of the driveway secured off. We had some detectives there, and I was just told, hey, we have a pile here to the left side of the house we need you to go look at. The detectives really didn't have a firm idea of what was going on at that moment. And I said, sure, we'll walk out there and see what we got.
I did pull up some photographs that have already been admitted into evidence. This is aerial 3. You follow the pointer here. Can you see that pointer?
Yes, you can see the pointer.
When you go up the driveway here, you're talking about you came up and then right here would be the garage and the house. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then the burn pile was back over here in the woods over here.
Yes.
This is aerial 16. I'm going to fast forward. You come around the left side of the house. And what I can do is I'm going to fast forward just to the So it's aerial 16. Basically where this drone is that kind of how the layout from the burn pile to the house? Is that what it looks like? Now this was a year later, but.
Yes, that was, even being a year later, it was still the same distance. Nothing had changed other than we had progressed a year.
If you were to walk from the house to the burn pile, are you going downhill or uphill?
You were going downhill, a slight downhill angle.
Then aerial 17. You got the doors on the left, the ones I'm calling the American doors, to the right, the French doors, and then as this keeps turning to the right, the burn pile will be back down that way. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
did you know you were looking at, or what y'all were dealing with when you first arrived? I know it changes at some point, but when you first get there, what's going on?
So when I walk up to what we called the pile, we have this burn pit. I can still feel heat radiating off of it, and I can see what appears to be a set of skeletal remains sitting on top of this pile. There appears to be construction debris and all this other miscellaneous garbage in this pile, but it's very clear to me that I was looking at a set of skeletal remains on the left side. I immediately got everybody to back out, and then started to request additional assets as I'm starting to size up my scene and determine how I'm going to try and recover these remains in a forensic manner.
When you were first called out, what were you respond to a person in need of help, or what was the call?
It's a death investigation that they were not sure what they had.
When you get out there, do you remember the temperature of the taken from the burn pile when you got out there?
I know it was initially warm off me, so one of the things that I did request was have one of the fire investigators someone come out with thermal to give me a temperature. When they were finally able to get out there, it was still over 200 degrees Fahrenheit, with daylight still up at that time.
So still hot.
Still hot.
You back everybody out, then what happens from there?
I requested through my chain of command to contact the GBI and the forensic anthropologist, Dr. Alice Gooding, to get her to come out and assist us with recovering the set of skeletal remains.
And why did you call Dr. Gooding? What was about her that made you call her?
Well, one, she's the state forensic anthropologist. This is definitely well inside her wheelhouse. And two, I'd never done this outside of a training environment. I did not know what I had. I know I had a set of skeletal remains on a pile. It was radiating heat at over 200 degrees. I don't know how this person got there, how they got to the state. And I'm not so far in my ego to go, I can do this on my own without calling experts who I know are going to, one, help teach me how to properly document this, but to ensure that we properly document and collect this entire set of remains. And for me, that's important because that person has a family. I want to make sure we're doing our absolute best to ensure that we do this correct, because we only have one chance to do this. And so if I can call help, and that help is here in our state, I'm going to use it.
Had you ever had a crime scene like this before?
I'd never worked a crime scene like this. I have burned 2 self-immolations in my career, and that is suicide by fire. I have worked those, but never one to this scope where I have both fire and skeletonized remains in an area that I know I need to properly document and recover.
Did you know of Dr. Gooding, a reputation or anything, or what was it about her that made you know that she does this type of stuff?
So through our crime scene community, we knew that Dr. Gooding, one, was in charge of the crime scene work at KSU. She's the lead instructor down there. She has been going in with the Georgia Public Safety Training Center and starting to teach similar classes that students would get at the NFA here at the local level for our local crime scene investigators. And a lot of the classes that she had been teaching and that we had been pushing are scattered recovery remains and what we call buried recovery remains. She was able to teach those classes at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center down in Monroe County. She was coming to a lot of our, I had heard her speak at the Georgia IAI conferences because I'm a member of that. And so that's where I started to learn what her mission, what her outlook was. And she said, anytime you need us, call. We all had her number. She made it known that we could call her for a consult. And if we needed help doing a recovery, because she was the state's forensic anthropologist, we could call her. And I did.
And did she come?
And she did.
What is she like? What's her personality like?
She's an educator, but she's awesome. She did bring one of her master's candidate students, and she was very nice to ask permission before allowing that master's candidate student into the scene. they are all vetted through her program. So that person is documented in my report. But she shows up with all her gear ready to go. And so I actually had to tell her, okay, hold on. I got to lay some groundworks for what we're doing because it's still our case. But I did call her for help. But she is super outgoing. She's very easy to talk to. And she started explaining stuff to myself and my lieutenant again, and it started to come back to us as we're laying certain lines to start setting up our recovery. But ultimately, because she's the state forensic anthropologist, I let her take lead on that. That's her purview because she's also going to catalog those remains. She's going to make sure we document the complete skeleton, and she's going to make her notes because she's going to produce a report for us too, because this is a police investigation.
Growing up, I like to watch things like Indiana Jones, and when they would go to a site and they would be systematic and have little brushes, little picks, and things like that. How would you describe Dr. Gooding's system as she would get in and start doing stuff? What was that like?
Exactly the way I was taught at the National Forensics Academy, because she helped teach up there, and that we do use brushes. What you do see in that is actually real. Had this been a buried, we would have had a 5-gallon bucket. It would have taken several hours to do this, but we have our lines laid and everything's broken down into grids, and we don't move from one grid to another until she says it's clear and she's got her catalog going. And so it's very systematic. It's fast, but it's slow, where we can make sure we're accurately documenting everything.
She would take the burn pit. Did she divide it into 4 quadrants or 4 sections?
Yes.
And how would you rope it off, or what we're going to see in the photographs?
So what we do is we start to lay what we call a datum line. That's our north-south line. So you're going to see orange string, and you're going to see it broken into quadrants, and you're going to see arrows indicating north. And what we're doing is we're trying to express in 2 dimensions something that is 3-dimensional. So when we attack a scene like this, we're looking at it on 3 axes. We're looking at it from length, from width, but we also want to show height and depth. That way we can explain how far down certain remains are. And it's more defined when we're actually in a vault recovering from the ground. But we still do it on a scattered, because we want to show how far or how close something is in relation to the central mass, if you will. So if we have a large mass in the center, we're going to say that's the center, and then we're going to measure out and say our furthest point is 6 feet down and 8 feet across. And if I can show you that in 3 dimensions on a picture, it makes it easier than just reading off numbers. And so that's why we lay these lines. We also split it into quadrants to make it easier for us to tackle a large scene so that we don't forget anything.
What kind of tools or things did you use to do this? Did she bring anything?
She brought all her tools, but sifters, buckets, garden trowel, stuff you would find in the gardening center of any Home Depot, Lowe's, or Walmart. That's what we use. Now they're all clean and sterile, and she brings them with her. But it's common tools that you would recognize, except for our sifter. Our sifter is waist level. Each forensics expert builds theirs to meet their needs.
Let's look at some of these photographs here. I'm going to tender into evidence. It's Shaw 1 through 281. Let's go. Did you have an opportunity to meet with us and go through all these pictures, the videos, and everything?
Yes, sir.
And were they fair and accurate photographs of what was done at the scene and other things in this case?
Yes, sir.
So just at this time, my tendered evidence states exhibits, but it's Shaw 1 through Shaw 281.
All right. Objection? No. All right. You're admitted.
Give you these just in case you remember. It should pop up on the screen here. Judge, may we turn down the lights a little bit for these? Would that be okay? All right, we're going to walk through some photographs. I may call them States 1 or Shaw 1 or 1, but all these photographs are going to have your name and a number. So Shaw 1, what do we have here?
So with this first series of photographs, all I'm doing is taking overall photographs outside of the crime scene tape.
As you look at 1, as you look at the photograph, there's a pine tree to the right, and is that the beginning of the burn pile?
So this oak right here, that is is directly in front of the left side of the pile, and then that pile extends from that tree over to the right.
This is 2. We'll be moving to the right. 3, 4. Now this stage, there's no really markings or anything. What is this? How early on is this in the processing the scene?
I'm waiting for Dr. Gooding to arrive, but I'm still taking pictures, trying to do something to be ahead so that when she arrives, we can tackle the next task.
But you didn't dive into the pile and start doing anything until she arrived?
No, sir.
Arrived on the scene. 5, 6. And was there anything with the pile itself when you first got there that you noticed and thought, here are some things of interest?
You know, other than the skeletal remains, I, for whatever reason, kept getting the smell of citronella, and I don't know why. And that's not a normal smell for me at a death investigation. I mean, I generally smell other smells related to the artifact of death, but I kept smelling citronella, and I was like, did I spill some when I was filling mine at my house? I don't know, but I just, every now and again, as I walked around the pile, I could just smell that.
8, 9, just going back. Now, 13, this is looking from one side of the pile, and you said it was still hot to the touch. Was it on one side or certain parts of it that were that way?
So I didn't walk all the way around. When I got close to it, you know, most was just stick my hand. I was like, that's still radiating some pretty good heat. And I own firefighter rated boots because I do sometimes have to go into arson scenes. And I wasn't willing to walk close to that in those boots. I was like, let me see what the actual temperature is. 1, I wanted it to be safe, and 2, I needed to document it because it was still radiating quite a bit of heat for this condition.
And how can you compare that? How hot is that if it's over 200 degrees?
We boil water at 212. We can get scalding burns, I believe, between 110 and 160. That's hot enough for me to go, I'm not willing to melt polyester to my skin, and I'm not willing to risk the firefighter rating of these boots. We get an expert out here, see what the temperature is, and see how long we need to wait before we can actually work.
Shaw 14, as I zoom in, what did you notice first when you got to the pile?
So this one, I'm on the left side, and I'm shooting over. I can see what appears to be part of a hand. At the time, what I think is a hand. I see what appears to be part of the rib cage, and I'm starting to orient myself. I see parts of different degrees of what I believe are temperature variations. So when we look at something, we say clothing initially blocks heat, it won't burn evenly. That's what I'm seeing in my head, and I'm trying to figure this out, but I see that it's compact too. And I'm like, okay, is this someone who's fallen over? Because I don't see what we would traditionally think of as a full skeleton of a human being. So did someone fall over? Did someone experience some sort of issue that caused them to fall here? All these are running through my head as I'm taking these pictures, trying to process this and think of next steps to go. How am I going to document this, and what am I going to look for?
And at this time, you didn't know anything about bullet in the ribs or anything like that?
No, sir.
15, 16, 17. Now we're getting on to 18. And who do we have in this picture? What's going on?
So these are the start of the forensic anthropology examination. So we're marking flags, and you start to see wooden stakes go down for our datum lines. And then we have master's candidates and the deputy coroners in helping to rake and clear while we're taking pictures.
And as you look at the exhibit, Shaw 18, the photograph, I've got the cursor here. It appears that on the right side, there's an angle or it slopes down or goes downhill to the left. Is that right?
Yes.
Is kind of showing that angle, that downhill looking up. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, on the outside of the fire pit, there appears to be, is that wood and things that are charred but not burned?
Yes.
Maybe some vegetation?
Correct.
We start to get markers. Now the A, I know that's going to be renumbered at some point, but what are we doing here in 24? What's this showing?
We are starting to build our quadrants. So we're laying down our north-south line and our east-west. We're also, we have angle indicators on those lines so that if we need to run a tape measure across at one point, we can see what that angle is at that measurement point. So we run the lines and then run the tape. We have our 4 quadrants, but the lines aren't completely square, and we keep it within our boundaries of where we see evidentiary goodies.
And we're going to get into this, but I believe quadrant, it goes top on the right side, A, B, C, D, kind of going in this direction, clockwise.
Yes, I believe we went clockwise that night.
And you see B in Shaw 30 photograph. And then there are some flags that are put down. Are those to indicate things that you just see on the top?
Items of evidence on the top.
Here shows the Shaw 32 shows the 4 quadrants.
Correct.
So if this is A, B, C, D. And most of the evidence, the remains were found in A and B. Is that
in A and B?
when you were there, did you look for any accelerants?
I did not.
Did you find any, happen to see gasoline cans or gasoline containers, anything like that?
I did not find any in the area of the pile.
Was there various items, different things, wood, fencing, bottles, cans, trash, all kinds of different items in this fire pit?
Oh, there was, yes, sir.
Now we've got to Shaw 49. Again, with Shaw 51, we're going to go into, tell us again, how would you attack each to remove things and collect things? What would you actually do? Did you use a shovel, hands? What did you go down? How did you pick stuff up and how did you sift through it?
So we start with our hands first. It's our most tactile sense. So we're going to start in our quadrant. Someone's writing down. We'll start with the large items that we can see and identify. And then from there, we will start to grab shovels and trowels to pick up areas of ash and debris to go over to the sifter. And those will be transferred from a specific quadrant being documented by the scribe there, and then put in a bucket. From there, taken to the sifter. The sifter is placed over the blue tarps, something that will contrast with us. And then it's one bucket at a time. We'll sift it, look through the sifter, empty the tarp back into the bucket, check the sifter, make sure we don't have anything, catalog, document that. And then we just keep rinse and repeating as we go through these buckets. So everything starts to slow down at that point once we've removed the big items that we can readily see and identify.
When you found an item of interest, what would you do with it? Is there
So
Dr. Gooding who laid it out, or what would she do?
There's laid out on tarps. However, Dr. Gooding wants to do that. Like I said at the beginning, she's kind of running that. I'm just making sure, one, I'm learning, and two, anything that she needs, but she's running that process. But she's laying stuff out on tarps. She's cataloging the skeletal remains as they're removed, checking on us. I get to do the manual labor. I was sifting some stuff. We're also continuing to rake and make sure that we don't miss anything within that specific quadrant. Once we're done with that quadrant, we move on.
In Shaw 55, we have these, you see the ground has markings like, was that how that was, or is that something y'all did?
That's from us raking.
Did you notice around the burn pile itself, was there any signs of raking or a tractor had been used for something to clear the land?
No, not around that, because the area on the edge of the burn pile was still green with vegetation.
And but did you see that there was evidence that a tractor or RTV was in that area?
Not during this point of the investigation.
This is 57. What's going on here? Is this just an example
We're
of what?
examining small bone fragments.
58, what is just scooping buckets? Is that how that would work?
Yep, we're troweling using a dustpan. We're troweling into the bucket. Once we're satisfied with that, it goes to the sifter. We sift it. Again, we look for small bone fragments, items of evidence, pieces of clothing, and lay those out.
Shaw 62, what is this?
That is a picture of our sifter, one of the buckets that we sifted.
And you have a sift, and then the bigger piece would remain on top like this?
Yes, sir. And then we'll go through those with the forensic anthropologist, the master's candidate. We'll pick out the bone fragments. Those will get cataloged. Pieces of construction debris will be examined. If it's not of any evidentiary value, it's returned to another area. Items of evidentiary value are set aside to be cataloged later.
Up to this time in your career, have you been or responded to scenes where a person's body, whether it's alive or dead, a person's body has been greatly demolished, cut up, hurt, broken, otherwise lost to injuries? How many of those have you been to?
I've been to several hundred of those.
And have you seen bones and things like that? Could you recognize certain type of bones, or was the experts able to recognize it much quicker?
They're able to recognize them much quicker, but that's part of my NFA training is a week of anthropology. And I was called many times upon my return by detectives from all over the county. Hey, we found this bone. Fido brought this bone up to the house. Can you look at it? And I had books that I would carry with me to help me identify difference between animal and human.
Have you worked shootings where people have been actually shot?
Yes, sir.
You ever seen anybody get shot and still be able to move or walk a distance?
Oh, yes, sir.
Like what?
One of the last cases I worked, the shooting victim went 125 feet before he collapsed. He was shot inside a home, collapsed on the street after traversing an outer porch, down a set of stairs, across a very large front yard till he collapsed in the street.
Have you seen people that have been shot, and even after they've been shot, they'll be able to go a distance or move on their own?
Yes, sir.
How about blood? You see people, different levels of when people are shot and how much blood is there?
That depends on the projectile type, where the person was shot. Did it hit a major artery? Did it hit a bunch of muscle? Did it hit, bone and deflect somewhere? That really depends. And then what were they wearing? Is it winter time? Are they wearing several layers, or are they wearing a pair of shorts and a t-shirt?
A different amount of blood, even though people have been shot. Have you seen that?
Yes, sir.
63, just a sifting again?
Yes, sir.
64,
Still sifting, looking for small.
65.
Same.
And then 66, what are we doing here?
We are at what we call the bottom. We have now hit earth. So we have recovered all of the burned material, whatever that may be. And so we will scrape another layer just to ensure that we've not missed anything. So we try to go to earth and then scrape a layer.
You see in the photographs that it's daylight and it's nighttime. How long were y'all out there?
I believe I watched the sun go down and come back up that particular day. 4 or 5 a.m. is when I finally left the first full cycle of work.
Painstaking process, slow and tedious.
Yes, sir.
67, what are we doing here?
We are running our metal detector. We want to make sure we don't leave anything.
Did you find any blood at the scene out on the burn pile?
No, sir.
As I go through these, this is the blue tarp photographs. What are we doing here?
So we're just documenting stuff that we found within those quadrants.
Now we'll get into these. What are this Shaw 83? What are these photographs of?
These are photographs of the skeletal remains that were recovered.
At some point during the investigation, there was something found in a rib. Do you remember when that happened?
Yes, sir. I believe it was well after midnight when I was made aware that something had been discovered lodged in the rib cage.
.138. Did you remember how it was described by people at the scene, what was found, how they refer to it as?
I don't remember how I don't remember if they said it looked like an eraser or I don't remember what exactly they came and told me. I do remember they said, hey, we found something. You have to come look at this now. I said, okay.
What happened from there when that was found?
So I walked back down to the pile where they're working. Dr. Gooding and her team are still working. Investigator Olenek, who was taking my picture, said, Sarge, here you go. And I went, that looks like a projectile. Everybody stop what you're doing right now. I had to explain to Dr. Gooding, ma'am, I need you to stop for a moment. Everybody stop. Went and got one of the detectives. I believe I went and got Lieutenant Clark, but I know I let Lieutenant Bowder in and know. Say, hey, we've got a projectile. We also had to stop and let the coroner know at this point, because now we've just changed our dynamics of our investigation. And so we had to take a hard pause while the detectives figured out their next steps. And so I had to wait for them until we could get back to work on what we were doing.
You were investigating a death.
Correct.
But now you're investigating possibly a murder. Is that how it shifted?
Yes.
Didn't find any gun. So if it's a suicide, you respond to a suicide. What do you look for?
The same things I look for in a homicide. We'll try to look for defect. I'm looking for angle of entry, back spatter. A gun location doesn't necessarily mean anything to me, because I've had suicide victims do weird things with guns. A note, sometimes I find them, sometimes I don't. But I know in a relatively short amount of time if I'm working with a suicide or if I'm working with something else. This case was unique because, yes, we had a projectile, but it was still in a set of burned remains. So the best thing to do was to stop and get everybody on the same sheet of music at this point.
Shaw 166. Do you remember finding this?
Yes,
Seeing this?
I remember seeing that.
Now, came back out at some point and we're working this scene, but there's a photograph taken of a tire mark in Shaw 174. And in relation to where everything is at, in Shaw 174, when you look at these tire marks, what is at the top of the picture?
That's the pond they have on their property in between the main house and their pastures and their barn out to the far right.
This is 177. And the pattern there has a unique pattern. We're going to look at this pattern on the tires in RTV later on. And then I believe there was a dive done to look for the gun in the pond.
Yes, sir.
Were you there for that?
Yes, sir, I was.
After you were worked the burn pile, you actually did some other things while you were at the scene. So were you able to go home on, July 5th, Thursday, you probably worked into Friday morning, July 6th. Did you able to go get some sleep, or did you come back, or what did you do?
I think there was 2 or 3 hours where I was released and then came back
when you came
Friday,
back,
finished the pile. Cherokee Fire Search and Rescue was in the pond. We completely sifted the pile. We also did line searches of the area behind the pile while the detectives were inside the house doing their searches.
let's see, 170, let me look at someone. Let me jump. I'm going to come back to it. It looks like you came also back on July 11th, and you were working with Ballard to process some of the scene, I believe, or was...
Yes, sir. Those days started running together.
Okay.
But I was out there for everything that I have.
We're going to get to the photographs here, but to July 6th, looked like you came out and there was a blood stain that you thought, some some interest on the front door on the floor?
Yes, while we were still working in the pile and I had the fire investigator was collecting some items, I was asked to go in and assist CSI Thrasher and CSI Eckerd with some stains that they had located. My command asked me to give it a second look and do some documentation and some field testing.
And then you, there was one stain, there was actually a window, and there's 4 things that you looked at, but looks like you field tested the stain positions number 1 and 3. Do you remember doing that?
Yes.
And then I guess they were tested for mammalian blood using a OBITS test?
Hexagon OBTIS test.
OBTIS,
yes,
okay. And did stain number 1, was that positive for blood, mammalian blood?
I believe that one was, yes.
And this test that you use, what is it, and what is the OBTIS test?
And so it's what we call a field presumptive test that we can do at a scene to see if a stain that we're looking at, 1 is blood, and if it is blood, if it's mammalian blood. So we'll use these at a scene to eliminate certain stains and then prioritize collection of other stains.
And then you also, on the 6th, I believe, found a deer camera near the burn pile?
Yes, while we were doing our walks, I saw a trail cam sitting on a trail leading behind the pile to the left down a well-worn path, and it was walking a ranch fence.
What do you mean by that?
The post fence with the wire to keep cattle or horses separate. I call it a ranch fence.
And did you collect that and SIM card and things like that from the camera?
Yes, I did.
I believe on July 11th of 2018, you came back again, and this is when you were helping. Well, I guess this was at the sheriff's office. Y'all took some items back, and you helped Lieutenant Ballard process the shirt that we're looking at.
Yes.
I think the shirt was originally found in the house as we're looking at Shaw 178. Is this that maroon shirt that we're talking about?
It is.
And then I believe for the sleeve, at some point y'all took that and had it sent off to the GBI. Is that right?
I did not do any further processing after what I did in the lab. I know we did note some stains and let the detective know there was some stuff there that could be sent off.
Right.
I don't recall if it was ever sent
We've
off.
stipulated to the report that items were sent to the GBI and tested.
Oh, yes, sir.
188. This is a picture on the thing on the front of the shirt. What did that look like to you?
To me, at first breath, it looked like a scorch mark.
Consistent with soot or something from fire?
To me, it just looked like a scorch mark. It was something that was important enough for me to document. So I wanted to make sure that my case detective knew, hey, this is here.
All right. And then there was a OBTI test done on the shirt for blood. And what is this? It looks like a pregnancy test, but tell us what this is.
This is and this was done at the house. This is in our lab. So what you see is the testing vessel of the hexagon test. It uses a cotton swab and a liquid in the test kit. You will swab the suspected blood stain, collect that on that swab, and then you'll clip it off into the fluid. It's a phenolphthalein style solution. Give it a good shake, count, and then you'll break off an end. You'll pour it into the area marked S. It's that trough. And then you wait. And so the first line you'll see is the control. That tells you, hey, the test is working correctly. The second line, the T, that's your positive for mammalian blood.
So the control C and the T here. And then some shoes were taken from the house, 2 pair of Nike shoes. Is that right? And that's what we have here.
Correct.
And then the ones here these blue Nike. And did y'all notice things on these?
I saw what appeared to be some suspected blood stains on the shoes that I wanted to test.
And is that what this OBTI test is here?
Yes, we did one at the scene, and then we did some more follow-up in the lab.
Now, the Shaw 211, when you came back, I believe the 7th, check my notes, the 6th, the next day, so July 6th. This is the front door here, so as we're standing here looking towards the kitchen table area, we're talking about this area on the floor here, is that right?
Yes.
Shaw 215, is this the spot we're talking about?
Yes.
That was 1, and that was tested positive for blood?
Yes.
Again, going back, I believe the 11th, y'all bring evidence back to the sheriff's office, and we're going to be processing some evidence here. Where is this actually at the sheriff's office?
So this is at our headquarters building in the old section of our jail at 498 Chatton Drive. We have the bottom section, which was our old staff dining, that we converted into our lab.
Again, the shirt. What do we have here?
And so I've put this shirt under an alternate light source. I'm just looking at it.
And this is 232 for the record, sorry.
I'm looking at it under UV light. UV blood is the only liquid in the body that doesn't fluoresce under UV light. It's going to turn brown. All I'm using this for is to help locate and verify what I'm seeing in the natural light is a location that I need to pay attention with when I take pictures or do any field presumptive testing.
And brought the shoes back too?
Yes.
And then you and Lieutenant Ballard processed I believe the RTV, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And swabs were taken from, looks like the RTV, the L2 shifter, the shifter up here on the steering wheel, I believe. The swab was taken from there, GBI item 25B, and that was taken and sent off to the GBI. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then also y'all tried to look at and process the Kubota, is that right?
Yes.
Now notice the tire marks on the Kubota tractor. Now this type of tractor, is it one of those kind of easy to drive? You press forward, it goes forward, press back, it goes backwards?
I don't know anything about the operation of the tractor, but I know this one is not one of the models I'm used to where you have to run the handle up on the top side and engage the brake. But as far as the movement, I'm not familiar with it.
But you see the pedals here on the right?
Yes, sir.
This says Shaw 264. What do we see here?
So we're looking at a chemoluminescence reaction with the application of Blue Star onto the hood of the tractor closest to the fuel filling station.
Looks like something in 264 is blue here as I point to it, and blue below it here. What is that? And there's some blue over here.
And that's an indication of blood.
Could it be something else?
There are instances of false positives with Blue Star. However, when we see those, we'll see those pop like fireworks and then fade away very quickly. Blue Star lasts longer in its chemoluminescence than the other chemoluminescence that we would use. And so not only is it glowing, but you can see where it's attached itself to any trails of blood as it runs. So we know this to not be a false positive. It's an indicator that there could potentially be blood there.
Is your reputation as a crime scene investigator is important to you?
It's very important to me.
If somebody, not that they would do this, but if someone is there and just says, take a fast picture of this or something like that, are you going to let anybody tell you how to process evidence?
Not on my case, no, sir.
No, you're not going to just, if it pops real fast, get a real quick picture, are you?
No, sir.
And we've got some photographs here. We're going through the RTV. Now, as we get into, this is 268. We'll get into things here. We're going to try to do something. And if you would, Judge, with your permission, I'd like him to step down and actually show how we do these. But this is 268. This is 268. Is it? Can you see it very clearly? Looks like just darkness, doesn't it?
Yes, but I can see it because I'm attuned to it. But yes, it is a dark picture. When we shoot Blue Star, it has to be dark.
Now this is 268.1, which is the same thing. If you don't mind, come down here and show the jury how you can use the shading to make it pop.
You want to drive with the mouse?
Yeah, I'm gonna let him drive, Judge. Fine. So this is 268.
So inside Windows 11, they basically have a free version of Lightroom, which is what I used at the sheriff's office. And so for pictures where we want to do some basic lighting adjustment, if we're shooting in an alter light, we can come over here to the adjustment side. And here we look at brightness, exposure, contrast, our highlights, our shadows, and we can move these slides all the way to the left, all the way to the right until we get whatever we want to be exposed. And so I'm sorry.
Yeah, soft voice. Go ahead and speak about it.
Apologize. What we'll do is we'll move these sliders left and right until we get the desired exposure that we want. So helping to kind of clean up, if you will. We're not actually changing the photograph because we don't save it to the original image. It will always be a copied image. And so for these, when we started to, we were pulling out the brightness and our exposure. And then we'll take our contrast and we want to see how it goes. So we're going to run it all the way to the negative to get it to come up. Our highlights wasn't really doing anything, but our shadows. And so we would run that for those photographs to bring it up. And I know your screen, you can't really see it, but there is
Try to do something remote. My screen looks completely different.
yes, sir. It probably has to deal with the tie-in, but I assure you that there is a change on a computer screen where we can then save it as a copy. And so in this instance where you see parentheses and a number, that is a saved copy. And then we can further explore that inside our metadata and make sure that we haven't altered an image. But that's how we do that in the Windows program.
I think if you have a seat, I'll go through that. And I'm going to cancel it because I'm not going to save this one.
She's going to be coming back in the morning. If y'all want to test the settings on the monitor and see if y'all can adjust it. And show that in the morning, that's fine.
Yes, sir.
So 268, and then before trial, you were able to get with one of our investigators and adjust it. Is that right?
That is correct.
So this is 268.1, which is the adjusted. And what do we see here?
chemoluminescent reaction, blue star on the towel that we located in the back of the RTV.
And what is that indication of what it could be, possibly be?
An indicator of possibility of blood.
269, what do we see here at the bottom?
Chemoluminescence reaction.
And 269.1 with the adjustment, same thing?
Same thing.
270, kind of right here. 270.1, is that adjusted?
Yes, sir.
So let's see if the, so this is 270, and you just adjust the light. Is that what you would do?
Yes.
So as I go with brightness to the left, it gets dark. If I zoom over, you actually can see it.
Yes, sir.
And then, so it takes a dark picture when blue star on you, you're better able to actually see it pop. Is that right?
We're able to see the chemoluminescence reaction.
And basically what I just did there is what you do with these photographs.
Yes, sir.
.270, 270.1, same thing, adjusted, unadjusted, adjusted.
Correct.
271, 271.1, 272, 272.1, 73. So off that towel, he has some illumination from Blue Star. Did you process the RTV, the tractor, the shoes, the shirt, the floor in the house, and we're going to probably talk about probably tomorrow, and we'll get in, but you also assisted with some other things in the case. Did you go back out when they were, went back out, and I think about a year later, looked for some casings on the property or some, there was a shooting range or something like that on the property. Did you go back out and help with that?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury what y'all were doing there. What were you trying to do?
We went back out a year later. We flew the drone footage. We did some decibel meter testing, and there was an area on the lower, I believe it was the right side. It was down a pretty steep embankment where they had an old tree that they were using for target practice, as folks do out in that part of the county. So I went out there looking for projectiles to see if I could locate a projectile that I could send to the crime lab to possibly match to the two projectiles that were located that night at the scene.
And did y'all collect casings, bullets, things like that, and bring it back, and some of that was sent to the GBI?
Yes, sir.
I think we won't get into it tomorrow, but did you also come back out on July 18th, I believe so that year or the next year? I think it was the same year. And with the marshal's office, actually do some sound testing.
That was July 18th of 2019.
2019. About a year later, I believe, and then y'all came back out and had some equipment to actually do a test fire and then measure the loudness of those gunshots. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to stop here, Judge. I'm not going to go into the test fire until tomorrow, probably. I'm just going to, can I tender it to them for their cross?
I think it would be easier for me to do it all at once, if that's okay with the school.
Let's do
Let's do something for.
I do it if you want.
Yeah, let's try to split it up into what he's testified about now, and then we can cover this stuff tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, turn the lights. You need the photographs or turn the lights back up?
Oh, please turn back
Lil G, you got literally 2 minutes, Lil G. 2 minutes. 2 minute warning, Lil G. So I would say go now and check the oven.
Good afternoon. Is it, because I know you're with the campus police now, right?
Yes, sir.
Is it Sergeant still or?
Officer.
Just Officer Shaw?
Yes, sir.
Officer Shaw, my name is Michael Ray. I'm representing Mr. Farris. Let's find this logical. Okay, let's start here. So from what I gathered from Mr. Bogus, going over all of your experience, was you're state certified in crime scene investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
You also attended the National Forensic Academy.
Yes, sir.
And at this point on July the 5th, 2018, you were the lead crime scene investigator at the Purcell Lane house.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in terms of crime scene investigation, the buck stops with you, right?
Yes, sir.
So, and then the person above you would have been Lieutenant Ballard.
Correct.
Right. So the witnesses before you, if I've been yelling at them about things not being done, that's your fault. Fair to say?
Fair to say, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, so let's get into kind of what you did with the house, because I know you had told me that you were still out at the burn pile around midnight, and you found the bullet in the rib around that time, after midnight.
I believe it was after midnight. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, we heard from was it Sergeant Westbrook? He's the one that actually noticed the bullet first.
Okay.
Good. Yeah. Not okay. Is that correct or not correct?
Well, if he noticed it first, then that's correct.
Okay. Well, wouldn't he have notified you if he found it first? I guess here's my question. Who found the bullet in the rib?
I was notified by Investigator Olenek.
Investigator who?
Olenek.
Olenek.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So he told you, and then that's when you would have called Lieutenant Ballard, I'm assuming, or somebody.
Yes.
All right. And that would have been presumably into July the 5th.
Into the 6th, I believe. We were out there on the 5th.
Oh, yeah. You came on the 5th. So it went to the 6th, yes. All right. Okay. And you left at some point because you came back on the 6th.
Yes.
How did, because this is your crime scene, right?
Mm-hmm.
How was the crime scene secured overnight? Because I'm assuming not everybody stayed out there all night long.
That is correct. So my crime scene vehicle stayed out there. The sheriff's office, we stationed deputies at the entry point onto the property with the crime scene log.
Okay, with the crime scene log on 24 hours a day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, and that would have been done until y'all were done with the house. Now, granted, I know y'all have been out there several other times, including over a year later, right?
Correct.
So, but during that relevant portion of time, law enforcement was there the entire time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, setting up the grid, and I'm sorry, because of the way your direct was, so just going to kind of jump around, okay? So if you don't understand what I'm asking, just let me know. So you called Gooding to come out just because that's what she does, right? She's an anthropologist.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So she comes out and she's the one that sets up that grid along with, you and whoever else.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So she would have done that. How long was it from the time you saw the body, made the determination, got the approval that Dr. Gooding showed up?
Probably about 2.5 hours.
Okay. Is it during that period of time, because you testified earlier that the fire was so hot when you got there that you didn't feel comfortable working in it, right? All right. So did it cool off in that 2.5 hours to be a comfortable temperature for you to work in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What temperature did you let the fire get down to before you started working?
I don't recall if we measured it when I went into it. I know it was comfortable enough that we all made a determination we were going to start working.
Okay. Oh, it was measured by Shane Daniels, right?
Yes, sir.
With Cherokee Fire Investigator?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were out at the scene or at the burn pile, you're looking at the remains. At any point, did you touch any of the remains? Did you disturb any of the remains?
I did not.
Did any of the other investigators, as far as you know, touch or disturb any of the remains?
From the time I arrived on the scene, no one touched the remains until Dr. Gooding arrived.
Okay. So if Dr. Gooding comes and testifies, and she was like, this is where we found this, this is where we found this, this is where we found this, then that is where it was, at least when you got there.
That is correct.
Okay. Have you heard anything about anybody moving anything around prior to you getting there?
I was not made aware of anything.
Okay. I'm just pulling that up for when I need it. You had talked about this citronella smell and that you kept smelling around the burn pile, right?
Yes, sir.
Did anybody else, to your knowledge, ever say that?
I didn't hear anybody say it, no, sir. It
Okay.
was my observation.
Did you put it in your report?
I believe it was in my report.
Okay. You also you did note in your report that Shane Daniels had taken samples from the burn pile.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know whether or not those were ever tested for any type of accelerant or anything?
I believe they were sent off. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did that come back that you're aware of? The results of that?
I believe no accelerants came back.
Okay. You also, or do you know that Ms. Farris, they tested her hands for accelerants and that she was negative for accelerants? Did you know that?
If it was mentioned to me, then yes, but I know he did his fire investigator duties while at the scene.
Okay. So, best you know, there's no accelerants, right?
Correct.
Correct. All right. Now, well, I'll come back to that. You stated that there was, you observed no blood at the burn pile, correct?
Correct.
And that would be, let me pull this because this is a kind of a tricky picture. So this is actually a photograph. The house is to your back, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And so going from the house down to the burn pile, it's somewhat sloped, right?
Correct.
So you didn't observe any blood going from the house down to the burn pile, right?
I did not know, sir.
Okay. And you didn't observe any blood anywhere around the burn pile, right?
Correct.
Okay. Number 150. Okay, so that is what you had originally referred to, or some of the investigators referred to as the eraser.
Yes, sir.
That looked like an eraser. All right. When that was taken, did Dr. Gooding or the coroner take that into evidence?
The coroner took the remains into evidence.
Okay, so Dr. Gooding got them from the pit, contained them somehow, and the coroner then took custody of it?
The remains were cataloged in white disaster bags so that the coroner could seal those and take those with her.
Okay. And as far as you know, this projectile was sent off to the crime lab as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. bear with me. This thing scrolls kind of fast. So going back to 174, Mr. Fogus had asked you about the tire pattern here in 174, 175, 176, 177. Any imprints or anything done on that? Or did you take any imprints of that, or did you just take photographs of it?
What do you mean by imprints, sir?
I don't know, like if you see Bigfoot walking around, like make a cast of it, so you can compare it to other things later.
No, I did not cast that at the scene.
Okay. Did you do anything else with it other than just take the photographs?
No, sir, because I've got a top-down 1-to-1 90-degree photograph of it.
Okay, so you didn't need to do anything else with it?
I did not feel at the time I needed to do anything else with it. Yes,
okay. Just since it's the order of the photograph, so that'll just make it the least confusing. So this red shirt, I understand you did not find the red shirt, right?
Correct.
All right. Do you know where the red shirt was found?
I know it was in the house, sir.
Okay. You don't know where in the house?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know where the blood, because this was 190, was your test of the blood? What location on the shirt did you use your test?
You'll go back to the picture with the OB ABFO square. That's where we tested.
This one?
No, sir. Go back one. Go back one. There. The big stain.
Okay. This stain?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm asking you because I don't know. Is that this stain? I'll flip between 186 and 187, okay? Is that the same stain? In the middle of the shirt?
I believe it would be the same stain, yes, sir.
Okay. So if we go back to the whole shirt, we can get to it. So it's kind of right here, the right-hand side, almost directly below the logo. Fair enough?
On the left-hand side, yes, sir.
Okay. And that's what your testimony to this jury is, that tested positive as being blood.
It feel presumptive, yes.
Okay. Field presumptive for
Yes,
blood.
sir.
Okay.
For mammalian blood.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And are you aware that this shirt was sent to the crime lab?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you aware that the test came back for this shirt?
I know they did get test results back.
Okay. Do you have any indication of what those test results were?
I've been through several of them, so I don't recall right off the top of my head.
Okay, that's fine. We've got those people will come in later. So the next thing with these shoes, I believe then you try to do a test on these shoes and it was negative.
One shoe did test, one shoe did show negative and one did show positive.
Okay. And one of them was also sent to the crime lab as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. And on stage 209, at the top on the right-hand side of the shoe, that's the spot where you tested?
Yes, the biggest stain, yes, sir.
Okay. And not putting words in your mouth, but that was sent to the crime lab, right?
The shoes were, yes.
Yeah, but you're probably not been enlightened as to what the results were on that inquiry.
I do know the ones that we tested in the lab did not come back. They came back positive for blood, but not for Mr. Farris. Came back with Mrs. Farris's blood.
Okay. But you don't know which shoe that refers to, right?
The ones in 209.
Right here? This one?
Yes, sir. Those are
Okay.
the ones that we tested in the lab.
Okay, so you tested that, the 209, we'll just call those the blue Nikes. So that had Miss Farris's blood on it.
I believe that's what the report said. I was made aware of that.
Okay, you didn't do the testing.
I did the field presumptive testing in our lab, but we send it down to the crime lab.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Did anybody tell you what the crime lab said about it?
Then I believe it came back. It was not Mr. Farris's blood.
Okay, exactly. Thank you. All right, now this little spot. So I'm going to show you 213. So this little entryway between the front door and going into the dining room, there is that little spot right there. Did you field test that spot specifically?
Yes, because it was a large volume.
Okay, so that is what you wrote in your report. That is stain 1.
Yes.
Okay, so that tested positive for blood.
Yes.
Okay. Did you then swab that and send it to the crime lab?
I don't recall if I swabbed it or not. I'm pretty sure I did. Now, whether it went to the crime lab, again, I don't know. I was never asked to complete that process and send it down.
We already established that this is your investigation, right? So who do you got to ask to send evidence to the crime lab?
So I conversate with the case detective.
So it'd be Detective Hayes.
Yes. I
Okay.
would not make assumptions on the directions of his case.
So you would leave it up to him to decide what evidence you test and don't test while you're actually investigating the crime scene?
The crime scene itself was already investigated. This is follow-up forensics investigation. So
No, this
we
is
would never-
this testing that you did right here, this spot, states 217. That's on July 5th or 6th.
That was tested at the scene and the field tested positive for blood.
And then what my question is, because your report says nothing about it, did you swab it, bag it, tag it, and send it off to the crime lab?
If it is not in my report, then I did not swap it, nor did I collect it.
Okay. So if it wasn't swabbed and sent to the crime lab, we have no idea whose blood that supposedly is, or even if it is actual human blood.
Correct.
Now, you also had talked about with Mr. Fogus, there was another stain. You called that stain 3, and it was negative, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then there was also what you had reported being stains 2 and 4, but they were too small for testing.
Correct.
Okay. All right. 232. Because I was just confused about this. So, states 232, the ultraviolet shirt. This is still the red shirt, just under ultraviolet light.
Yes, sir.
Let me see if there's that a better explanation. So 131 shows the shirt, the red shirt, and then that's it under ultraviolet light, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you were talking with Mr. Fogus that blood is the only thing, and I'm maybe paraphrasing. Blood is the only thing that will glow brown under ultraviolet light. Is that what you meant?
No, it doesn't fluoresce. I'm not found where blood fluoresces under ultraviolet light.
So blood doesn't fluoresce under ultraviolet light.
Correct.
Okay. So presumably I'm assuming what you're implying is that it's your belief that some of these other spots were potentially blood.
They could potentially be, yes.
Okay. So I'm assuming when you put this light on this shirt, you would then pull out those handy little, what do you call them? OB TIS kits? The OB TIS?
The hexagon OBTIS kits.
Yeah, okay. You could pull out one of those and tested those spots, right?
No, sir.
Okay. You just did it on that one little spot where we had previously identified kind of in the middle of the shirt.
Correct.
Okay. So any of these other spots you didn't test, and you're not familiar with what, if anything, came back from the crime lab?
We did not test those for field presumptive positive or negative testing in our lab. It's a documentation, and then if it's sent off to the lab, we let the crime lab do their testing on it.
Okay. But you don't know what the crime lab testing was?
Correct.
Okay. Now, let's go to the RTV. Now, a lot of the RTV stuff, this photograph, this is when you brought it over to the jail, right? Which you call it your lab, but your lab's at the jail.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is brought over to the lab. You actually did a lot of the Blue Star testing actually at the residence, right?
Lieutenant Stewart did get samples out there for us.
Okay. Well, I just thought Lieutenant Stewart just did, just took the photographs that you were doing the actual Blue Star.
Not at the house. All my Blue Star was done here at the lab.
Okay. Do you know who did any Blue Star at the house? If anybody.
If anybody, it was the GBI.
Okay. Let me ask you this, just while, because I know you had to go up the chain of command to, I'm assuming, hire Dr. Gooding to come out here to remove the remains, right? Like you had to call Ballard. Ballard had to call Captain Pinion, and Captain Pinion had to give the okay, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And somebody, I'm not 100% sure, I don't know if it was you or was it Lieutenant Ballard, made the decision to call out the GBI, Lane of Coffee. Who made that call?
Lieutenant Clark.
Lieutenant Clark. Right. What was Lieutenant Clark's role in this?
He was the persons unit lieutenant. So he would have been over.
You kind of got a deep voice, so a little louder.
I'm sorry, he was the persons unit commander.
The persons unit?
Crimes against person.
Oh, crimes. Okay, crimes against person. So he was that commander. So he made the call to call out the Lane of Coffee.
Well, but I had to start with him because it was done outside of my purview.
Okay, so he's over here, and him or somebody made that decision.
Yes, sir.
They didn't ask you.
Correct.
All right. Even though you're the lead crime scene guy.
Correct.
All right. How many crime scenes? I know you had said you'd worked in Gwinnett and stuff like that. How many of these investigations, larger investigations, have you done being at Cherokee?
Probably a dozen or so large-scale investigations to this magnitude.
Yeah, that's what I'm not talking about the little things. Have you seen the sheriff's office call out the GBI before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you seen the sheriff's office call out the GBI to essentially conduct the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know why the GBI was not called in to conduct this investigation?
Because we could do our own.
Okay. Who makes that decision? And if you don't know, you don't understand if that's above your pay grade. But to the best of your knowledge, who makes that decision?
To call the GBI?
Yeah.
Well, that would come from the command staff.
The command staff?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, jumping into the RTV. With that, I lost my spot. You had done some swabs on the RTV, right? Especially the L2 shifter. That was at least one swab that you had done. We actually don't have, there's no photographs of the R2 shifter, at least that are in evidence. So Mr. Fogus had put up what is 266. All right. And I'm assuming here in the top left-hand corner on the gate of the Kubota, that's where you're saying is maybe blood.
Yes,
so that's what Blue Star is telling you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm assuming, yet again, immediately you see that, you got to swab it to send it off to the crime line, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Why not?
Because those two particular little marks were not large enough stains to collect a sample. We saw the chemoluminescence over the entire, we sprayed the entire tailgate area.
Yeah.
Those were the only, actually there's a third little dot right there.
Yeah, right here. Why not take you Q-tip, long Q-tip, rub it on there and see if you can get a DNA and send it off?
Because we did not at that time.
Okay, so essentially we may have blood But we don't know. Right?
Correct.
Now that would be the same. Mr. Focus has shown you right here. A little bit of this. You didn't swab this. You didn't try to collect it to send it off to see about that, right?
Correct.
Right. Now what about, because there's no photographs and there's nothing in your report, what about the actual bed of the RTV? There's no indication there was any testing done in that, right? You didn't do any testing in that.
We did not.
Okay. You essentially just sprayed the Blue Star around the bed, correct?
Well, we have it. It goes into the bed as well.
Okay. You didn't see any blood in there.
We did not get any chemiluminescence reaction.
Okay. From the bed of the RTV, just so the record's clear.
Yes.
Okay. So this tractor. Now, when you were doing this, because your report doesn't, at least your initial report that I have doesn't talk about getting super detailed. And it's not a bad. I'm not saying you wrote a bad report. It's not a bad report. It's just not as detailed. So, like with this tractor, and so I mean, you're saying that this is a little bit of blood, or could be blood on the top of the tractor. When did y'all do this testing at the jail?
I believe this was done several days after we finished our work at the actual house.
Okay. So this is, y'all had to load up the tractor and the RTV, haul it over to the jail, and keep it there before, and then if you just tested it a couple days later.
Well, I think we also had to get search warrants to do our processing, I believe.
Okay. And yet again with this wasn't swabbed and collected and sent to the crime lab for identification, correct?
Correct.
Judge, I've got probably about another maybe another 10 minutes or so. That's whatever you want to do. The towel that was collected. You just did the testing on this towel. You didn't locate the towel, correct?
Well, I mean, it was in the back of the RTV, but yes, we tested it.
Okay. And it's what your statement is that this is blood. Or is that it's presumptive for blood because of Blue Star? Okay. Now, did this go to the crime lab, this towel?
I don't know if it did or not.
Okay. Are you aware of any towels and hand or washcloths, I guess, towels and washcloths that didn't make it to the crime lab?
No, sir.
Okay. If the crime lab tested a towel that the state believed had blood on it, it's a fairly good assumption that's the towel, isn't it?
We'll go with fairly good assumption. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now this changing things. So how come, like you got the States 268s just on the, you can't see it on the TV screen, but I can on a computer monitor. I can see that it's the towel. Okay. So, and then you change the settings and stuff so that you can actually see the Blue Star, right?
Yes, sir.
So, all right. Now, why do you have to do that on this, but you didn't have to do that on the tractor?
We had enough ambient light in the evidence bay. There's a single emergency light that must remain illuminated in our evidence bay.
Mm-hmm.
That provided enough light for the camera to capture the chemiluminescence. When we did the towels in the lab, we can turn off all our lights. And so we were trying to adjust our cameras out to pick up the reaction and see the outline of the towel.
I'm confused. I thought you needed total darkness to be able to see Blue Star. Okay. If I sprayed it right here on the table And let's just, there's blood there. Would I see it light up?
Well, if there's blood on the table, we wouldn't need to use the blue star.
Okay, fine. There's blood on the table. I wiped it off. Now it's ready to blue star on.
It would need to be dark in here to see the chemoluminescence, and we would use the ambient light in order to adjust the camera out to take the picture.
Okay, so basically you have to get the light setting to a certain point to allow you to be able to see it, but it's not total darkness.
Correct.
Okay.
We're shooting on full manual functions on our camera.
Okay, so why don't you, for some of those towel photographs, instead of manipulating the contrast and the brightness of the photograph, just take it somewhere so you can actually take a proper photograph.
Because if you keep reapplying blue star, you'll lose the reaction. And so we have to try our best in our reaction time, because if you keep saturating the towel, you're not going to get a reaction at that point.
Well, wouldn't it be a smart idea to do the testing the first time in a place where you know you have the proper light?
We did in our lab.
I mean, obviously not if you got to sit there and change the settings on the photograph to be able to see it. And you don't need to do it on all of them.
Yeah, and what we did is acceptable.
I didn't ask if it was acceptable.
Moving
I mean,
and
let's
changing
make it easy.
It did.
No, because it's not in a written. You have manipulated the photograph by taking out what it actually is so you can see something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. You didn't have to do that with the tractor because the tractor is in a proper spot to be able to see what you're trying to see, right? It has enough light to be able to see it.
Yes.
Okay. But you're testing the towel in a place that you're intentionally testing it there. And you can move it. I mean, it's a towel. You can pick it up, move it wherever you want to, and you can move it somewhere else so you would not have to manipulate the photograph. Correct.
No, I could see the reaction in my camera, and I could see it in my lab.
But we just can't see it in any of your non-manipulated photographs, right? Like 268. You see any luminescence?
I do.
Okay. Judge, if we can, I'd like to stop there. I don't want to let him go just yet, so I may come back tomorrow on cross, if that's all right.
All right, anything else?
All right, we'll break for now. Same instructions I gave you yesterday. Let's get here at there. I've been informed by the folks that are going to be monitoring your parking spaces wherever they were. I think I was wrong. They were outside, right? But anyway, or out, not underneath the parking deck, but wherever they were, apparently y'all found them. They're not going to be there before 8:30 to man it. So y'all get here between 8:30 and 8:45. There'll be a parking space for you, so you don't have to get here earlier. And we'll be up and running at 9 o'clock. Remember, don't look up anything about the case, anyone about the case, any people, witnesses. Don't Google any terms that you have heard in the case so far. Don't Google anything, because you're going to find stuff about this case if you do, because it's gaining traction and you don't really want to know anything about it, or you can't know anything about it. Y'all can look all that up when we're done, and there'll be a million hits on it by then. All right. With that, anything else? All right, y'all can be excused. I'll talk to the juror who sent me the note about I'll talk to the lawyers about it, but I have an appointment and I need to make an appointment too, because I missed mine from last week. So I'm going to do the same day. So we may tell everybody to schedule all their things, and we may take an extended lunch break that day. Right now we're looking for October 17th. If someone has an appointment that they can't change, so I'm going to schedule something that same day. See what we need to do.
You can talk to the parties, you just can't talk to other people.
All right, so as I just said, you can sit down. Juror has an appointment. They need to go get medications on the 17th. Like I said, at noon. Like I said, I had to cancel an appointment, do the same thing. So we may take an extended lunch break that day. And everyone else can schedule their appointments. All right. Anything else we need to take up before we break?
That's not good.
All right. I'll see y'all in the morning.
Okay. Okay. Right. We are here. Right. I think it was probably dentist, I imagine. Or it might be a doctor or something that he just can't rearrange. Oh, right. I'll close that one down. Let me just check one thing before we finish for the night. Okay. Nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. Right. I think, yeah, so we're back tomorrow, 8:30 tomorrow again. Oh, shit. 8:30 tomorrow, people, we're back. And, yeah, day 3. So we see, I thought that was a good cross, by the way. I thought that was a really good cross so far. So, right, with that, everybody, I'm going to leave it because it's over 8.5 hours, nearly 8 3/4 of an hour stream. So, thank you so much, everybody. I know some people are into it, and I shall see you tomorrow morning, 8:30 Eastern. Hopefully, Sarah P won't be like 5 hours late again, but we'll see. We'll see how it happens. Right, thank you, everybody, and with that, have a good night. Oh, remember, people, Resisting the Silence tonight. They are live at 6:30 Eastern. If you want to go and watch them, that'd be brilliant. Go support them. So, yeah. So, see you all tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye. I've nearly pressed the wrong button. See you later. Ta-ra.